Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Haunted by a Cursed Spirit? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name, why is Okkotsu? Species, human. Birthday. Age, 16, Season 1. Status, alive. Occupation, U. A student. Affiliation, U.A High School. Love interest, Kiyoka. Abilities and powers. Overall skill level, YN, was first considered an anomaly by the Japanese government, haunted by the cursed spirit known as Rika Orimoto. YN is currently viewed as a weapon of mass destruction due to Rika's immense power and destructive capability. Cursed energy manipulation, YN, can harness a phenomenon known as cursed energy, allowing him to channel pure power through his body and objects as needed. He possesses vast amounts of cursed energy thanks to Rika, who acts as a reservoir for his cursed energy and quirks. Rika, once a human named Rika Orimoto, she was cursed by YN after her death. Rika serves as an external source for YN's cursed energy, cursed tools, and quirks. She can partially or fully manifest to protect or assist YN, and is fiercely protective, attacking anyone she perceives as a threat to him. Reverse cursed technique, by using positive cursed energy, YN, can heal minor and some major injuries, including quirk factors, through the reverse curse technique. By multiplying negative cursed energy against itself, he creates positive energy. Copy quirk, while connected to Rika, YN, can copy quirks, allowing him to utilize them as if he held two of the same card. He can use multiple copied quirks in quick succession. To copy a quirk, he must consume a part of the original user and apply a reverse cursed technique. A strong quirk requires consuming or healing a more vital part of the body for complete copying. This can be bypassed with a binding vow, but it limits the number of uses of that quirk. The effects of a copied quirk remain active even if YN switches to another quirk. His cursed energy output is linked to the quirks, meaning a weaker output results in a weaker effect. However, Y can utilize stockpile-based quirks that require energy since cursed energy acts as an accumulated resource. Chapter End. When we grow up, we'll get married. YN, I have a gift for you. Wait, really? You asked, your eyes lighting up with excitement. Rika handed you a small, neatly wrapped box. You took it with both hands, a wide smile spreading across your face. But, can I open it already? I mean, sure. Can I? I said yes already. You giggled and opened the box eagerly, revealing a simple but beautiful ring. Holding it up to the sunlight, you watched it gleam, your curiosity growing. A ring? It's a promise, Rika said, linking her pinky with yours as you gasped softly. Rika smiled brightly, a look of pure joy on her face. When we grow up, we'll marry each other. When we grow up, we'll get married. Someone call an ambulance. Nobody can save her. Her head's crushed in. The voices around you blurred as you stood in disbelief. A single misstep. That was all it took for your life to change forever. The overturned truck loomed nearby, its massive tires stained with Rika's blood. Rika? You whispered, your voice trembling as you watched her lifeless body. Her hand twitched weakly, and for a moment, you hoped she would get up. No, you can't die. You can't die. Please. You promised. YN. A chill ran down your spine as you felt a sinister presence below you. The blood pooled towards you, thick and unrelenting. From its surface, a white, distorted figure emerged, a cursed spirit with a grotesque grin. There was something painfully familiar about its innocence. When we grow up, you tried to scream, but your voice caught in your throat as the spirit's hands grasped around your legs. You stared in terror as Rika's monstrous form looked up at you, her once gentle features now a horrific parody of who she used to be. That we'll get married. You couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. It's a promise, okay? The sound of a passing subway train roared behind you as you sat on the edge of the station platform, staring blankly at the empty tracks. The ring dangled from a chain around your neck, its presence heavy with memories. The sunlight outside was blinding as you emerged from the subway, the bustling streets of Mizudafu, Japan, spreading out before you. Skyscrapers towered above, and you felt small. The weight of your past clung to you, dragging you with every step. You closed your hand around it, the cold metal digging into your palm. At your previous school, you had caused an incident. 3 bullies had cornered you, fists raised, but something else had defended you. Something far more terrifying. The memory burned vividly in your mind. The aftermath of that confrontation was almost unrecognizable, twisted into unnatural shapes. You hadn't even seen it happen. You only witnessed the consequences, a scene that felt like it belonged in a horror film. Rika had done it to protect you. You were taken to Tartarus prison. The white walls of the room felt suffocating, sterile, and cold. You sat motionless in a chair, your knee raised to your chest, staring at the ground as voices outside the locked door carried into the room. You raised your head, heavy bags under your eyes. He's going to be executed in total isolation? Unbelievable, isn't it? But he agreed to it himself. He's only 16. Yeah, but how many more people could he harm with that curse? Knowing that, everyone knows what the obvious thing to do is. Yeah, Yagi said, entering the door as the police officers behind him eyed you from the outside, noticing the bags under your eyes as you looked up towards Yagi. We will look after him. At U.A High School. What? You said almost sleepily. I'd like to ask you something, young man, Yagi said, holding a bent knife as he walked up towards you and took a nearby white chair, sitting in front of you. What is this, exactly? It's a knife, you said. Tried to end it a few days back. But Rika wouldn't let me. That's why I agreed to be executed. So that way, I can stop hurting people. For someone your age, that's a serious thought, Yagi said. Personally, I believe you can still be saved, YN. Even if you don't fully see it yourself. I'm done going outside. Still, it would be pretty lonely for you, Yagi said. I have my own theory, but I have a feeling that execution for you wouldn't even be considered anymore. That spirit of yours could cause quite a stir if we tried to harm you. You remained silent. Life in Tartarus isn't a pleasant one, young Okkotsu, Yagi said. For someone as young as you, it might feel worse than death. I'm not going, you replied, lowering your gaze. You didn't actually harm anyone, Yagi continued, surprising you. They all emerged with serious injuries, but nobody lost their life. For now, it seems they won't pursue charges against you. A heavy silence hung in the air. Don't throw your life away, young Okkotsu, Yagi urged, standing as the door buzzed for him to leave. You still have a chance to live. Please remember that. With that, Toshinori Yagi departed. Afterward, you glanced at your necklace, which held Rika's wedding ring. Gently, you raised a hand to touch it, contemplating Yagi's words and their significance. You held the ring tenderly before clenching your fist over it. 10 months later, you looked up at the towering structure of U.A High School. In just a few hours, the entrance exam would begin. You watched as numerous candidates passed by, entering through the glass doors ahead. Despite having left Tartarus for a new opportunity, you felt a sense of unease. Becoming a pro could certainly transform your life, but you needed to check on something first. With determination, you slipped the ring from around your neck and placed it on your ring finger. Rika, you whispered, that I'm going to save you. Holding the same paper as everyone else, you read the information and held your thumb to your lips. You understood the point system, but one of the robots had no value next to it. Is there a reason for this? You thought, a little stunned by the information, but you tried to remember the faces and bodies of the other robots since they mattered in the long run. I don't understand why this one has no value. You jumped as President Mick's voice boomed through the microphone, trying to get the students to cheer. Regaining your composure, you felt a bit embarrassed as the other applicants eyed your startled reaction. How is everyone doing? President Mike yelled. I'm doing okay. You muttered so quietly that nobody heard you. First of all, I would like to thank every one of you for attending this year's entrance exams. President Mike exclaimed after a brief silence, a large screen lighting up the dark classroom with 4 images of robots. For this year's exam, we are implementing a villain point system in different battle sites. You'll have to defeat each robot to pass the exam. Present Mike raised a finger as he spoke. As you can see, all 4 robots have an assigned value. Once the exam is over, your score will be assessed, and we will decide if you made it. Everyone murmured as they eyed their papers. I do want to ask about this. You thought, glancing at your copy and the 0-point robot. Excuse me. Fortunately for you, a student named Ida stood up with his paper raised. He looked rather stern and intelligent, his glasses reflecting the bright light of the screen behind Present Mike. As the class fell into silence, everyone could hear some minor muttering from one single person. I will ask, is there a mistake on the paper? Ida asked. I don't see why there should be, Present Mike replied. One of the robots you stated will be on the exam has no value at all. Ida said boldly. If this mistake is from UA's board, then this is unacceptable. The most prestigious hero school can't afford to make mistakes like these. Also, you there? The student named Midoriya jumped. You have been muttering the loudest, and it is distracting. I'm sorry. Midoriya apologized. I assure you, that is no mistake, Present Mike explained. The reason there is no point value on that robot is that it has no value. While you are hunting for the more important villains, you must keep in mind that this one doesn't mean anything. I see. Thanks for clarifying. Ida said, sitting back down. I see. You thought, looking at the face of the 0-pointer robot. So during times of chaos, there will be villains who are worth nothing compared to the real threats, the others who are dangerous. Is this what the UA faculty is trying to teach us? If that's true, then what else could they be hiding? You took a shaky breath as a handful of applicants waited with you. Now that you were out in the open, people started to notice your presence. It was uneasy, but you didn't notice the concerned looks on their faces. Rika's influence, despite her not being there physically, was making them feel vulnerable. Hey there. You jumped. It is only me, Ida said, greeting you. Oh. You said, looking at him. I'm sorry. I just get startled when people suddenly talk to me out of the blue. Don't worry about it. Ida waved his hand dismissively. So, what is your name? Ida Tenya. I'm Okkotsu, YN. I see that you have a sword. Oh yeah. You tilted your body slightly so Ida could get a better look at the blade. I can use my quirk better with something else like a weapon. That's why I chose to bring a sword. Well, it was very nice to meet you. Good luck out there. Yeah, same to you. You smiled. Is everyone ready to start? Present Mike announced over the speaker, and everyone turned to look. In a few seconds, the UA entrance exam will begin. Everyone, if you were not ready before, get ready. Let's go. 3.2.1. Begin. Instantly, the metallic doors opened in front of you all, revealing the large city-like battlefield constructed for this exam. You rushed in, bumping into a few shoulders along the way. Taking the lead ahead of everyone, you drew your blade. Rika. Lend me your power. You thought. You slashed at the first robot in your way, a 3-pointer. The rest of the applicants unleashed their own quirks. Among them, Midoriya struggled to even defeat one of them, as they were quickly taken down before he could use his own quirk. Splitting off from the crowd, you moved to find large hordes of robots. As you smoothed your blade with your left hand, you applied cursed energy to it and cut through the robots effortlessly. Traversing down the street, you sliced each robot that got in your way. Once the last one arrived, you yelled loudly to slice it down, but the blade shattered on impact. I couldn't control my energy. You winced. Resorting to your fists, you defeated the final robot. Looking at the handle, you had no choice but to discard the blade. You ran ahead without it, but you now had a great start to the exam. Behind the scenes, faculty members were already watching you. I call dibs on him, Midnight said. You can't do that, Kiyama. Yagi sighed. Yeah, I can, Midnight replied. His quirk does look unstable though, Snipe remarked. Yeah, but I could teach him some things, Midnight said. Young Okkotsu already has a huge lead over everyone else. Yagi thought as he watched your score continue to climb, while the lower-ranked students kept switching places. But Yagi's eyes were focused on the lowest-ranked student. And young Midoriya is worrying me. You slid with your feet, reeling your fist back as you ducked underneath a two-pointer's fist. Landing a clean uppercut, you felt your body overflowing with pure power, a sign of great control over your cursed energy. You grinned slightly as you eyed the ring on your finger, gripping that fist tightly. Everything is going very well. You began. You felt the ground tremble beneath your feet. Widening your eyes, you searched for the source as another giant foot made the ground rumble. The other candidates looked as well, but the yell of one candidate made everyone look up toward the skyscraper ahead. You gasped, seeing the eye of the zero-pointer gleam crimson. The zero-pointer stumbled forward, crashing through a nearby building as debris began to rain down over the area. You crossed your arms to withstand the gust of wind, closing your eyes to keep the dust from getting in. You heard a girl calling for help from beneath the debris, and as the dust settled, you rushed towards her. "Hold on," you shouted. While the other candidates moved away, the zero-pointer turned its head to focus on you, slowly opening its hand as if to grab you. But you pressed on, determined to reach the trapped girl. Uraraka struggled to break free, but her efforts seemed in vain. "I have to get to her," you thought anxiously. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind knocked you off balance. What was that? You wondered, looking up to see Midoriya soaring through the air, his fist drawn back as the zero-pointer attempted to react to his incoming strike. "Hey, it's that kid. What is he thinking, going all the way up there?" "He's distracting the zero-pointer," Midoriya thought, determination in his eyes. "Now I can take it down. The exam is almost over, and I haven't taken down any other robot. I might as well finish this one off with one decisive blow." "Young Midoriya," Yagi exclaimed, his eyes widening from his seat. "Smash!" Izuku shouted with all his might. End of chapter. A thunderous crash of pure power incapacitated the zero-pointer, its face sunken in as it toppled onto its back. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly shifted to panic as he realized he was falling. Below, you held Uraraka up after clearing away the debris, but you sensed that Midoriya was in trouble. "Oh no," you exclaimed. "I didn't think this through." Midoriya shouted. "I just need to get to him," Uraraka said, determination in her voice. But Midoriya was descending too quickly, and even at your fastest, you wouldn't reach him in time. Uraraka nudged your shoulder, giving you the chance to push her. You channeled your energy, sending her soaring through the air. Just in time, Uraraka managed to slap Midoriya's face as he fell past. "Ow!" Midoriya muttered as Uraraka released her quirk. "Sorry." Uraraka apologized. The sound of an ambulance interrupted them. Recovery Girl and her assistants rushed to Midoriya and Uraraka, tending to their injuries. As the two sat in the back of the ambulance, Recovery Girl approached you. "Hey there," she said. "Oh, hello," you replied. "Listen, I wasn't given much information about your situation." Recovery Girl continued. But I want you to know that you did well, Okkotsu-kun. Don't stress, okay?" "Yes, that I understand," you said. Soon, the exams were over. Back at the faculty, everyone was eyeing the top scorer. After a vote on rescue points, a concept not previously explained to the applicants, it was clear who the champion was. "I call dibs on him for my agency," Midnight declared. "You can't do that." Snipe sighed. "Young Okkotsu really knocked this one out of the park," Yagi said, glancing at your points, which were just slightly above Bakugo's, yet you had the same amount of rescue points as Midoriya. "I've never heard of a student setting a new record," Midnight grinned. "In fact, I don't think a single student in history has ever accumulated so many points." "He'll be an interesting student to watch," Cementos remarked, looking at Eraserhead. "Looking forward to taking him under your wing, Eraser?" "I'll see soon enough," Eraser replied. Days later, you prepared for your first day of school. Stepping outside your apartment, you felt a sense of happiness about your new life. You nodded to yourself as you walked toward U.A. Once there, you glanced at the mail from U.A. and saw the bold letters that read, Class 1A, on your schedule. Taking a few steps, You realized you had just passed the large door with the class name. So this is my class, you said to yourself. Okkotsu. A familiar voice called. You gasped, recognizing it. Hey, I know you, you grinned. I never got your name back at the exam. Izuku said, waiting for you to introduce yourself. I'm Midoriya, but you can call me Izuku. Nice to meet you too, Izuku, but you can just call me YN, you replied. I'm glad we're in the same class, Izuku said. Hey, it's you too, a cheerful voice chimed in. You are in our class too? You turned around. Yep. Achiko jogged over, waving at the two of you. Class 1A, right? I'm so glad to see you both again. I thought you'd disappear after the exam. I'm just hoping everyone else is nice like those two. You thought, watching as Izuku and Achiko interacted, introducing themselves to others. After that, the three of you walked toward the door. As you opened it, you were greeted by Tenya's loud voice addressing the other students. Izuku's expression shifted to concern as he spotted Katsuki lounging in his chair with his feet up. Lower your feet, Bakugo, Tenya ordered. Or what? Katsuki retorted. Oh, there are quite a few people here, you observed, taking in the new faces and the various quirks visible at a glance. And they all look so cool. Strangely, as you stepped inside the classroom, a chill ran through the room. A sense of unease washed over you as you made your way to your seat. Everyone looked at you with confusion, and some appeared a bit intimidated. What is it? You asked Rika, who sat nearby. Only one student seemed unfazed by the tension. As you settled in, she kept her gaze on you but appeared indifferent to the atmosphere. Hey, Kiyoka said, turning in her seat. Oh, hello, you replied. Jiro, she introduced, extending her hand. I'm Okkotsu, but you can call me YN, you said, trying to make a good first impression. When she looked at you blankly, you began to wonder. Why isn't she saying anything? I wanted to let you know that everyone knows about your score, Kiyoka said, and you listened closely. Whether you like it or not, you've got a target on your back, and that means everyone here wants to beat you. Do I really? You chuckled nervously. You were bullied when you were younger. What, how did you? Yep, I was right, Kiyoka chuckled, turning back to face the front, her eyes closing as she spoke, her earbuds shifting slightly. I say that because I would totally bully you too. Hello. Everyone in Class 1A turned to see Aizawa's face. It was clear he wasn't one to waste time, quickly revealing the UA gym uniforms. You marveled at his efficiency and stood up to collect your uniform. You will all be participating in a Quirk apprehension test, Aizawa announced as he walked out of the classroom. Head outside to the training grounds once you've changed. Will this even fit? You wondered, eyeing the uniform that appeared much smaller than your usual size. Oh man, this isn't going to look good on me. Unfortunately, the uniform fit you poorly. It was quite snug, making you feel uncomfortable and more anxious than usual, especially since exams weren't your strong suit. You can use your quirks, Aizawa stated, surprising everyone. In middle school, you weren't allowed to use them, so I need to properly assess your abilities. Aizawa grabbed a tennis ball and tossed it to Katsuki, who looked confused. Aizawa gestured for him to step forward and instructed him to throw it normally, without using his quirk. After that, Aizawa told him to pick it up. Now, use your quirk, Aizawa said. Heh. Bakugo smirked, and his hand crackled with energy. Oh no. Izuku muttered. Die. Bakugo shouted as he unleashed his explosion onto the ball, the resulting boom echoing across the training field. Aizawa showcased the impressive result from Bakugo's 2 attempts. This is what I'm aiming for, Aizawa said. However, if you fail the test and rank lower than your peers, I will expel you. So, word of advice, try your best. What? Everyone exclaimed. Wow, you said? This is serious. So it truly was a quirk test, you thought, as Aizawa had already set up 2 lanes for students to race 50 meters. You stood alongside Kiyoka, who nodded at you before focusing ahead. Begin. Aizawa flicked his stopwatch. You took a deep breath and channeled cursed energy into your legs. Everyone gasped as the purple energy surged through you, propelling you forward. You finished in 4.02 seconds. Yes, you cheered, making a fist. Hey, he's pretty fast. Mina remarked. Yeah, whatever, Katsuki replied, clearly frustrated that his score was lower than yours. You chuckled nervously as he shot you angry glances. The next test was grip strength, and you held the device in your hand. Go, Aizawa instructed. You grunted as you focused cursed energy into your fist. Aizawa recorded a perfect 450 kilograms of force when you released the device, which looked slightly damaged. You handed it to a stunned Izuku with a nervous chuckle. Afterwards, the next test involved a standing long jump across a sandbox. You went right after Izuku, who didn't perform well. Using cursed energy, you soared across the sandbox effortlessly while Aizawa observed you closely. Finally, it was time for the tennis ball throw. Since Bakugo had already gone, you stepped up as the first to try. Taking a breath, you decided to change your approach, surprising everyone. Such control. Aizawa noted as you closed your eyes, cradling the ball like a baseball pitcher. That this is something entirely new. I've never seen this kind of power before. You opened your eyes, stepped forward, and twisted at the waist, letting out a yell as you threw the ball with tremendous force. The gust of wind caused some students to shield themselves. Phew, you exhaled. This guy. Katsuki scoffed. Aizawa revealed the results, 807 meters. I was informed you were special, Aizawa said as you walked past him to your spot, surprised that he was so far away from the others. Still, I never expected this. Thanks. Aizawa-sensei, you bowed. Here I go. Izuku exhaled, deep in thought as he held the ball. That I'll use one for all in my whole arm. If I can succeed with this test, my other failures won't matter. Izuku prepared one for all in his arm, but the ball didn't travel far. When he opened his eyes, he was shocked to see Aizawa's erasure had nullified his quirk, the teacher's eyes glowing red. Sensei? Izuku asked. You think I don't know you can't control your quirk? Aizawa replied. Destroying your whole arm for a quirk that can only be used once is pointless. You will never become a hero like that. So harsh, you thought as you glanced at Izuku, but then you recalled Recovery Girl's words. But it is true. I'm just like him. Because I can't control Rika either and go full power. Izuku took a breath, and Aizawa deactivated his quirk, now curious about what he would do next. Izuku looked ahead, prepared his arm, and lunged forward, using the power only in his finger. Smash! Izuku shouted as his finger did the work. It hurt, but the ball flew slightly farther than Katsuki's earlier score. I did it. This kid. Aizawa grinned. Izuku clenched his fist and smiled, despite the pain on his face. He showed Aizawa his injured finger, and you decided to approach him, regardless of Aizawa's potential reaction. You okay, Izuku? You asked. Yeah, I'm okay, Izuku replied. Aizawa was even more astonished when you hovered your palm over Izuku's finger and healed it with a reverse curse technique. Despite your focus, your ability stunned both of them, even though the rest of the class didn't notice. How is this even possible? Aizawa wondered. Good job, you grinned at Izuku. Yeah, thanks a lot. Izuku nodded. End of chapter. What was that? Katsuki shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. Izuku gasped, taken aback. Have you been lying this whole time? Katsuki's anger flared as he reached out towards Izuku, but Shoto's ropes suddenly restrained him, preventing his advance. I'm warning you, Aizawa said firmly, then turned to the students. My quirk causes serious dry eye, so cut it out, Bakugo. I will be releasing the test scores now. Katsuki simmered down but continued to glare at Izuku, frustration evident on his face. He couldn't voice his feelings, so he stormed off, leaving you puzzled about what Katsuki meant by lying. Here they are, Aizawa announced, waving his hand as holographic test scores materialized before everyone. The results clearly showed you as the top performer, while Izuku was at the bottom. Man, isn't that Midoriya? Mina pointed out. I failed. Izuku murmured, disheartened. Izuku, you said, concern creeping into your voice as you looked at him. Oh, by the way, Aizawa interjected, catching everyone's attention. The whole last place expulsion thing was just a ruse to motivate you all and bring out your best. Huh? Izuku exclaimed, confused. I wouldn't expel you this early, Aizawa continued. There's a reason UA placed you in this class. Class 1A is a privilege, and I won't take that away from you just yet. I'm kind of relieved to hear that. You sighed. You still got first place, Kiyoka chuckled. You yawned as you entered Class 1A, greeting everyone before taking your seat. Kiyoka noticed your sleepiness and wondered if healing Izuku had drained your energy. Hey, you okay? Kiyoka asked. Yeah, you replied, smiling as you lifted your head. That I finally got a good night's sleep for the first time in a while. Thanks for worrying, Jiro. What do you mean by that? Hello, everyone, Aizawa said as he entered the classroom, holding a sleeping bag. To everyone's surprise, he began to crawl inside it. I'm not teaching today's class. Gee, he looks worse than you, Hanta remarked. You think so? You replied, raising an eyebrow. I'm sure you'll prefer today's teacher over me, Aizawa said, zipping himself up and leaning sideways, his snores filling the room. But who is going to? Izuku started, but the door swung open, accompanied by familiar laughter. I am here. All Might declared, entering the classroom with flair. Not like a normal person. No way. Ashui gasped. All Might. Denki shouted, excitement bubbling in his voice. Indeed. All Might replied. I will be teaching today's class. And I have surprise news for all of you. This will be the first time you get to wear your hero costumes. Hero costumes? You echoed, intrigued. That's a very interesting hero costume, Kiyoka observed, eyeing your outfit. I never really imagined myself in a real hero costume, you admitted, rubbing the back of your head as your classmates examined your attire. That's so I just went for a normal look, I guess. You look a bit out of place, Toru commented. That's just rude, Mina retorted. Yeah man, Ijiro added in support. Sorry, you said, feeling a bit embarrassed. In reality, you wore a specialized uniform, a loose white jacket with sleeves that stopped at your forearms, paired with slender blue jeans tucked into white sneakers. The only other accessory was your katana case, but it seemed to go unnoticed. As everyone admired each other's costumes, your gaze fell on Izuku's outfit. It looked oddly familiar, especially the ears, reminiscent of All Might's design. You began, but All Might interrupted your thoughts. This is way too obvious, young Midoriya, he thought, noticing your suspicious gaze on Izuku. He quickly shifted the focus back to the class. Welcome, Class 1A. This sight should be familiar to you all, right? Grounds B. You looked around at the buildings. That this is where the entrance exams took place, isn't it? Correct, young Okkotsu. All Might confirmed. Today, we will play the children's game of heroes versus villains. The rules are simple, so shall we begin? Rookies? Yes, All Might. The class responded enthusiastically. I know the lots were randomized. You muttered to yourself as you stood beside Kiyoka. But we have an uneven number of students. I wonder how All Might planned this with only 10 teams. He placed an extra person here, Kiyoka explained. We're going up against 3 people. Luckily for us, he's not much of a threat. It's that Minoru guy. Well, you are kind of a wimp too. Wah? You flinched at her words? Don't worry about it, Kiyoka said with a reassuring smile, patting your back. You've been doing great so far, so just relax a bit, okay? Who are the other 2? You asked. Momo and Denki, Kiyoka replied. I'll do my best to hold them off. You can take on Minoru if you want. He'll likely target you first since he dislikes couples. What do you mean by that? Forget what I said. Time is about to start. Team G and C. All Might announced over the loudspeaker. Get ready, newbies. Your mission is to disarm the nuclear bomb or defeat the villains. Outlast the timer or capture the heroes. Let's begin. In that instant, you and Kiyoka dashed inside. Meanwhile, the 3 villains devised their plan. So what's the strategy? Minoru asked. I'll take on Jiro, Momo said confidently. Okkotsu is the real threat, so you 2 need to hold him off while I guard the bomb. It's the safest approach. Ready, Kaminari? Minoru asked, determination in his eyes. You bet. Denki replied, giving a thumbs up. You took the lead, moving ahead of Kiyoka, who struggled to keep pace. But as you turned a corner, a blast of electricity shot toward you. Whoa! You ducked instinctively, realizing Denki was behind the attack. Oh right, Denki's quirk is electricity. That I should have remembered that, you thought, dodging another lightning blast as both Minoru and Denki confronted you. Suddenly, you felt a strange sensation in your leg. He fell for it. Minoru exclaimed triumphantly. What? You looked down to see you had stepped into one of Minoru's traps. How did I not see that? I'm stuck now. Okkotsu! Kiyoka shouted, concern etched on her face. You keep going, you urged her, even as Denki and Minoru turned their attention toward her. I'll handle this, don't worry. So go ahead and try to get to the bomb. You noticed that the other two let Kiyoka go off on her own. A little worried, you tried your best to pull yourself away from Minoru's grasp, but it was tough to break free. I can't move, you muttered to yourself. I'll blast him, Denki grinned, sending a surge of electricity your way. In a final effort, you made a quick move that surprised both of them and managed to untie your shoe with a simple tug. What the? Minoru exclaimed, taken aback. You felt a jolt in your left arm as you leapt to the right, narrowly avoiding the blast that crashed into the wall behind you. Denki was astonished that you had actually broken free, while Minoru readied more of his projectiles. He's clever, Minoru remarked. Yeah, but he won't let him do that twice. Denki declared, electricity crackling at his fingertips. Just try to trap him again. So I can stop him for good. Stop me? You questioned, noticing the widening eyes of both boys as you calmly drew your blade from behind your back. That won't happen. Are going to win this. End of chapter. Get him. Denki shouted, feeling the pressure of your words. Minoru quickly threw multiple balls your way, aiming for your entire body this time. You infused your blade with cursed energy, slicing through Minoru's quirk effortlessly. Stunned, he had no choice but to keep firing, but you continued to cut through each of his attacks, holding him back. I can't do this forever, Kaminari. Minoru yelled. Yeah, I know. Denki replied just before you dashed toward him, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach that sent him crashing into the wall, knocking him out instantly. What? Minoru barely had time to react before you landed a solid punch to his face, sending him flying toward the open window. You caught him just in time, pulling him close to you, your expression steady. Why did you let Jiro go? You demanded. Because. Answer quickly, villain. I don't have time to waste on you. You glanced at the terrified Minoru, who looked nervously toward the road. Otherwise, I might drop you. Wait, don't do that. Minoru panicked, flailing his arms as he pleaded. I'm sorry. We thought Yaoyorozu could take her down. Yaoyorozu. You recalled her quirk, trying to remember if she had actually used it. That I don't remember her using it, but if she has confidence against Jiro. You tied up the unconscious Denki and the struggling Minoru, who was still trying to break free, but the two villains were already captured. You sprinted toward the hallway where Kiyoka had run earlier, just as she entered the room. Yao! Kiyoka exclaimed. It took me a while. But I actually did it. Momo announced, revealing her cannon aimed at Kiyoka, who barely dodged the blast. You won't get past my missile, hero. Crap, she's really taking this seriously. Kiyoka winced as she hid behind a pillar. But I need to close the distance soon or she'll blast me away. You can't hide. Momo shouted. The cannon fired again, forcing Kiyoka to leap as the blast destroyed the pillar. She couldn't fight from a distance, but she timed her run, listening for the cannon's hissing. I'll go. Now. Kiyoka jumped to another pillar just as the cannon obliterated the previous one. Looks like I can time my runs, but I can't keep this up forever. This cannon took up most of my stamina. Momo panted, eyeing the pillar where Kiyoka was hiding. But I can still make one more weapon to try and finish her off. Momo froze when she saw you enter the room, holding both Minoru and Denki effortlessly. Even Kiyoka was surprised you had taken them down so easily. Oh no. Momo said. Hey, you replied. Momo redirected the cannon's fire toward you, and you tossed the two villains aside, focusing on the incoming cannonball. Kiyoka hesitated, thinking you were being reckless, and tried to jump in to save you. But you extended your palms, catching the cannonball with your bare hands. Momo was stunned, noticing the hissing energy surrounding your hands, which was holding back the full force of the cannon. "Oh wow," you said, dropping the cannonball as it was too heavy to carry. "I didn't expect to catch that at all with just my hands." "How did you?" Momo asked, astonished. "Cursed energy enhances my body," you explained. "I figured that out during the entrance exams. Too much energy can break things like my sword, and too little means my slashes won't be effective. I admit I can't restore others to the level I want yet," you continued. "I can restore myself with a positive output, but not with others." "So Midoriya was just a fluke?" Momo asked. "I guess you could say that," you replied. "You guys talk too much," Kiyoka grinned, and Momo turned to see she had captured the missile while you were talking. "I totally didn't trip on my way over here." "Nice job, Kiyoka," you said with a thumbs up, smiling as she blushed at hearing her first name. "We won." "Yeah, we did," Kiyoka smiled back. "It's over." "Heroes win," All Might announced. "Quick question. Who was the MVP?" "Okkotsu," Class 1A said in unison, pointing at you. "I'm glad you all think so," All Might said, giving a thumbs up. "We all clearly saw how he took down both Denki and Minoru without breaking a sweat, right?" "Don't remind us," Minoru muttered. "Yeah man," Denki added. After that, he bought enough time for Kiyoka to swoop in and take the missile right from under her nose. All Might praised. "Great job, young Okkotsu." "Very impressive," Izuku complimented. "Yeah, thanks," Kiyoka said, sounding a bit dull since it wasn't the compliment she had hoped for. "Alright, everyone. We'll be starting the next fight soon," All Might announced, pointing to the screen showing the next two teams. Team A versus Team D. "Get ready, rookies." "Wait, that's us," Izuku said. "Oh yeah," Achiko realized. "Then who is?" "Hell yeah. Now I can blast that team to pieces myself." Katsuki grinned maliciously as he eyed the opposing team, causing Izuku to sweat. "Get ready, Deku." "Oh no," Izuku groaned. "Don't worry, we've got this," Achiko said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "We'll beat them both, trust me." "Ida is with them too," you noted, glancing at Ida. "This is going to be interesting for sure," Toru said to you. "I don't see Kaken anywhere," Izuku said to Achiko as they ran through the building, searching each hallway for any sign of a trap. "That I'm starting to get a little worried about this." "Found you, Deku," Katsuki yelled, and Izuku turned to see him at the other end of the hallway, his palm raised threateningly. "Uraraka," Izuku shouted before he leapt forward, shielding her from a sudden explosion that sent debris flying. "You need to get out of here. Go and disarm the missile from Ida." "Are you okay?" Achiko hesitated for a moment but then dashed down the hallway, searching for the missile on her own as Izuku slowly stood back up, facing Katsuki. "Deku," Katsuki growled. "Kaken," Izuku replied, determination in his eyes. "Deku, I'm on the 5th floor," Achiko said through a communication device, and Izuku's eyes widened. "Ida is up here too, but he's all alone." So Kaken left him behind and went rogue. Izuku frowned slightly, glancing at Katsuki. "This is good. Now I know what to do." Katsuki wasted no time, charging at Izuku with a powerful right hook. To Katsuki's surprise, Izuku caught his arm and flipped him over his shoulder, slamming him down with impressive force. "You always start your fights with a right punch," Izuku declared as Katsuki slowly got back up. "I'm not the weak Deku you knew before. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero." "Shut up," Katsuki shouted, unleashing a blast that sent Izuku flying down the hallway. "I won't listen to you, Deku. I'm just going to take you out." Izuku crossed his arms as Katsuki aimed another punch, but Katsuki altered his attack mid-swing, blasting Izuku with a burst of energy. The force propelled him up, and Katsuki took advantage, launching another blast at Izuku's back. "Gah!" Izuku exclaimed. "These gauntlets really help a lot." Katsuki boasted, leaping back into the hallway, adjusting the pin on his right gauntlet. "I can store all the sweat I want in these and unleash a full power blast." "Young Bakugo, do not use that. He'll be fine as long as he dodges it." Katsuki yelled with a grin as a massive explosion erupted, but Izuku managed to evade most of the blast. "Use your quirk, you'd med nerd." Katsuki taunted as he charged at Izuku, who was still on the ground. "Show me that power again. Otherwise, you will fall here at my feet." Izuku's eyes widened as he steeled himself, rushing at Katsuki with a fierce yell. Both fighters shouted as they prepared for a final clash, Izuku channeling all his strength into a punch powered by One for All, which excited Katsuki. Katsuki readied his left gauntlet, preparing to counter Izuku's punch. However, when Katsuki unleashed a blast, Izuku redirected his punch upward, breaking through multiple floors. On the 5th floor, Achiko and Tenya felt the tremor from Izuku's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Achiko navigated through the flying debris toward the missile. Tenya, stunned, searched for a way to stop her. "Stop, hero!" Tenya shouted. "I got it." Achiko grinned as she grabbed the missile, successfully disarming it. Tenya could only watch in disbelief as his team lost, and Katsuki felt the impact from 5 floors below. "You." Katsuki muttered. "It was the only way I could win this match." Izuku groaned, the blast having taken a toll on him as he fell to his knees. "But in the end I did lose to you." Izuku collapsed, but Katsuki realized he was the one who had truly lost. Clenching his fists, he stormed off, his heart racing as he recalled a distant memory of a younger Katsuki being helped by a younger Izuku. "Hey, you need help." "What a match," someone commented. "Heck yeah, Midoriya," Denki exclaimed. "He really pulled it off." Mina added. Even though Bakugo totally overpowered him in their fight, Midoriya's determination ultimately won him the match, Momo said. "Still, he is critically injured, so I wouldn't count this as a win for him." "Young Okkotsu, could you?" All Might asked. "Yes, sir, right away," you responded, rushing off. "Wait, but he can't," Kiyoka began. "I know his limits, young Jiro," All Might assured her as you left the room. "I wanted to test him earlier too by putting 3 villains instead of 2. Since he's proved himself, I truly believe he can help young Midoriya right now. He has faith in his students." Shoto thought, observing All Might. Especially Midoriya. "Something feels off about that, but I'll have to find out more later." "Still, what a crazy match," Tajiro said. "That's what I said." Mina agreed. Okkotsu, YN. A truly special student who is being possessed by the cursed spirit known as Rika Orimoto. He is powerful and dangerous and should not be engaged, Shigaraki. "Why would I care about some brat?" Tamura replied to the device beside him, taking a sip of his drink. "I'm here to kill the symbol of peace, not to stage some kidnapping." "It is Master's orders, you fool." "He's right, Shigaraki," Kurojiri said, the assistant to Tamura, who was cleaning a cup with a rag. "We should listen to this man and take the necessary precautions." "All right." Tamura stood up from his seat. "But still, I have no personal interest in this kid. You can have him once I capture him, but don't expect me to actually care." "I'm terribly sorry for Tamura's rudeness," Kurojiri said to the device. "Go ahead and report to Master that we will be conducting his orders as he pleases. I will oversee Tamura's invasion myself." "Understood." With that, the device shut down. "I recommend that you stay back." Mizo was taken aback by Shoto's statement, though he secretly wanted to see what would unfold as Shoto stepped inside the building. "What is this guy thinking?" "I'll handle this myself," Shoto declared, and with that, his foot hissed as ice rapidly coated the building, chilling all the floors in an instant. On the 5th floor, Mashireo and Toru found themselves stuck, their feet frozen to the ground while Shoto walked past them with an icy demeanor. Mashireo gritted his teeth, knowing that neither of their quirks could stop Shoto. "DM it." Mashireo muttered. Then, Shoto used his other quirk to heat the ice without revealing his flames. It was clear he possessed two abilities, and you frowned slightly as he glanced at the camera, as if his gaze was directed at you all along. He did way better than I did, you remarked. His quirk really is amazing. Izuku added quietly. Young Todoroki. All Might observed him closely. When Shoto and the others arrived, it was unanimous that he was the clear MVP. Still, the class felt as if Shoto's eyes were fixed on you. You sensed it too, but you couldn't tell if it was a look of competition. Okkotsu, Shoto said. Yes? You replied, looking at him as the next match began, the rest of the class glued to the screen, just like Shoto as he spoke to you. I am going to defeat you, Shoto stated. I'm not looking forward to it, you responded. In order to establish myself as a professional, I have made it my goal to defeat you, Shoto continued, now focused on you. You have multiple powers, just like me, so I will beat you using only ice. Shoto, you said calmly, viewing him as both a rival and a classmate. Since you've challenged me as your rival, I'll tell you this. To fight me, you'll have to use both sides. Shoto frowned slightly as you decided to head to the restroom. Izuku, who had overheard the conversation, looked a bit worried. You washed your face and returned, determination filling you. YN. No, Rika, you chuckled, feeling more confident in your conversation with Rika. I already knew what I was doing just by being here. I want to prove that I can still live. And in a way, so does he. I know it doesn't make much sense now, you said. Both of us are striving to prove something to someone else, I can tell. I'll be his rival and he'll be mine, so don't worry, Rika. Okay. As you walked away from the UA building, you spotted Izuku talking with Katsuki. You didn't want to interrupt them, but you noticed Izuku looked serious as he spoke to Katsuki, who had his head down. I'm going to beat you, Katsuki declared, the only thing you caught from him. I'm just getting started, you med nerd. I will never lose to you again, so get that in your head. You grinned as Izuku nodded at Katsuki. Knowing that Izuku now accepted Katsuki as a rival made you feel a little better about your own rivalry with Shoto. You glanced at your palms, small sparks of electricity flickering from your fingers. The next day, you sat at your desk as Aizawa emerged from his sleeping bag to make an important announcement. All conversations halted as everyone turned to him. Class, you will all be electing a class representative today, Aizawa said. This is a chance for everyone to gain some recognition, so you will be voting to decide who will be. I will be president. Minoru shouted. No way, it'll be me. Ijiro countered. I want to as well. Denki chimed in, his hand shooting up. No, me. Mina exclaimed. You guys will decide for yourselves, Aizawa said, zipping himself back into the sleeping bag before collapsing, and everyone began to argue about who would be president. Don't you want to do it? Kiyoka asked you. No, not really, you replied. Later, you decided to have lunch with Kiyoka. The class murmured as they saw the two of you walk off, but they quickly formed their own groups, like Izuku with Achiko and Tenya. I heard that the press is getting overly excited about All Might being a teacher, Kiyoka said, taking small bites of her food. Yeah, I know, you responded, hearing some grumbles from Rika internally as you spoke with Kiyoka. I heard about that too, but it seems to be becoming a big deal. Suddenly, you yelped as the security alarms blared loudly. Kiyoka noticed the students quickly jumping off their tables and rushing toward the exit. Looking around, she grabbed your collar and pulled you along. What is happening? You asked her. Beats me, but we are getting out of here, Kiyoka said, shouldering past others as they bumped into her. Dimen. All these people are starting to get on my nerves. Could it be the press? You suggested. You might be right, Kiyoka said, glancing out the window to see a growing crowd of reporters trying to approach UA, having breached security. Guys, don't panic, you exclaimed. Everyone. However, everyone looked toward Tenya, who was floating with his back against the wall by the exit thanks to Achiko's quirk. You blinked a few times as Tenya gritted his teeth, trying to hold his position while Achiko kept her fingers together. Don't worry about this, Tenya said. The press is just getting out of hand. You should all return to the cafeteria. Everything will be handled swiftly, So don't worry. Ida, you said, a bit stunned. At least that settles things here. Kiyoka remarked. Who breached our defenses? We don't know that ourselves, Aizawa. Nizu, the principal, said, leaning forward with his paws together. But this is certainly a serious concern. A normal news reporter couldn't have done this and gotten away with it. Could it be that a villain is declaring war? Snipe suggested, crossing his arms as the others listened. It could very well be a possibility, considering that All Might is part of our staff now. You think they are after me? Toshinori asked. I feel like this is a lot more complicated than just that, Aizawa said, thinking of you. I can't shake the feeling that there is a larger motive at play than just you, All Might. Whatever it is, we need to deal with it, Nizu said. Otherwise, our students will be in danger. I'd like to make an announcement. Izuku stood up and walked towards the front of the class as everyone returned from the chaos of lunch. He stood firm, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, but he spoke with kindness in the end. I have a proposition, Izuku said. Earlier today, you all voted for me to be the class representative, but I want to nominate Tenya Ida to take my place instead. Midoriya? You eyed him curiously. He was pretty impressive when he got everyone to settle down back in the cafeteria, Ijiro said, rubbing the back of his head. So I do agree with Midoriya in a way. Can't argue with logic, Hanta grinned. Same here. Yuga chimed in, flashing a smile. Yes, I agree, Fumikage added. I guess this is settled. Izuku said. What about the vice representative? Denki suddenly asked, drawing everyone's attention. I mean, we didn't exactly vote for one earlier, but we should definitely have a backup. In that case, I vote for Momo, you suggested with a grin. Huh, you really do? Momo exclaimed, blushing slightly. Yeah, she'd make a great vice president. Ijiro said, making a fist as the others nodded in agreement, except for Shoto, who remained quiet. I guess that settles everything. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Good, now move, kid, Aizawa said, causing Izuku to yelp as he hurried back to his seat. Since we have our class and vice representatives settled, I have an announcement to make to you all. We have a new facility called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, Aizawa explained. We'll be using today as a practice rescue exercise. Suit up and we'll board a bus for the exercise. Usjay, you counted on your fingers. That sounds like Universal Studios Japan. Kiyoka chuckled. Say, who has the best quirk out of all of us? I'd say it's Bakugo, Ijiro replied. You must be joking, Denki said, wrapping an arm around you. It has to be Okkotsu. Have you seen all of his abilities? This guy is incredibly powerful. You're only saying that because he beat you, Tsuyu pointed out, making Denki's expression twitch. But I agree, I believe he has the best powers. You guys really think so? You wondered. Kiyoka raised her fingers. You can heal, use a special type of energy that enhances your body, and you're a great swordsman. You have the most potential out of all of us. Hey, don't discount Todoroki though, Hanta said as Shoto closed his eyes. He totally froze the entire building in the last battle trial, so he's got some serious potential with his quirk. He's cool too, but he's a little too quiet, Momo observed, glancing at him from afar. That I don't really understand what goes through his head sometimes, but he's a solid choice. Say, haven't you guys ever thought about Midoriya's quirk? Tsuyu asked, causing Izuku to panic at her next statement. I mean, it's quite similar to All Might's quirk, isn't it? Nah, because All Might doesn't get injured every time he uses it, Ijiro replied. It would be incredibly powerful if you could control it, Midoriya. You'd be unstoppable. I guess we have our top three, Toru said, raising each finger as she listed the names. Okkotsu-kun, Bakugo-kun, and Todoroki-kun. Those three have the best quirks to become professionals. Not really, Tsuyu interjected. Bakugo is way too angry to become a professional. He needs to find a way to calm down, or he might never make it as a hero. What did you? Katsuki exclaimed. Yeah, it does need work, Denki added. After what felt like an hour, the The students got off the buses and stepped out to see the waving rescue hero named 13. The girls awed at her cuteness as 13 blushed from within her suit. You adjusted the golden button on your chest before looking towards the enormous facility. At this point, you were no longer surprised by the immense funding behind the place. U.A had kept surprising you, but now it felt normal. Hey guys. 13 waved. Hello. Class 1A responded politely. This is the USJ, 13 said as the students followed her inside. Students like you need to know that a hero is here to rescue people and isn't just about fighting the bad guys. Whoa, Ajiro said. So many different sites to choose from. Denki marveled at the various spots, including a ruined city, a boat in the middle of a lake, a mountainous area, and even an icy climate. We are here to rescue people after all, 13 reminded them. That is one of the true purposes of becoming a professional hero. Don't forget that or you might wander off. Yes, ma'am. The class was interrupted when a portal suddenly opened in the middle of the USJ. Dozens of lower-ranked villains began to pour out from the large portal, and two main villains stepped out in particular as Aizawa grit his teeth. Tamura, we are here, Kurojiri said. Yeah, I know that already, Tamura replied, scratching at his neck as a creature known as a Nomu stomped out from the portal. You go ahead and teleport. Oh, there he is. Tamura's gaze landed on you as Class 1A looked at you as well. You gasped, noticing the unsettling wrinkles behind the hand on his face. Without hesitation, you took out the sword from your red case and held it out in front of you. Tamura grinned, keeping his eyes on you as he raised a wrinkled finger towards you among the crowd of students. You could tell that the wrinkles were not due to age but were somehow connected to his quirk. Who is this guy? You asked. That I found you. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the students to prevent them from following. Okkotsu, stay out of their reach. Understood. 13 replied. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku exclaimed. But your quirk isn't suited for close combat. How are you going to handle this when you're a surprise-type fighter? Midoriya. A hero doesn't rely on just one trick. With his goggles in place, Aizawa dashed down the stairs with remarkable speed. He leaped into the air, surveying the villains below. As some charged at him, he maintained his composure upon landing. Who does he think he is? Let's take him down. Wait, you fools. In a swift motion, Aizawa incapacitated the first two villains by ensnaring them with his ropes. Izuku watched in awe as he lifted them effortlessly and slammed them to the ground. Aizawa moved with incredible speed, neutralizing villains one after another. That's Eraserhead. He can cancel your quirk with just a glance. Don't let him see you, or you won't be able to use your powers, Ga. I don't need to be told twice, ugh. Eraserhead was efficiently dealing with the incoming villains. Tamura scratched his neck, observing his minions fall one by one, aware that Eraser was closing in on him. Seizing the moment, Kurojiri rushed toward Class 1A. Dimenit. Eraser turned to see Kurojiri heading for the class, but was momentarily blocked by a couple of henchmen. I took my eyes off him for just a second, and he got away. Greetings. Kurojiri announced as he materialized in front of the class. That we are the League of Villains. Our goal is to eliminate the symbol of peace, all might, and capture the student known as Okkotsu, YN. Kurojiri's gaze locked onto you. At that moment, Katsuki and Ijiro seized the opportunity to attack. Katsuki felt his quirk connect with Kurojiri, enveloping the area in a brief gust of smoke. Did you really think we would let you attack us without consequences? Ijiro grinned, hardening his arms. Think again, villains. That was close. Kurojiri muttered as he stepped back, revealing a metal neck piece briefly before it was obscured by his purple fog. Katsuki noticed it too. Get back, you two! 13 shouted. Don't move, you warned, your voice slightly strained as you held your blade to Kurojiri's neck, surprising both him and the rest of Class 1A as you gripped your weapon firmly. I let my guard down. Kurojiri thought. We severely underestimated this kid. That speed reminded me of All Might. Not to mention, he's already figured out my powers. Keep him like that, Okkotsu. 13 encouraged, moving closer to ensure you were out of the way of her quirk while you kept your focus on Kurojari. I'll get him as soon as I can. But then, you felt a menacing presence behind you. Nomu clenched its fists as the rest of the class gasped. It struck you across the head just as you turned, sending you flying. In midair, you caught a glimpse of Nomu, which stared directly at you. You struggled to keep your eyes open as it prepared to leap toward you with tremendous force. The class remained frozen as it soared through the air, and you crashed to the ground. You felt yourself slipping into unconsciousness from the impact, but you fought to stay awake. Nomu charged at you with incredible speed, creating a gust of wind that pushed the rest of Class 1A back. Am I going to die? You thought, raising your sword defensively, but Rika had no choice but to intervene, grappling with Nomu immediately as they battled for dominance. Rika! Don't touch him! Rika clawed at Nomu, managing to throw it toward Eraser's direction. Eraser dodged as Nomu crashed to the ground, and you landed a few meters away. The fall was harsh, but you had to get back up. Why? Rika cried out as she healed you, and you gasped for air while retrieving your blade. You had sustained an injury from the fall, but it was quickly mended as you moved toward the center. Your ears rang as Nomu rose again. What is that thing? Tamura frowned, observing Rika from a distance as you approached. Well, it's nothing Nomu can't handle. I've changed my mind. So eliminate the brat. You had to act fast as Nomu charged at you. You swung your blade, dodging its incoming fist. Your eyes widened as you noticed Rika's earlier scratches had healed. Still, Nomu struck you with a backhand, forcing you to cross your arms defensively. The impact knocked your sword from your grip, sending you tumbling toward the center of the USJ, where everyone else watched from the stairs. Okkotsu! Eraser shouted. You felt dried blood trickling from your head as Rika concealed herself. Taking a deep breath, you picked up your blade from the ground. Tamura grinned as Nomu stomped toward you, and you slowly advanced as well. Isn't he perfect? Tamura exclaimed proudly. Nomu was designed to take down the symbol of peace himself. How can you, a mere child with no battle experience, ever hope to match Nomu? Dried blood marked your cheeks and eye as you faced Nomu, which awaited Tamura's command to attack. You felt your hair lift as you charged at Nomu with all your might. Nomu had no choice but to retaliate as Tamura ordered it to eliminate you. You raised your blade to strike its neck just as Nomu aimed a punch at your chest. The blade neared its target, but you were unaware of the incoming blow. It all depended on whose strike landed first. You forced yourself to block Nomu's punch by slicing its wrist, the blade embedding into the muscular arm as a violet streak of cursed energy followed it. Your hands trembled as Nomu resisted your strength. Suddenly, Nomu aimed a punch at your head. You remained calm as Rika seized the fist and grabbed Nomu's neck, trying to subdue it. Rika growled, attempting to restrict Nomu's movements. However, you had to jump back as Shigaraki appeared to your left, aiming to decay you with a swipe of his palm, but he missed. Surprised by your quick reflexes, Shigaraki frowned at you. Don't get me wrong, brat, Tamura said as Nomu slowly regained its footing, and Kurojari appeared beside him, gesturing to the other two. Right now, it's a 3-on-1. I've already separated the students, Kurojari stated, and your eyes widened. 13 is out of the picture, but one student managed to escape. We need to capture Okkotsu at the very least. Realizing your disadvantage, you raised your right hand. Tamura, thinking you were surrendering, frowned as you slammed your palm onto the floor. Holding your sword to the left, Rika fully emerged. Come on, Rika, you shouted, your voice breaking as you unleashed Rika, who screeched at the three villains, her claws extending menacingly. This isn't game over. Shigaraki growled. Kurojari acted first, creating a portal for Nomu's fist to enter. The fist appeared right in front of you through another portal, but you ducked and swiftly sliced it cleanly, causing Nomu to retract its arm and begin healing. Tamura took the lead, swooping in like an eagle as he charged toward you. He dodged your slash, positioning his palm to grab your face. Shocked to find that his quirk didn't work, Shigaraki watched as you switched hands and stabbed him in the stomach. You really are impressive. Eraser. Shigaraki groaned, glancing back toward Eraser, who was focused on him as you pushed the blade deeper. As blood trickled from Shigaraki's wound, you gripped his collar. You noticed Eraser's eyes twitching. Just then, Nomu lunged toward him to finish the job, forcing you to let go of Shigaraki. Eraser crossed his arms to defend himself, but Nomu was too fast. It struck him hard against the wall and then slammed him deeper into it with a powerful blow. Nomu grabbed Eraser's head and slammed it again, causing him to bleed and cough. Shigaraki fell forward, clutching his stomach, while Kurogiri warped to assist him. Instead of confronting Nomu, you swiftly grabbed Eraser and pulled him to safety. You used your reverse curse technique, enveloping him in a white streak of energy. Sensei's unconscious, you thought, feeling Eraser's body go limp in your arms. I wasn't able to reach him in time. It seems you evened the odds for a moment. Shigaraki remarked, pressing a hand against his wound. But your stab missed a vital point. I will be just fine, but this is still our turn. You gently laid an unconscious Eraser down. You utilized your reverse curse technique to the best of your ability, trying to mend his major injuries, but your skills weren't refined enough. Shigaraki. Don't tell me. Kurogiri said. Nomu, finish off the brat. Nomu roared and leaped toward you. Knowing it would be even faster and stronger than before, you tossed Eraser aside and quickly drew your blade. You sliced at Nomu's wrist, but its other punch aimed for your stomach. Rika emerged to hold it down as best as she could. Still, Rika felt herself being pushed back. Nomu gripped her arms, trying to overpower her, but Rika held firm. You sliced at its ankle, causing Nomu to drop to one knee. Following that, you delivered an upward slice to its chest and jumped back, Rika following your lead. No matter how many slashes I land, you thought, watching Nomu heal rapidly, that I need to find a way to defeat it in one blow. I have to strike with full power to finish it off. You took a step forward, your cursed energy forming an aura around you. You leaped toward Nomu, which aimed a punch at your face. Ducking, you threw a left punch at Nomu's face, feeling a surge of raw power. I cannot lose. I will not lose yet, you yelled. Your cursed energy flashed black as you landed a powerful blow to Nomu's face, enough to spin it around and send it crashing to the ground. You gritted your teeth as the black energy crackled around you like electricity, your aura intensifying. Nomu, having hit the ground, struggled to rise, hindered by the effects of the black sparks. You felt a rush of determination as you focused on Nomu. With renewed speed, you dashed toward it, slashing across its chest. Noticing its regeneration had stalled, even Shigaraki sensed something was amiss. I won't let you. Shigaraki growled, forcing himself into action as he leaped to defend Nomu against you, despite Kurogiri's protests. I've got you now, you villain. Katsuki shouted as he grabbed Kurogiri by the neck and pushed him down to the ground, with Eijiro appearing beside him, ready to assist. Once Katsuki had Kurogiri in his grasp, Rika slowly merged back into your body to avoid detection. Fortunately, no one noticed Rika's presence except for the villains and Aizawa. Izuku rushed alongside Tsuyu and a hesitant Minoru. Move, and I'll blow you to pieces. Katsuki declared, grinning down at Kurogiri. You thought you could hide your physical form with that quirk of yours? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Kaken! Izuku called out, joining Tsuyu and Minoru as they prepared for battle, Tsuyu extending a ribbon while Minoru trembled at Kurogiri's gaze. I'll kill you! Shigaraki hissed, his eyes darting between you and the other students as he decided to leap toward them. I'll kill you all! In that moment, All Might burst onto the scene. Nomu was on its knees from the impact of the black flash, but the sparks had ceased. Nomu leaped back to shield itself, casting a glance at All Might. Don't worry. All Might clenched his fists, his expression intense as he looked down, the sight of the other students in tears weighing heavily on him. That because I am here. End of chapter. Villains gathered towards the center, their grins wide as they approached Eraser, who had finally recovered. Eraser noticed them and stepped forward to intervene, but All Might swiftly took down each one without breaking a sweat. Aizawa, All Might said, his head lowered as he addressed him as an equal. I'm truly sorry for all of this. Let me make it right. Please gather the students and get them to safety. But All Might couldn't finish his thought, as Nomu had already targeted Katsuki and the others. Katsuki barely had time to react when All Might leaped in front of him, taking a powerful blow that sent him flying. All Might! Izuku cried out. Midoriya! You shouted, jumping in front of him just as Nomu charged toward Izuku. You arrived just in time, and a rush of cold air signaled that Nomu had been frozen in place. To your right, you saw Shoto having stomped the ground just moments before, exhaling cold air as he focused on Nomu. However, Nomu quickly broke free from the ice, spreading its arms wide. It looked down at you, but was suddenly jolted by the earlier impact of Black Flash. Seizing the opportunity, you unleashed a powerful streak of energy, slicing across Nomu's chest. In that moment, Shigaraki appeared on Nomu's left, aiming a palm toward your midsection. All Might reacted instantly, delivering a punch to Shigaraki's face. You took advantage of the distraction, leaping to grab Shigaraki by the throat, helping All Might recognize the greater threat. I see. All Might exclaimed as his punch connected with Nomu's face, causing black sparks to flicker across its body. Was this the work of young Okkotsu? All Might and Nomu faced each other, while you dragged Shigaraki away, tossing him aside as he realized what was happening. You stood against Shigaraki while All Might focused on Nomu. It must have been an abnormal power, All Might thought, observing the black sparks. What young Okkotsu inflicted on Nomu was equivalent to a full-powered punch of One for All, but even more devastating due to its aftereffects. All Might clenched his fists. Without another attack and young Okkotsu holding off the main villain, this creature won't take long to recover. So I'll finish it off with everything I've got while I still can. On the other side, Shigaraki growled and leaped toward you. He seemed determined to grab you, but you dodged to the side, impressed by his agility. You made him grasp your sword instead. You kicked Shigaraki in the shin and landed a punch to his face, knocking his hand to the ground. You glanced at your blade, noticing that it was already decaying and would soon be unusable after one more strike. Game over, Shigaraki said, grinning as he aimed his palm at your stomach. You reacted quickly, stabbing his wrist, and he winced in pain but pressed on. Shigaraki touched you, but his quirk failed to take effect. Frantically, he searched for Eraser, realizing that Eraser was focused solely on evacuating the students and wasn't watching. What? Shigaraki thought. You seized his wrist, looking directly into his eyes. Shigaraki was momentarily speechless, astonished by your ability to copy quirks. You maintained your grip, holding him down. Shigaraki! Kurogiri warped in just in time to save him, pulling Shigaraki into a portal as you leaped away before it could take you. Kurogiri held Shigaraki firmly. This thing is tough. All Might thought, struggling against Nomu. I've landed over 100 blows, but that quirk is designed to counter One for All itself. He may be involved in all of this, All Might said, recalling what Tenya had informed him about the League's goals. But I fear for what he wants with young Okkotsu. All Might tightened his fist before delivering a powerful punch to Nomu, sending it soaring into the sky before crashing back down with a thunderous impact that echoed throughout the U.A. All Might grinned as he landed, watching Nomu bounce off the ground from the force. You may have heard these words before, All Might declared, channeling his full power into one final punch. But I will recite them once more. Plus, Ultra! As Nomu's body glowed from the impact, it was propelled toward the roof of the USJ, crashing through a window and disappearing from sight. You nodded, watching as Shigaraki stood in stunned silence. I am seriously out of shape. All Might said, rubbing his neck. If I were in my prime, it would have only taken me 5 blows to defeat it. It took me well over 100. Impossible! Shigaraki exclaimed, but he was suddenly shot in the leg as Kurogiri used his quirk to shield him. They both warped away before capture. Blast it, Snipe said, holstering his weapon as other professionals arrived on the scene. They all got away. You blinked a few times, rubbing your eyes. Eraser rushed back down the stairs to you, supporting your back as you struggled with the dryness in your eyes. You really are amazing, Aizawa-sensei, you said, looking up at him with watery eyes. But I still don't understand how you use your quirks so effectively. I have so much to learn. Did he? Aizawa was taken aback. Young Okkotsu, I congratulate you, Might said, coughing slightly as he addressed you. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat that creature much more easily than I initially thought. All might, you replied, feeling a swell of admiration and pride from his praise. Tears welled in your eyes as you spoke. That means so much. Coming from you. Since the day you met Rika, you had never truly felt admired for who you were, not even by yourself. As the rest of Class 1A cheered for you and All Might's victory, you stepped out with a bright smile, holding your blade by the handle, despite it being completely destroyed. Rika felt the sense of pride for you, even though no one had seen her in person. Kiyoka gave you a nod, and you couldn't help but blush at her warm smile. Everything was going to be all right now. End of season. Chapter end. Name: Y is Okkotsu. Species: human. Birthday: age: 16, Season 1. 16, Season 2. Height: weight. Status: alive. Occupation: U. A student. Affiliation: U. A High School. Love interest: Kiyoka. Abilities and powers. Overall skill level: Y was first considered an anomaly by the Japanese government, haunted by the cursed spirit known as Rika Orimoto. Y himself is currently regarded as a powerful asset due to Rika's immense power and capabilities. Cursed energy manipulation, available, Y can access a phenomenon known as cursed energy. This energy allows Y to channel pure power through his body and other objects as needed. Y possesses a vast amount of cursed energy thanks to Rika, who serves as a reservoir for his energy and quirks. Rika, available Rika was once known as the human Rika Orimoto and was cursed by Y after her death. Rika acts as an external source for Y's cursed energy, cursed tools, and quirks. She can partially or fully manifest to protect or assist Y. Her aggressive nature means she will confront anyone she perceives as a threat to Y's safety. Reverse curse technique, available by utilizing positive cursed energy, Y can heal minor and some major injuries with the reverse curse technique, which can now also heal quirk factors. By multiplying negative cursed energy against itself, he generates positive energy. Copy quirk, available while fully connected to Rika, Y can replicate quirks. This ability allows Y to copy and utilize quirks, described in his words as holding two of the same card. While connected to Rika, Y can use multiple quirks in quick succession. To copy a quirk, he must consume a body part and use a reverse curse technique on the original quirk user. A strong quirk requires consuming or healing a more vital part of the body to be fully copied. This condition can be bypassed with a binding vow, but it will limit the number of uses of the copied quirk. The effects of a copied quirk remain active even if Y switches to another quirk. Y's cursed energy output is directly linked to the quirks, meaning a weaker output results in a less effective quirk. However, this also allows Y to use stockpile-based quirks that require energy, as cursed energy can act as an accumulated resource. Copied quirks, erasure. Chapter end. Everything wasn't going to be okay. As an introvert, you felt the gazes of the other passengers on the train heading to school. You held your phone out, scrolling through a news page that wasn't even scrollable, with the front page featuring you with a small bandage on your cheek. You knew that U.A being attacked was a significant event, but you never expected to find yourself on the front pages. Labeled both a hero and an unknown person by various news sources, you were uncertain of the public's perception of you now. So, when everyone caught a glimpse of you getting off the train, you felt more anxious than ever. You gripped your red sword case tightly as you walked ahead, eager to reach school. You arrived at U.A without any issues, aside from Aizawa's usual tardiness scolding. Sitting at your desk, you wished to ignore the world outside and focus solely on your aspirations of becoming a hero, free from the chaos of media attention. Hey, sensei, you said? Today's class has a special announcement, Aizawa replied, nodding at you before addressing the class. U.A High is planning to start the U.A Sports Festival. Really? Class 1A exclaimed. The sports festival? You began. Don't tell me you've never heard of it. No, I have, you said. I'm just a little surprised. Aizawa-sensei. Minoru raised his hand. That I can't help but feel worried about this. We were just attacked by villains. And U.A still wants to continue the festival? I don't feel good about this. Mineta. Izuku said. The competition is too important to cancel, Mineta, Aizawa explained. The U.A Sports Festival generates more revenue than almost any sporting event, even surpassing the Olympics. A villain attack won't change that. I'm excited about this, Tajiro said. Yeah, can't wait. Toru added. Once the school day ended, Class 1A encountered an unexpected surprise. Katsuki opened the door and raised an eyebrow at the sight of Class 1B standing in the hallway, all wearing competitive expressions as they eyed their rivals. Take a picture, extras. Don't say that, Bakugo. Tenya protested. It isn't just Class 1B, you observed. We are here to declare war on Class 1A. You will all see our true power at the festival. All of you are annoying, Katsuki said, though he admitted they were blocking their way. You're all just stepping stones for my hero career. So move it, extras. Are you trying to provoke them? Achiko asked. Where is Okkotsu? Yeah, I want to see him for myself. You should focus on me instead. Katsuki grinned, but he was quickly silenced as a hand touched his shoulder, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the students. I'm here, you said calmly. Nobody dared to move or speak. Even Tetsutestu, usually the loudest from Class 1B, remained silent. Nito smirked as you walked past, the students parting to let you through. Not bad. Nito remarked. You remained silent until the festival 2 weeks later. You changed alongside the other boys from Class 1A and noticed the toned muscles of Ijiro and the others, making you self-conscious about your own physique. Don't feel bad, man. Ijiro encouraged. Yeah. Thanks, I guess, you replied. You totally had those other kids shaking in their boots? Denki exclaimed. We've got this for sure. We'll win this festival and claim the bragging rights for ourselves, got that? Yeah, the boys. We will not show mercy. Ijiro pumped his fist. Yeah, everyone shouted. Let's give it our all. Sato added. Yeah. Huh, you blinked? Looks like everyone's having fun, Izuku smiled. In the girls' locker room, they chatted away, feeling confident and ready, with little trace of nervousness or anxiety among them. For one reason or another, the topic switched to boys. You don't think Todoroki is attractive? Tourist. Yeah, really attractive, Kiyoka said, making a playful pun. Kyo likes Okkotsu-kun, that's why, Mina chimed in. There was a brief silence. Waff, Kiyoka said, her cheeks flushing. So it's true. Toru exclaimed. No, she's mistaken. Kiyoka protested. I'm always right, Mina said proudly. Are you guys dating? Momo asked. Why would that doesn't even? Kiyoka turned away. So you do like him? I do not. She likes quiet, shy boys. So you teased. Tsu. Kiyoka exclaimed loudly, blushing. Kiyoka couldn't even get a proper look at you, covering her face with her hand to avoid seeing your features. You were too focused on Midnight's entrance to notice, much to Kyoka's dismay, as Midnight was dressed quite provocatively. The crowd cheered for her as she showcased her hero costume. Midnight waved her flag to the audience, and they roared in excitement for the U.A Sports Festival to finally begin. You lowered your head to prepare yourself. What is she wearing? Ijiro asked. That's the R-rated hero for you. Denki replied. I'm surprised Aizawa-sensei is up there. You said, glancing at Kiyoka? Yeah. Kiyoka replied, her answer brief. Quiet everyone. Time for the student pledge. Midnight announced, waving her flag to the right. Everyone could see the handcuff on her wrist as she looked at you. Representing the students is Okkotsu, YN, from Class 1A. They picked me? You exclaimed, a bit anxious. What, Okkotsu? Izuku echoed in surprise. He did get first in the entrance exams, Sero noted. It had to be someone from the hero course. Right. Izuku muttered. It's obvious they don't like us, Sero added. In the crowd, many pro-heroes recognized you from a distance. As the star who saved Class 1A during the USJ incident, you attracted significant attention. Being the anxious person you were, you could feel the weight of their gazes. I want him, Mount Lady said. Not if I have something to say about it, Kemui Woods replied, crossing his arms as he focused on you. Besides, your hero agency isn't that impressive anyway. I'm going to take him. How dare you say that, Mount Lady chuckled. Hawks sat behind Kemui Woods and Mount Lady, a grin on his face as he observed you and fumigage among the crowd of students. Knowing the media, Okkotsu's popularity will skyrocket, Hawks remarked. All the agencies will want him even if he's just a first year. It'll be tough to get him to notice you. I can handle that easily, Mount Lady smirked. We'll see, Hawks said, sipping his soda. You stepped forward, almost tripping over the microphone as the crowd chuckled. You nervously took the microphone off the stand, a loud feedback causing you to cover your ears for a moment before you tapped it. Does this? You began, hearing your voice echo. I'm Okkotsu, YN, from Class 1. Thank you all for coming. And I hope W have a good festival and we all win. That was lame. Yeah, that Sekidi man. Sorry, you said, rubbing the back of your head. Now let's get started. Midnight said, patting your back as you returned to your spot. This first game is what you call a qualifier. For the very first event of this year's festival. A screen appeared behind Midnight, spinning through various events. You turned back once you got next to Kiyoka, who was now focused on the screen. It landed on the words, obstacle race, and the crowd erupted in cheers. What is this? All 11 classes will participate in this obstacle race, Midnight explained. The course will be the outer circumference of the stadium about 4 kilometers. It won't matter what you do as long as you're in the race. So anything is allowed? You thought immediately. Good. Katsuki grinned, eyeing you. All the students headed toward the red gate to their left. As the 3 green lights blinked, one turned off. You prepared to run as soon as the second light turned off. Your eyes widened as the final light turned off, and you channeled your energy into your legs. You bumped into a few shoulders but maintained your composure. Kiyoka was surprised by your speed, while the others focused on pushing through. Despite Tetsutetsu noticing you, you ducked under his arm as he tried to block your path. Daemen! Tetsu exclaimed. Looks like he won't be stopped so easily, Nito grinned, watching you sprint past him. Class 1B's goal is just to stop Okkotsu from reaching the finals. That'll get us more recognition than just winning the festival, so whoever takes him down. My stubborn father is watching. Shoto said, exhaling cold air as he raised his right arm, sending a massive pillar of ice soaring into the sky. That's so I'm going to need you to fall here, Okkotsu. You dodged Shoto's ice pillar and slid down to avoid it, giving him enough space to run past you. You frowned slightly, sprinting after him as fast as you could without using cursed energy, but then you turned to your left. You opened your eyes just in time to see a hand coming toward you. Katsuki wore a maniacal grin as he grabbed your head, making you gasp. You nearly tripped as he used his other hand to propel himself midair. Die! Katsuki yelled. You took the brunt of his explosion, and the crowd winced at the burn marks that appeared as you fell to the side. Katsuki took the lead, and Shoto ran past your fallen form, focusing on Katsuki instead. Is that how it is, Bakugo? To catch up, you concentrated your cursed energy, feeling your body enhance and become more agile. You surrounded yourself with cursed energy, which felt sharp and invigorating. You ran at incredible speeds, quickly closing the gap between you and the 2 boys. Shoto froze your right arm, but you dispelled the ice with your cursed energy. Distracted, you couldn't block Katsuki's explosion. Shoto aimed his right hand at Katsuki, and a cold breeze enveloped his arms, forcing Katsuki to explode the ice. Seizing the opportunity, you stomped the ground hard, spotting the next obstacle ahead. Katsuki and Shoto paused, noticing the large chasm before them, with only thin wires allowing passage. Your mind drifted back to the first Quirk exam Aizawa had set for you. From the stands, Aizawa grinned. Learning from Izuku, you dispelled enough cursed energy to blast the other two students behind you and leaped forward at frightening speeds. You landed on the other side, gasping for air. You didn't hesitate and kept running toward the next obstacle. You were alone for only a few moments before Katsuki caught up to you, with Shoto right behind him. A quick glance revealed a minefield ahead, the final challenge of this race. You paused for a moment, contemplating your next move when Katsuki arrived. "This won't affect me," Katsuki yelled. Shoto positioned himself to Katsuki's right, prompting Katsuki to use his left hand to try and blast him. With an angry shout, Katsuki fired and missed as Shoto leaned back to avoid it. You took the chance to punch Katsuki in the face, sending him stumbling forward. Katsuki landed on his back directly on a mine, and the explosion sent him rolling to the side with a groan. Growling, he charged at you, but you strategically moved so his explosion would hit Shoto instead. You held your palms down while gripping their gym uniforms at the stomach. Channeling cursed energy into your fists, you threw them both by crossing your arms forward, sending them directly onto two mines. Shoto used his ice to minimize the damage while Katsuki took the blast head-on. With two mines cleared, you rushed to take the lead. The crowd roared, but their cheers weren't for you. Katsuki managed to grab your gym legging, and your eyes widened at his determination. "Don't declare war on me and expect to get away with it, you show-off," Katsuki yelled as he pulled you to the ground, making you fall flat on your face while he held your head. Katsuki's explosion rang in your ears, but the effects were short-lived thanks to your reverse curse technique. You grabbed his collar with your right hand, pulling it upward. Twisting your arm to keep Katsuki at your side, you punched him in the face with your left arm, swinging hard to maximize the impact. Katsuki retaliated by slamming his left palm into your stomach, creating a hole in your uniform. You turned to see Shoto had bolted ahead, evading the mines with ease as he focused on reaching the finish line. To your right, you spotted many familiar faces ready to tackle the mines. "I'm going to win this thing," Eijiro yelled. "It will be me," Tetsu shouted back. Students from all classes created chaos. You and Katsuki set aside your brief rivalry to push ahead. You both navigated the mines skillfully, and for a moment, you managed to pass Katsuki. A powerful explosion erupted behind you, prompting you to turn and see who it was. "Midoriya," you thought. You didn't waste time as Izuku grunted after falling again, having gained some distance. You pushed past classmates, reluctantly, and noticed Kiyoka doing her best to avoid the mines, only to step on one. "Jiro," you yelled, rushing to her aid as she cried out from the explosion and fell to her side. "Jiro, are you okay?" "Leave me, dude," Kiyoka said, pointing ahead as Shoto and Katsuki continued their battle. "This isn't the entrance exam. Rescue points don't count here, so just go for first place." "All right, I will," you nodded, but that didn't stop you from quickly tending to Kiyoka's minor injuries as she gasped in surprise at how fast they healed. Taking inspiration from Izuku, you slammed your foot onto the next mine. Wincing from the pain, you used the momentum to propel yourself forward. You still needed to catch up with Katsuki and Shoto, but they both turned to see you. "Back again," Katsuki yelled, annoyed. "I'm taking you down," Shoto said. But none of you were prepared for what happened next. You all turned to see Izuku with a determined expression as he propelled himself with a mechanical plate. In that moment, a sense of defeat washed over you. "He's going to win," you thought immediately. Izuku surged ahead, shocking everyone, and Katsuki angrily yelled as he pushed forward with his explosions. Shoto created a path of ice, providing an advantage to everyone else. You used the icy path to slide smoothly, but you were still in fourth place. You dug your nails into the ground, grabbing a landmine manually. Focusing your energy, you aimed and successfully landed it perfectly on Katsuki's back. The damage was enough to send Katsuki to the ground, but he wasn't finished yet. With a burst of energy, he created an explosion to avoid crashing. "You are not getting ahead of me." Katsuki and Shoto quickly caught up to Izuku's trajectory. Izuku executed a front flip, landing on their backs for a moment. You gasped as Izuku slammed the robot plate into the ground ahead of them. Izuku positioned himself on the plate for protection. The impact triggered multiple mines at once, sending a shockwave that propelled both Shoto and Katsuki away, while you shielded your arms. Coughing, you moved to follow Izuku, eager to gain an advantage. "Delaware." You could hear Izuku grunt as he turned to face you, using his momentum to launch himself forward. You concentrated your energy to protect yourself as Izuku unleashed a powerful blast that knocked you onto your back. "Smash!" Izuku shouted, the force causing him to stumble. Despite falling to his side, Izuku quickly got back up, having outsmarted the three of you, and continued to push ahead. You scrambled to your feet and dashed toward the tunnel, skillfully avoiding more landmines. Izuku was aware of your presence right behind him, and you focused your energy to keep up the pace. Izuku kept running, nearly overwhelmed by the effort to outpace you. Even though he was the faster runner, you managed to push ahead, but Izuku crossed the finish line first, and both of you collapsed to the ground. "Izuku Midoriya is our champion." Present Mike announced loudly into the microphone as the crowd erupted in cheers, while Aizawa covered his ears from the noise. "You won," you said, gasping for breath. "I honestly thought you had it for a moment," Izuku chuckled as Katsuki angrily crossed the finish line and bent over, hands on his knees. "I didn't know how to stop you properly." "Darn it!" Katsuki shouted. Shoto arrived soon after. You extended a hand to help Izuku up. You smiled as Izuku looked at you with wide eyes. "Stand proud, Midoriya. You are strong." End of chapter. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Let's take a look at the results. Midnight announced, holding the microphone as the results appeared on the screen. "Jiro-chan!" exclaimed, thrilled that she made it, but she seemed a bit annoyed as you approached her while the top 42 students were displayed. "I told you to leave me and aim for first." "Sorry I couldn't." You replied. "Yeah, you would have been first if you hadn't gone back to help me." Kiyoka scolded. "The top 42 make it to the next round," Midnight said, waving her flag as you both turned to her. "Don't worry if you didn't make it, there will be other opportunities for you to shine. But now the real competition begins." Midnight continued as the screen spun for the next event. "The press cavalry will be all over it. Of course, I already know what the next event will be." The screen stopped. "A cavalry battle?" Denki asked. "I wonder how it'll work." Tsuyu pondered. "Cavalry battle?" Minoru cheered. "Let me explain," Midnight said, turning toward the screen. "Participants can form teams of 2 to 4 if they wish. Based on the results of the last game, you'll be assigned headbands with different values. Like the entrance exams, you noted. "Exactly," Kiyoka agreed. A table displaying assigned points appeared, counting from 5 points all the way up to first place. You looked from the bottom up, gasping as you noticed Izuku's score much later, prompting Kiyoka to bump your shoulder. 10 million? Izuku thought. 10 million, huh? Hitoshi grinned. "Good thing I didn't finish first," you said nervously, glancing at Izuku from a distance as Kiyoka crossed her arms, looking away from you, anticipating some sort of comment. "Yeah," Kiyoka admitted. For Izuku, it felt like he was the most wanted person on the planet. Everyone's eyes were on him, and he was sweating, feeling the pressure. You glanced at your own score, 205 points. You wanted to ignore the attention, but it was hard to overlook the gazes from Class 1B, thanks to Nito. Most of them had already decided that you would be taken down no matter what. With Kiyoka's added value, you took the headband that combined both of your scores. "Hey, I never said I wanted to be with you." "You never had to," you smiled, interrupting her as Kiyoka blushed, tilting your head innocently. "I could see it all over your face that you wanted to be with me." "What does that even mean?" "Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out," Midnight continued. "And try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up. The more you steal, the harder it is to manage them. So we can't steal too many at once, you said? Right? Kiyoka nodded. Even if your own headband gets stolen, or if your own team falls, you are not out. Midnight explained. That means... Momo murmured. One strategy could be to let a team take your points so you can be more free, Mina suggested. Hard to say with the points split up, so you added. During the game, it'll be a fierce battle where you can use your quirks, Midnight said. But remember, it is still a cavalry battle. You'll receive a red card for attacks that intentionally try to make people fall. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. 15 minutes to build a team. Izuku said, immediately eyeing you as you chatted with Kiyoka. Points don't matter to me, but I definitely want Okkotsu-kun on my side. Hey, we should find people from our own class, Kiyoka whispered. I'd suggest we try to recruit some heavy hitters like Todoroki or Bakugo. I'm recruiting Shinsou, you said. What? Jiro-chan, find the last member, you said. Trust me when I say I want Shinsou on my team. I'd recommend you find someone with a quirk that has long-range abilities. Okay, I'll go, Kiyoka said, trusting your judgment. He's coming this way, Hitoshi thought, looking toward you. If he asks for me, I have no choice but to accept. Okkotsu is a guaranteed ticket to the next round. Hitoshi almost clenched his fist. But I can feel that I cannot control this man with brainwash, Hitoshi thought, as if he could sense your consciousness and almost feel Rika's presence. YN. I know Rika, you whispered. YN. Shinsou-kun. You extended your hand. Okkotsu. Shinsou shook your hand. Kiyoka ended up recruiting Ibara as the final member. Deciding to make Shinsou the leader of the group, the rest of you ensured to support him. Shinsou focused on Izuku for a moment, then began to assess the others to formulate a plan. You noticed Izuku finally assembled his team after a few minutes, and you all discussed strategies together. Ibara didn't contribute much to the conversation, but you sensed her quirk would be useful in an emergency. Tetsu, you know what to do, Nito instructed. Yeah, of course, Tetsu replied. 3. Present Mike began to count down. I'm going to win this, Katsuki declared, cracking his knuckles as he revealed his own team, which included Mina, Ijiro, and Hanta. We're aiming for that nerd, got it? Yeah. Ijiro grinned. Contrary to your initial belief, most of the Class 1B teams rushed toward yours all at once. With the other points considered, you deduced you would still remain in the top 4. Nito chuckled as his team pursued you, and Tetsu's team followed suit. You felt a quirk suddenly soften the ground beneath you, causing your team to struggle to regain their footing. Ibara quickly used her vines and her hair to grasp your and Kiyoka's arms, pulling you both out with surprising ease. You treated Kiyoka's injuries with care, but ignored your own, choosing not to expend energy on yourself. You wanted to provoke Hitoshi into activating his quirk. However, Hitoshi wasn't willing to do so just yet. Got you! Nito shouted, approaching your team from behind and grabbing you, only to find himself immobilized. What? Having trouble, Monoma? Hitoshi grinned. You can shut up, General Studies. That proved to be the activation for Hitoshi's quirk, and Nito stopped moving instantly. You quickly realized what his quirk could do. Ibara used her vines as a defensive barrier, forcing Tetsu to try and punch through them with his quirk. So tough. Tetsu remarked about his classmate as Hitoshi pointed to another team, prompting everyone to decide to go after some headbands of their own. That guy. Nito chuckled as Hitoshi released control of him after a few meters. No wonder Okkotsu teamed up with him. That brainwashing quirk is incredibly useful. What do we do now? Tetsu asked. I'm going after the rowdy one, Nito replied. On the other end of the arena, Izuku's team struggled to break free from Juzo's softening. He ended up using maze devices to propel his team into the air. Nito arrived, a small grin on his face. There, you said? Yeah. Kiyoka yelled. From mid-range, Kiyoka laughed as her earphone jacks aimed at Izuku's group, but Dark Shadow ended up deflecting her quirk. Kiyoka grunted as Fumikage glanced toward your team, a subtle frown on his face. Okkotsu's team. Fumikage said. Nice job, Tokoyami-kun. Izuku exclaimed. You did choose me, Midoriya, Fumikage replied. Having stood as a spectator, Toru found herself looking straight ahead, gasping as she searched for anyone who had just stolen her headband. Nito had sneakily snatched it and was spinning it on his finger. One down, Nito grinned. Once they landed, Izuku saw Mizo rushing at them with his quirk covering his back. Wondering how he was allowed to be alone, Izuku looked down to see Minoru's ball holding Achiko's foot in place, making her grunt as she tried to break free. In that moment of distraction, Tsuyu launched her tongue to try and snatch Izuku's headband but barely missed as Izuku leaned back just in time. You watched as Izuku's team avoided Tsuyu's tongue and Minoru's grape ball simultaneously, then focused back on Katsuki's team. I'm getting payback for before, womanizer. Give it your best shot. You smiled. Kiyoka noticed this change in your demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle at your boldness. Even though she knew you'd revert to your shy self after the festival, she was glad to see this new side of you. Why do you call him that? Mina asked. Shut up. Katsuki yelled. To your shock, Nito appeared and snatched Katsuki's headband. Katsuki turned angrily toward the Class 1B student, who wore a smug smirk. Katsuki aimed his palm at Nito, who swatted it away with calmness. Turning back around, Katsuki found himself caught off guard by his own quirk. You were stunned to see him completely fooled. Katsuki didn't waver, aiming a right hook to disorient Nito, landing a successful hit. Katsuki grunted as Nito revealed he had touched Ijiro with his left hand, hardening his right to minimize the impact of the blast. Nito chuckled as Katsuki only grew angrier. Still, both turned to see Hitoshi's team getting closer. What's the plan? Hitoshi asked. Trying to come get me yourself? Nito grinned. Nito was distracted by your presence as Katsuki leaped and snatched the headband back. Before Nito could react, Katsuki blasted his face. Still, Nito hardened his face and grasped onto Katsuki's headband. Both struggled for dominance, but Katsuki proved to be physically superior. You stunned everyone on the field by leaping toward them and snatching the headband from above. You moved in a sideways angle, and Katsuki looked up in shock as you took the headband with finesse. Shiozaki, you yelled, but she was quick to hold you with her vines, slightly cutting you as the team rushed around both teams to get to you, Kiyoka giving you a small grin. Jiro, how many points? You asked. We are in the lead, Kiyoka answered. Just a few more minutes to go, and we'll win this. All right. You wiped your lips with your arm. I will be taking that now. Shoto confronted Izuku's team directly. Achiko maintained a steady gaze at Shoto's team, while Izuku felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead at the sight of Shoto ahead of him. Noticing his injured finger, Izuku contemplated whether he should expend another resource to face Shoto. We're halfway through, Izuku noted, glancing at the ticking clock. We cannot stop moving, even if it is Todoroki we are facing. Ida, forward. Shoto commanded. Right. Ida responded. Yayorozu, conduct electricity, Shoto ordered. Understood. Kaminari. I know what to do. Denki declared confidently. It's not just one group coming for us. Izuku exclaimed, scanning the area and spotting at least 5 different teams, with Shoto's team right in the middle. 1.3 million volts. Denki shouted as Shoto shielded himself with a protective fabric that Momo had created in that instant, using another device to distribute the electricity. Dark Shadow took the brunt of the attack for Izuku's team while Izuku raised his arms in defense. The other teams recoiled at the powerful discharge, while Shoto and his teammates waited patiently for the attack to subside. Less than 6 minutes left, Shoto remarked. Using a spear-like device, Shoto created ice on the floor without directly touching it. The ice was sufficient to freeze the other teams in place, leaving them struggling to break free as Ida sped toward Izuku's team. In a moment of urgency, Shoto snatched Itsuka's headband from the teams just a few feet ahead of them. He wrapped the headbands around his neck, but suddenly felt them slip past his forehead and turned around. You, having withstood the earlier electricity, revealed that your team was completely unharmed. Having channeled a large amount of positive energy, none of your squad had sustained any injuries. To the others, Denki's electricity felt like a mere tickle. You had taken the attack head-on to protect your teammates. Grabbing Shoto's headband effortlessly, your body radiated warmth as your faint white technique began to restore it. Shoto was momentarily stunned but decided to leave you be. Your team quickly backed off as Ibra noticed you were quite injured. Placing a comforting hand on you, she offered a silent prayer. You thanked her, which made Kiyoka look away in jealousy, muttering to herself. "We are still in the lead," Hitoshi said. On the other side of the arena, Dark Shadow extended its arm to grab Shoto's headband. However, it was halted by a quick creation from Momo. Shoto raised his arm defensively but began to concentrate. Dark Shadow retreated as Fumikage and Momo exchanged quick glances. Izuku frowned slightly as Shoto raised his head. Both teams stood alone, facing each other without any distractions. Yaoyorozu's creation is too hard to deal with. Fumikage exclaimed. No. Kaminari is worse, Fumikage countered. Dark Shadow would have been overwhelmed earlier if it had been sunlight. I'm leaving this to you, Midoriya. I see. Kaminari's lightning. Izuku replied. Kaminari can still discharge electricity, so a direct attack will be challenging for us, Fumikage warned. Dark Shadow will become timid if we don't handle him quickly. Does anyone know about this? Izuku asked. No. I only told Koda. We'll use that to our advantage, Izuku said. Mei halted the team when she noticed her foot nearly stepping out of bounds. Izuku looked back to see there was nowhere to escape. He then saw Shoto's team advancing, but his focus remained unwavering. Minutes passed, and you spotted the massive circular wall of ice. You deduced that Shoto had created it to corner Izuku's team. While other teams battled, you remained still. Hitoshi glanced at the time, and your team stood ready. We'll be fine for now, Hitoshi reassured. YN. Kiyoka whispered gently. Kiyoka? You turned to her. Kiyoka glanced at the wall of ice beside you, and you understood her unspoken request. Nodding, you noticed Ibara and Hitoshi had caught on to your plan as well. Give it your best shot, Hitoshi encouraged. You nodded, holding your fist out as you mentally prepared yourself. The wall of ice was thick and sturdy. You had only one attack capable of breaking through, and you had used it only once before. Gathering your strength, you prepared to strike. With a thunderous punch, your attack collided with the ice. The black sparks were enough to shatter a portion of the wall, sending ice shards flying as Team Shoto and Izuku shielded themselves from the onslaught. Black flash. You declared, fist clenched. He broke through. Shoto thought, astonished. You looked up at Shoto's team, vines rushing toward them as Ibra activated her quirk to restrain them. Ibra focused, palms together, but Shoto's team evaded the vines thanks to Ida's speed. I'm only going to be able to use this once, and we only have a minute left, Tenya said, concentrating on Izuku. I'm counting on you guys. Get ready, Todoroki-kun. Ida revved his engines to full capacity. His engines flared blue as his quirk heated his legs intensely. The speed propelled him toward Izuku, who couldn't react in time. Reciproburst! Tenya shouted. Shoto snatched the 10 million headband from Izuku, causing Izuku to gasp in shock. You were taken aback by the sheer output of Ida's quirk, feeling motivated to reclaim the headband. What was that? Shoto asked, bewildered. I forced the torque and rotations to increase. Tenya explained, catching his breath. I created an explosive power. With the recoil, my engine stalls after a while. I told you I would challenge you, Midoriya. Tenya said proudly, grinning, but everyone was stunned when your team appeared right in front of them. We're getting those points back. Izuku declared. What about Kaminari? Fumikage asked. It won't matter. We should focus on getting other points. We don't know how they are distributed now. Izuku insisted. We have to get that headband back now or we lose. We have 0 points. I'll help. Achiko said firmly. You glanced at the chart and saw that Team Katsuki had seized 3rd place, significantly dropping Team Nito. With Todoroki in 1st, you found yourself facing 3rd place. You knew this final minute would be risky. You understood that whoever snatched the 10 million headband would secure victory, and you decided to risk it all to claim the headband. You looked to see the fourth-place team. Team Tetsutetsu was right behind with a few points to spare. What do we do? Kiyoka asked. We go after Todoroki, Hitoshi said. Yeah, we'll win this if we do, you replied. Izuku raised his arm, trying to reach Shoto himself. Both teams faced off, and Shoto prepared his flames instinctively. You watched from a distance, stunned, as Izuku used one for all to swipe at Shoto's arm, dispersing the fire. What am I doing? Shoto murmured, glancing at his flames. This one. Izuku yelled as he snatched the first headband above, believing it to be the 10 million point headband. You quickly checked the charts to confirm. You saw Team Izuku's points increase by 70, and Mei was the first to point it out. Izuku gasped, realizing he had grabbed the 70-point headband instead of the real 10 million point headband from Shoto. Then, you noticed Team Katsuki entering the hole you had made in the ice earlier. Katsuki zoomed toward Izuku but quickly realized he didn't have the 10 million point headband. There, huh? Katsuki saw Izuku reaching toward Shoto's team, where Dark Shadow was countered by Denki's electricity. With only a few seconds left, you told Ibra to grab you with her vines, and she did. Ibra's vines coiled around you, launching you into the air. You used the momentum to aim for Shoto's team while entering Katsuki's trajectory. Katsuki noticed this, his palm raised as if to strike you. You! Katsuki exclaimed, looking at you. I'm going after this as well, you declared. But time was up. Katsuki fell face first, and you tumbled to the side, narrowly missing Shoto's team. You hit your head hard but quickly got back up. Using your reverse curse technique, you felt a significant change in your output. What is this? You wondered, holding your hands out. Bending your wrists, you formed soft fists, feeling your violet aura smooth out compared to its previous roughness. You took a calming breath as Kiyoka rushed to your side, but upon seeing you were unscathed, she focused on you. Hey, are you good? Kiyoka asked. Oh hey, sorry, you replied. The crowd roared as the second round concluded, everyone getting off each other. Izuku clenched his fists, disappointed as he looked down. Katsuki was frustrated that he hadn't secured the 10 million point headband for himself. First place, Team Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Even though we won, it felt like skating on thin ice. Momo sighed. Denki gave everyone a goofy thumbs up. Second place, Team Bakugo. We were so close. Mina sighed. Second place isn't so bad, Hanta grinned. Is that what Bakugo feels? Ajiro asked. Katsuki yelled angrily at himself. Third place, Team Okkotsu. Yeah, we did it. Kiyoka exclaimed, wrapping a hand around you, causing you to yelp nervously from the sudden interaction. Hey, you said. Fourth place, Team Midoriya. What? Izuku exclaimed. I took the one on his head where his guard was the weakest. Fumikage said, holding a headband that had enough points to elevate them to fourth place. Midoriya, this was thanks to that opening you made earlier. Izuku let out a loud cry, comically shedding tears that showered the arena. Dark Shadow hid behind Fumikage, who began to regret joining Izuku's team. Achiko comforted Dark Shadow with a nervous chuckle, while Mei adjusted her gadgets. I won't use this to attack. Shoto thought, eyeing his left palm. I decided that long before the festival, but I was overwhelmed by Midoriya's power that I'll just be doing what he wants. These will be the 4 teams that advance to the final round. We'll take an hour break before heading into afternoon activities. Present Mike exclaimed into his microphone. Midoriya, congrats on making it, you said. Oh yeah, congrats to you too, Izuku replied. I'll be heading off now, you said, as Kiyoka dragged you off to a nearby convention store outside the stadium. See you in the final round, Midoriya. Truth be told, I wanted to battle against you out of everyone. Izuku thought, remembering your face at the USJ, battling the Nomu. That because you had so much power back then. And that I can tell you're holding back. End of chapter. The last round is a tournament where we fight one-on-one. You said, glancing up at the large screen displaying question marks where the student names would appear. We will draw lots to decide the bracket, Midnight smiled. The 16 students can choose whether to participate in the recreational games. I'm sure some of you will want to conserve your energy. I hope I get an easy opponent, Kiyoka said. Yeah, you replied, nodding in agreement. Here are the results. You were surprised to see that your first opponent was Eijiro himself. Eijiro felt his arms tremble but steeled himself to calm his nerves. He chuckled and glanced at you while Mina beamed at the thought of facing Kiyoka. The strongest right off the bat. Eijiro exclaimed. Ashido? Kiyoka began. We'll have a great match. Mina said enthusiastically. Shinsou-kun? Izuku observed his match. Due to the random draw, your match with Eijiro was set as the 5th fight of the tournament. As you made your way back to the boys' locker room, you contemplated strategies to defeat Eijiro. An hour passed, and you finalized your plan. You sat with the rest of Class 1A in the stands, ready to cheer for Izuku in his fight against Hitoshi. Both fighters stepped into the ring, the flames illuminating their features. Izuku felt determined to take down Hitoshi, but that determination faltered when Midnight raised and lowered her flag. Begin. Okkotsu didn't believe in his team winning, Hitoshi said, referring to how you had leaped for the 10 million headband at the last moment. He went for the headband without hesitation. What? Why is he? Izuku thought. And even though we had enough points to qualify, he wasn't confident in our victory. He left us vulnerable in the process, Hitoshi finished. That guy is an idiot. Right, Midoriya? He's trying to provoke him, you thought, gasping as you saw Izuku clenching his fists in anger. You stood from your seat, cupping your hands. Midoriya, don't. What did you just say about? Izuku yelled, but his voice faltered, and the color drained from his eyes as he began to walk away, Hitoshi smiling, having successfully used his quirk. He fell for it, you exclaimed. Turn around and walk out of bounds, Hitoshi commanded, and Izuku had no choice but to obey, fully turning around. You're lucky that you've been blessed, Izuku Midoriya. What is he doing? Achiko exclaimed, pumping her fists in confusion and frustration as Izuku continued walking with a blank expression. If he goes out of bounds? Tenya muttered. He loses, you finished. My body is moving on its own. Izuku thought, unable to do anything but think. But I haven't lost yet. I have to do something. Young Midoriya. Yagi gripped the side of the wall, watching as his precious student walked in his direction. You can't come here. Snap out of it. Izuku felt a rush of light pulling his blank gaze toward the tunnel where Yagi stood. He saw silhouettes, each radiating a colorful glow. An unknown light emerged from the stands as well, and Izuku experienced a sudden revelation. What is this? Izuku thought. One for all surged through his fingers, snapping them against the floor. The shock was enough to break Izuku free from Hitoshi's quirk, and everyone gasped as shockwaves rippled through the arena. Izuku gasped for air, narrowly avoiding the out-of-bounds area. Turning around with newfound determination, he locked eyes with Hitoshi, who was momentarily speechless, just like everyone else. You gasped as Class 1A erupted in cheers for Izuku. I'm so glad. Achiko said. He did it. Tenya shouted. What was that just now, you thought, holding out your trembling hand before clenching it into a fist to suppress your nerves and cheer for Izuku. Nice job, Midoriya. That's incredible. Mashireo said. Why? Hitoshi asked, gritting his teeth. You shouldn't have been able to move at all. What did you do? I discharged my fingers. But I didn't move them. Izuku thought, covering his mouth to keep from speaking. My mind felt so clear in that moment. Because of those people? Did one for all just save me? Izuku glanced at his injured fingers. All the people who have cultivated this power appeared before me. How is this even possible? What did you do? Hitoshi yelled. You can generate that much power from just your fingertips? Hitoshi asked. From the start, I've always been behind everyone else. Someone blessed like you can't understand, right? He's trying again, you thought? I do understand. Izuku thought to himself, clenching his fingers as he charged toward Hitoshi to attack head-on. But it's true, I have been blessed. Izuku grabbed Hitoshi's shoulder. That I've been blessed by others, that's why. Izuku began to push Hitoshi. Say something. Hitoshi yelled, delivering a powerful punch to Izuku's face. Izuku stood firm and continued to push. Hitoshi used the momentum to spin Izuku around. Izuku slammed his foot down just in time. Hitoshi grabbed Izuku's collar. In response, Izuku seized Hitoshi's arm. Hoisting Hitoshi over his shoulder, Izuku gritted his teeth before slamming him onto the ground. The crowd was left stunned as Izuku achieved his goal. Hitoshi was now out of bounds, and Izuku had won the fight. Yes, you said? Yes. The crowd roared in celebration of Izuku's victory. You felt elated for him, but you couldn't help but notice Shoto was already preparing for his match against Hanta. Hanta also stood up, grinning, while Shoto appeared annoyed. Minutes later, Shoto and Hanta faced each other, the flames illuminating the scene once more. Present Mike proudly introduced both students, and Hanta stretched his arms, eagerly awaiting Midnight's signal. Begin! Sorry, Todoroki. Hanta shouted as he quickly wrapped his tape around Shoto and began to pull him to the side. I'm going to throw you out of bounds now. Sorry. What? Nobody expected Todoroki's right hand to slip free from Hanta's tape. Hanta gasped as Todoroki swiped his hand toward him. The ice he conjured was overwhelming, extending out of the arena as the crowd stood in shock. You couldn't believe the amount of ice before you, as Class 1A started to shiver from the cold breeze. You felt a twinge of worry as you rose from your seat, noticing Shoto already placing his left hand on the ice, heating it. I went overboard, Shoto said. Todoroki-kun, you thought. Kiyoka had tried her best to teach you how to cheer properly. It felt like a curse, though, because the one time you cheered confidently during Denki's fight, he was eliminated by Ibara almost immediately. You looked a bit out of place as you settled back into your seat. Mei performed admirably against Tenya, but he managed to conclude their match in just a few minutes by pushing her out of bounds. Next up was your fight against Ijiro, a match many in the crowd had eagerly anticipated. They had to wait a bit longer thanks to Todoroki. After about 20 minutes, you finally made your way to the stage. The crowd roared as you stepped into the ring, and Ijiro waved to them while you shielded your eyes from the bright sunlight. So, who do you think will win? Mina asked. I think Okkotsu-kun will take it easily, Minoru replied. I agree, Achiko chimed in. We can't be too sure about that. Izuku said, drawing the class's attention, except for Katsuki, who kept his gaze fixed on you. Okkotsu is primarily a swordsman. His quirk might have the upper hand against Kirishima's, but this will be a battle of endurance. Izuku continued, muttering quickly. And Kirishima will likely last longer. He's doing it again. Mina remarked. Yeah. Toru added. Ijiro slammed his fist into his palm, and you tilted your head forward, shifting your body to the side. You could almost feel the pebbles crunching beneath your feet as Ijiro flashed his signature grin at you. Begin. You took the initiative right from the start, launching yourself off the ground with your right foot while your left knee came close to your stomach. In an instant, you were right in front of him, your right fist tucked by your side and surrounded by violet energy. You landed a solid punch to Ijiro's stomach, catching him off guard. He felt a momentary daze but quickly regained his focus, avoiding the worst of it. In an attempt to restrain you, Ijiro hardened his grip and grabbed your arm. You winced as his hardened fingers pressed into your arm, causing a sting. You tried to pull away, but his hold was too strong. In retaliation, you threw a punch to his face with your left hand. Ijiro still held on despite the impact. He stumbled slightly, and you seized the opportunity to jump back as he kicked out blindly. Glancing at your arm, you quickly used a reverse curse technique to restore yourself. I know you can heal, so I won't hold back. Ijiro declared, getting back to his feet and fully hardening his arms and legs. I won't let you do that again. You extended your index finger and thumb, keeping the other 3 fingers curled on your palm. Ijiro's eyes widened as he noticed the orb of pure cursed energy forming at your fingertip, illuminating the entire arena as you focused it toward him. When the orb made contact, Ijiro was sent flying out of bounds, the force of the blast causing the sky to seem to split. The crowd shielded their faces from the gust of wind. You took a moment to see Ijiro on the grass, his body curled up as he lay unconscious from the impact. Walking to the edge of the arena, you observed that while he was hissing from the blast, his body appeared mostly unharmed. The crowd erupted in cheers as you sighed in relief, glad you hadn't gone overboard like Shoto but had still managed to impress them. Okkotsu, YN, is the winner. Kiyoka was nervous. Despite her anxiety, she felt somewhat ready to take on Mina. She gripped her fists, shaking off her nerves as she faced Mina, who stretched her arms in preparation. Kiyoka readied herself, her earphone jacks twirling in front of her. Present Mike proudly introduced the two students to the roaring crowd. You bit your lip, worried about Kiyoka's chances since her quirk was limited in close combat without any equipment. In a surprising turn, Kiyoka rushed at Mina right away. Mina yelled as she tossed her acid, but Kiyoka slid on her back to avoid it. The acid was intentionally mild, only hissing softly against the ground. Mina didn't want to hurt her teammate, so she ensured her acid was not strong enough to cause serious harm. However, her competitive spirit was evident. When Mina attempted to punch Kiyoka with an acid-covered fist, she was taken aback to see Kiyoka kneeling and delivering a powerful kick to her chin. Kiyoka had her hands on the floor, her left foot grounded while her right foot connected with Mina. Mina stumbled back, a bruise forming on her chin as she winced. Kiyoka seized the moment, getting back on her feet and landing a punch on Mina's cheek. Realizing that Kiyoka was fully committed, Mina knelt and hurled acid toward Kiyoka's face. Kiyoka cried out from the sting as the acid made contact. You stood, anxious for her safety. Mina capitalized on the moment and punched Kiyoka in the gut. Kiyoka groaned but gripped Mina's arm tightly. Mina retaliated by releasing a small amount of acid from her hand, but Kiyoka held on, enduring the discomfort. To everyone's surprise, Kiyoka leapt and wrapped her arms around Mina's torso. Mina's eyes widened, and she quickly released a stronger burst of acid, causing Kiyoka to momentarily reconsider her approach. Yet, Kiyoka remained determined and plunged her jacks into Mina's ears, making her gasp. The intensity of the acid caused Kiyoka's heart to race. The impact was enough to leave Mina in a dazed state while standing. The crowd gasped, eagerly anticipating who would fall first. You were unsure of the outcome. Kiyoka had sustained injuries, but Mina was unconscious. Suddenly, Kiyoka's grip loosened, and she fell sideways to the ground. As that happened, her jacks stopped working, and Mina's eyes snapped open. Mina blinked before looking at Kiyoka, and Present Mike announced the winner of the match. Concern washed over Mina's face for Kiyoka's well-being, and you shared her worry. Midnight rushed over to assess the situation. Ashido, please step aside. Midnight instructed. I didn't mean to hurt her. Mina exclaimed, panic in her voice. Midnight gasped at the sight of Kiyoka's injuries. The effects of the acid were severe, leaving Kiyoka's face marked and her body in pain, even while unconscious. Recovery Girl and a team of medical staff hurried to take Kiyoka away. Midnight stepped aside as you all followed. The crowd applauded Kiyoka out of respect as you quickly made your way to the emergency room. Upon entering, you found Recovery Girl inside. Aware of your regenerative abilities, she stepped back as you approached Kiyoka's bedside, holding your palm out toward her. It wasn't fair, not fair at all. You could hear Rika mumbling about Kiyoka in your head, and after doing what you could for her injuries, you let go. Recovery Girl left the room to handle the necessary paperwork for Kiyoka's stay. That it's always you, always you. Rika emerged, ready to grab Kiyoka. What are you doing, Rika? You asked. Rika turned to you, worry etched on her face. Handle her with care. Like a butterfly or a flower. You said, your expression stern as you widened your eyes, gripping Kiyoka's bedsheets tightly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Don't be mad. Rika sobbed. I'm not mad, Rika. You reassured her, offering a soft smile as she cried behind you. I feel so much more motivated after seeing that fight, and now. I really want to win this. Rika glanced at Kiyoka one last time before leaving. Kiyoka! Mina burst into the room. I healed her, so it's okay, you said? I lost control. Mina whimpered, wiping her tears away. I tried so hard not to hurt her, but when she did that move, my body didn't respond, and my acid. She isn't badly hurt, you said, giving Mina a reassuring smile. You did a great job out there, Ashido-san. Don't blame yourself, okay? Kiyoka wouldn't want that. Oh, that's right, Mina replied. We should head back and let her rest, you suggested. Yeah, Mina nodded. As you were about to leave, you heard a faint murmur. You turned to see Kiyoka slowly opening her eyes to look at you. Relief washed over you when you saw her smile again. YN. How did I do? Kiyoka asked. You did amazing, you replied. Did I? Yeah. You did everything you could, and that's enough. Hey. What is it? Win, Kiyoka said, her smile unwavering. I know you don't like the attention from the media or the hero agencies because you're shy. I don't know how you'll avoid it, but please go and win the festival for me. You paused for a moment, taking in her words. I'll be the one who wins, you smiled. You nodded at her before walking toward the door. Kiyoka's eyes followed your every step, but once you left, she began to tremble in fear. She covered her mouth, nearly crying as she gripped her bedsheets tighter. What was that monster? You returned just in time for the Katsuki and Achiko fight, taking your seat and watching in awe at Achiko's determination against one of the strongest in the class. You glanced at Izuku, who looked more worried than ever. Hey, round face, Katsuki said, his expression fierce as he addressed Achiko. You're the girl that makes things float, right? Round? Achiko stammered, feeling her throat tighten. If you're going to withdraw, do it now, Katsuki warned, serious as he prepared for the fight. You won't get out of this with just an ouch. Midoriya, Tenya said, turning to Izuku. What strategy were you going to suggest for Uraraka against Bakugo? It wasn't much, Izuku replied. Kaken is strong. In a real close combat situation, he had almost no openings, and the more he moved, the more he sweated, enhancing his explosion quirk. Bakugo is a strong fighter, you said. He can maneuver in the air with his explosions and has a lot of destructive capabilities. But if Uraraka touches Bakugo and makes him float, she can win, Tenya added. Withdrawing is not my choice. Achiko yelled as the crowd roared at her tenacity, rushing Katsuki head-on at full speed while he braced himself with his right hand. There it is. It's that move again. I just need to dodge this. Expecting a straightforward explosion, Achiko was caught off guard when Katsuki swiped his hand. You gasped as the explosion seemed to engulf her, smoke hissing in the arena. Izuku and Tenya shouted her name in unison as the smoke cleared. Bakugo really has no mercy. Tsuyu remarked. I'll take care of you, Katsuki said, his left arm poised for any incoming surprise attacks. You didn't leave round face, so you will lose. But don't underestimate me. Katsuki swiped his hand again toward the movement in the smoke, but he slammed his hand down to the ground, discovering it was merely Achiko's gym uniform. Surprised, Katsuki let out a noise as Achiko appeared behind him. Still, Katsuki turned with a swift motion and sent Achiko flying. She let out a cry as she soared to the other side of the arena, rolling over but quickly regaining her footing, already plotting her next move. He saw her, you said? With that sort of reaction time, it really didn't matter if there was a smokescreen. Denki said, nervous about Katsuki's raw skill. If Uraraka can't make him float without contact, she is at a severe disadvantage. Katsuki swiped his arm in front of him to clear the smoke. Achiko charged again, but Katsuki blasted in front of him. The explosion made Achiko gasp, and she found herself overwhelmed time and time again. Not yet. Achiko yelled. But you could feel your nerves getting the better of you. You knew she couldn't win with explosion after explosion. Achiko tried to create an opening, but she just couldn't reach Katsuki. He kept blasting her away at every opportunity. The crowd began to grow restless, some unable to watch this one-sided fight. You looked down nervously to see many pro-heroes protesting Katsuki's ruthlessness. Despite having warned her earlier, Katsuki continued his relentless assault, which only infuriated the crowd. Just hurry and get her out already. Stop doing this. How can you call yourself a hero? The crowd knows who the winner is already, you thought. I bet they must have thought the same of me when I faced Kirishima. However, I wanted to end the fight quickly with a blast. Katsuki seems to be dragging this on, and the people hate that. But who said that? Aizawa asked the crowd. Was it a pro-hero? If you've only just started becoming a hero, then you can leave now. Bakugo acknowledges his opponent who has made it this far, and he is only being careful so he can't go easy on her. No. Katsuki growled. That she's not done yet? Achiko gasped for air as the crowd seemed to settle down toward Katsuki. He frowned, knowing that Achiko was still determined to win. She was. Her cheeks as sweat trickled down, giving Bakugo a resolute look. About time. Now. Achiko said. That it is embarrassing for a pro in the stands to start booing without realizing what is happening, Nito commented from the other stand, finishing your thought process rather harshly. I'm going to win. Achiko yelled. Slamming her fingers together, she activated her quirk. You focused on the floating debris above and nodded firmly as it all fell toward Bakugo. Izuku was stunned to see that surprise attack and stood in shock. Even if he can counter it, there will be an opening. Achiko rushed through the falling debris, wincing as some of it hit her on the way. I will win this. I'll win and be like Deku. What Achiko didn't expect was that a full-powered blast into the sky would be enough to blow her away. Katsuki cleared the debris in an instant, causing Achiko to fall as a result. The crowd gasped, witnessing how her move had failed. You are friends with Deku, Katsuki said, lowering his hand as smoke hissed from his palm. So I knew you would try something like this. That was close. Even so, Achiko said. Let's get serious, Uraraka. Katsuki yelled. If it were Deku. Achiko turned with all her strength. He wouldn't give up. But she fell before taking another step. Katsuki stopped, genuinely surprised that she could no longer fight. He let out a sigh, realizing that Achiko had reached her limit, yet she still crawled toward him. I can still. Midnight stepped in, holding a palm out to Katsuki. He had no intention of protesting, so he just watched as Achiko finally stopped moving. As the fight came to an end, Katsuki glanced toward you, and you realized it too. I'm going after you next. Katsuki grinned. Even though you couldn't hear him from this distance, you could tell what he wanted to say with that look as he began to walk away from the battered arena. You let out a shaky breath, and the class knew you'd both face off. One way or another. Izuku walked with a determined expression towards Shoto. After restoring the arena, Cementos had a feeling he would need to repair it again after these two fighters stepped onto the stage. I can't lose. I have to live up to the hopes of those who supported me, Izuku said, his head tilting down slightly as he spoke to the unfazed Shoto. I will beat you too. But you want to be a hero, don't you? It is okay for you to be one. The first fight of the second round. Present Mike announced as the crowd erupted in cheers, the names of the competitors flashing on screens around the world. Both have given outstanding performances so far in this festival. I know he'll attack with ice first, Izuku thought. I won't let him use his power, Shoto thought. The instant we start. Both thought simultaneously. Izuku aimed his palm down and unleashed a powerful middle finger smash to counter Shoto's ice attack. Shoto quickly covered his arms, anticipating Izuku's move, and the gust of wind forced the entire crowd to shield themselves. So cold! Achiko exclaimed. Izuku's power always impresses me, you commented. But that he is wasting his chances, you observed, glancing at Izuku's bruised finger. But he didn't know what kind of attack Shoto would use. Izuku was expecting a full-blown ice attack like the one he used against Sero. Smash! Izuku fired another finger smash, shattering his finger but also completely destroying the ice. His broken fingers trembled as he caught his breath, wishing for your healing factor but quickly dismissing the thought. Shoto always attacks in an instant, thus I don't have much data on him, Izuku thought. I can't control one for all properly, and during this fight, I need to find an opening. Izuku fired again as Shoto launched another ice attack. He realized he had a limited number of chances left as he dealt with the recoil. Izuku gasped, focusing his mind on the task ahead. Hey, it started? Ajiro asked. Kirishima-kun, you said, surprised. You thought I was here? Ajiro chuckled. Namit. That blast of yours in our fight knocked me out. I was unconscious for a while and even saw Jiro on the way out. Oh, I see. Sorry, I did go overboard, you replied. Nah, that blast was manly. Hey, you and Todoroki can both unleash powerful attacks that cover a lot of ground, Ajiro said, turning to Katsuki, who had his arms crossed and looked annoyed as he watched Izuku. You have no time lag either. Hanta remarked. I'm not just firing them off, so don't underestimate them, Katsuki retorted. If you overuse your muscles, the fibers tear, and if you keep running, you'll run out of breath. I guess that makes sense. Ajiro replied. I'll end this quickly, Shoto said, his lips twitching as he leaned forward and fired another ice attack towards Izuku, who winced as he raised his injured hand once more. Smash! Izuku shouted, using his pinky. Damn it, I'm done for with this hand. Izuku groaned to himself, eyeing his 4 broken fingers. Shoto wasted no time rushing him down, having not recoiled earlier. Izuku fired one of his bandaged fingers from his other hand, dispelling the ice Shoto was gliding on, but Shoto was ready to jump regardless. Izuku dodged hastily as Shoto slammed his palm down on the ground, ice forming around his wrist. Shoto glared at Izuku before ice surged towards him, wrapping around his leg. Izuku realized he was in trouble as he turned to see he was trapped. In a desperate attempt, he used one for all in his entire arm and punched away. As the gust of smoke cleared, Shoto exhaled a soft breath of ice. His hair blew in the wind as he looked down. Shoto began to let out soft breaths to hide his trembling, but Izuku noticed the ice forming on his right arm. He's trembling? Izuku thought. I'm going to finish this, Shoto said sternly, glancing towards Endeavor before firing his ice again. Izuku grit his teeth and looked up at Shoto. Where are you looking? Izuku unleashed another smash that stunned the crowd into silence. Shoto struggled as the force pushed him back. He would have been out of bounds had it not been for him instinctively placing a barricade behind him. UBSTRD. Shoto said, eyeing Izuku's broken fingers, one far more bruised than the others. Dot with your broken finger? Why do you push yourself so hard? You're trembling, Todoroki-kun. Shoto gasped. Quirks are physical attributes. Izuku said. There is a limit to how much cold your body can take, isn't there? And isn't that something you can solve with the heat of your left side? Want to win with only half of your strength when everyone else is giving their all. Izuku shouted, gripping his broken fist. You haven't even scratched me. So come at me with everything you've got. Shoto rushed at Izuku head-on, but his movements were slow. Izuku, Katsuki, and you noticed this immediately as Shoto approached. Ice began to build on his right arm as he ran. Izuku clenched his fist as Shoto leaped towards him. It won't explode. Izuku grit his teeth and focused one for all on his right arm. He landed a clean blow to Shoto's stomach, using enough power to send him flying back to his original spot. However, Shoto managed to use his ice on Izuku's left arm. Midnight, should we stop the match? Midnight held her earpiece, watching the fight intently. Compress observed Izuku's condition as he kept sidestepping to avoid Shoto. Shoto's ice attacks were much slower now, allowing Izuku to evade them in time. Todoroki, stop holding back. Izuku yelled. You want to be the best hero without giving it your all. Don't give me that. Shoto felt his resolve waver at Izuku's words. He knew he would lose, and memories of his troubled past flooded back as his left side began to burn without warning, captivating the crowd. He's using his left side, you exclaimed. He is using it. Tenya said. Izuku let out a nervous smile, and Shoto returned a smile of his own. Shoto slammed his foot down, his right side heating up thanks to his left, and he began to recover from the backlash of his earlier ice-only attacks. Shoto! Endeavor yelled proudly from the crowd. Have you finally accepted yourself? It all starts from here for you. With my determination, you'll surpass me and fulfill my desire. Yes. Izuku said to himself. Why are you smiling? Shoto asked, almost chuckling as he looked towards Izuku. You're badly injured and I'm using my right side. You still have that smile on your face. Who is messing around now? In this kind of situation, you really are something, Midoriya. Don't blame me for what happens next. Shoto said, stomping both feet on the ground as both of his elements surged upwards. Izuku stomped his foot on the floor, his arms moving as he activated one for all through his legs. Once he was airborne, Izuku charged his right arm while Shoto raised his fiery right arm as well. Shoto exhaled as Izuku extended his hand. Midoriya, thanks. With a climactic finish, Shoto's hand collided with Izuku's. Despite Cementos and Midnight's efforts to stop them, the force of their attacks shattered the arena into pieces. The gust of wind was overwhelming, and you crossed your arms tightly. I can't hold on, you exclaimed, the wind strong enough to almost lift you from your seat, but you managed to stay grounded. They can control so much power. That's really amazing. What happened? Momo yelled. Whoa! Minoru shouted, nearly swept away. Who won? You asked, but gasped as you saw Izuku's back against the wall before he fell to his side, while Shoto stood unharmed, his clothes singed on one side. Todoroki advances to the next round. Pay up, Okkotsu. Denki smirked, resting an arm on you. Okay, you muttered, handing him some yen. After that match, Tenya faced Ibra. You cheered for Tenya with every step he took, and the class was surprised to see you looking happier and more confident than before. The fight ended with Tenya swiftly pushing Ibra out of bounds. It wasn't a spectacular match, but the crowd enjoyed it nonetheless. Your fight against Mina was up next, and you took a deep breath to calm your nerves as you stood up from your seat. Once you stepped into the sunlight, a sense of calm washed over you. You moved into the restored arena, with Mina following close behind. You took a few steps to stand on the opposite end of the ring and turned to see that Mina was ready. Hey, isn't this a bit much? Denki asked. Don't be such a crybaby. Minoru replied. Hey, but Uraraka did really well against Bakugo, and she was the underdog in that fight. Hanta said, grinning as he eyed Mina. You know, it could be the same here. Begin. Midnight announced, dropping her flag. You rushed at Mina at nearly full speed, moving your palm forward in an attempt to push her out with one strike. However, Mina anticipated your move and dodged just in time. That was super close. Mina thought, using acid at her feet to slip past you with a sidestep. He barely touched my rib back there. I'd better not stay on the edge or he'll get me for sure. Mina maneuvered toward the center, ensuring that even if you hit her with a palm strike, it wouldn't send her flying out of bounds immediately. You touched the acid she left behind and found your finger unharmed. He knows I can control the potency of my acid. Mina thought. And like all quirks, I have a limit to how much I can produce. But I need to find out what his weakness is before he. Mina gasped as she dodged your palm strike aimed at her face. Her right arm slipped under your armpit as she applied acid, aiming for your chest. You dodged, leaving a blur behind as Mina ended up touching nothing. He's trying to wear me out. Mina thought, sweating as she began to produce acid defensively while you calmly walked in front of her. But he isn't trying to hurt me, so I should be fine. She wants to keep me at bay, you thought, continuing to circle around her until you noticed the acid building by her feet, causing the arena to hiss as smoke wafted by Mina's face. You stopped. Mina waited for your next move. You held your index and middle fingers together outward, a small purple light of cursed energy forming just like when you fought Ijiro. This time, the blast was more compact, and the violet cursed energy began to turn white. He's compressing the attack, Aizawa thought. Unlike before, he's not just shooting energy without control. He's learned how to harness his cursed energy. Oh no! Mina exclaimed. You fired the blast, something Mina couldn't dodge no matter what. She crossed her arms, but when the blast hit her, the match was over. Mina yelped as her defense crumbled, sending her flying toward the grass. Okkotsu advances to the next round. That thing is so annoying. Katsuki's fight began with a powerful explosion directed at Dark Shadow. Fumikage frowned, stepping back slightly as he observed Katsuki's furious expression. The smoke swirled around him, deepening his frown. That intensity! Fumikage muttered. Everyone knew Fumikage was on the defensive, especially Katsuki. Katsuki threw at Fumikage was met with grunts of effort, while Dark Shadow winced, comically shedding tears from the brightness of Katsuki's explosions. Class 1A realized Fumikage was in trouble. He took slow, deep breaths as Katsuki charged again, pushing him closer to defeat. Fumikage stepped back once more as Katsuki soared into the air, and Dark Shadow moved to intercept him. Grab him, Dark Shadow! Katsuki blasted Dark Shadow in the face and maneuvered behind Fumikage. With determination, Katsuki held his hands out, preparing for another explosion. Fumikage gasped as a blinding light erupted just before the explosion hit him. Stun grenade. The smoke engulfed the arena, and when it cleared, Katsuki stood over Fumikage, holding him down with one hand while unleashing small explosions from the other. Well, this was a bad matchup. I feel for you, Katsuki grinned, and Fumikage closed his eyes in resignation. But you're not the one I want to unleash my full power on yet. Let me guess, Okkotsu? Fumikage replied. With that, the semifinals were set. Shoto was set to face Tenya, and you were about to take on Katsuki. You watched as Katsuki eagerly returned to the hallway, while Shoto rose from his seat alongside Tenya. I can't negate his attacks like Midoriya did. Tenya muttered to himself, eyeing Shoto. If he uses his flames, he has more options against me. In that case, start. Shoto initiated the semifinal with a swift ice attack aimed at Tenya. Tenya dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Shoto fired more ice in Tenya's direction, but Tenya adjusted his movements to dodge again. Ida is surrounded. Present Mike announced. Indeed, Tenya found himself caught in a V formation. Shoto shot ice directly at him, but Tenya took the initiative, leaping toward Shoto with a burst of speed. Reciproburst. Tenya unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Shoto's head. Shoto managed to dodge the first kick, but the second came too quickly for him to evade. Tenya landed a clean kick, sending Shoto to the ground. He got him. You gasped. A direct hit. Denki exclaimed. Way too fast, man. Endeavor watched with concern from the stands. Shoto attempted to use ice to make Tenya slip, but Tenya sped off while gripping the back of Shoto's collar. However, Tenya gasped as he felt a chill around his mufflers, realizing they had been encased in ice. How? When you kicked me. Tenya watched as ice began to envelop his body, and Shoto seized Tenya's arm, causing him to freeze completely. Shoto stood up, dusting himself off as he regarded Tenya, who winced from the cold. That I was only showing attacks with range. You forgot I could do little tricks like this too, Shoto said, as Midnight raised her flag to signal the end of the match, Shoto running a hand through his hair. The next semifinal was one where most of the crowd was rooting for you, but no one truly knew who would win. You felt the pressure mounting as you and Katsuki walked side by side. Hey, womanizer, Katsuki said. What is it? You asked, turning to him. You better give me a real fight, or I'm coming after you after the festival, Katsuki declared, the roar of the crowd filling your ears as you stepped into the arena. Okay, you nodded. The two amazing talents from the hero course are now head-to-head in the second fight of the semifinals. Present Mike announced. Aizawa, who are you betting on to win? You want a teacher to bet money on a fight? I didn't mean it literally. I'm going to win, Bakugo, you stated, standing firm in front of him. I'm not running from you. If I want to achieve my goal, I need to fight. Even if it means I have to defeat you to do it. Is that a threat? Katsuki replied, riled up. Wait. you exclaimed, realizing you had unintentionally insulted Katsuki by implying you would win the festival. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant. Oh, I know what you meant. Katsuki shouted. Begin. Midnight called. You charged at Katsuki, aiming a left punch at his face. Katsuki anticipated your attack, and you failed to land a black flash as your cursed energy disrupted upon impact with his palm. Katsuki caught your fist with one hand and retaliated with a blast to your face. Pushing through the smoke, you closed one eye and drove your knee into Katsuki's stomach with cursed energy. Katsuki stomped on your foot and pressed his elbow into your abdomen. As Katsuki's palm came toward you, you attempted to grab it, but it connected with your face, sending you reeling. Katsuki quickly pinned your wrist behind your back, putting you in a chokehold. You fell to one knee, feeling the pressure on your back. Gritting your teeth, you struggled as your face flushed from the lack of oxygen. Tap out already, Katsuki ordered. With a grunt, you freed your right arm and elbowed Katsuki's rib, causing him to release you with a groan. You turned and aimed a kick at his head, but Katsuki dodged just in time. Katsuki found himself in a push-up position from the dodge, and you spun, aiming your right fist downward. Black flaw. You slammed down, but Katsuki pushed off the ground, standing in front of you as your fist struck the ground instead. This is what I wanted. Katsuki smirked, and you looked up to see both of his palms raised. Stun grenade. Katsuki blinded you, and you shielded your eyes from the pain, feeling tears well up as you looked up to find Katsuki had vanished. Looking back, Katsuki struck your face with a knee, and you felt a sharp pain as you stumbled back. This moment allowed your arm to break free. Katsuki stepped back, expecting you to recover quickly, but he noticed you were still on the ground. He realized he hadn't won yet, so he held back his victory smile as you slowly got back up. You wiped the dirt from your face, feeling your body heal itself with a reverse curse technique. The crowd gasped at your healing ability as you rose, dirt on your right arm but no more bruises or burn marks on your face. I get it now, you thought, your hand flickering above your shoulder as the burn marks vanished, turning your back to Katsuki, who frowned as you regained your footing. You charged at Katsuki, running with determination. He unleashed an explosion to one side, but you leaped to the other just in time. This happened 3 times, and you began to understand Katsuki's timing with each explosion. With a powerful right punch, you struck Katsuki in the stomach, yelling as you did so. He groaned and stepped back, swiping his arm to create an explosion aimed at you. Reacting quickly, you dodged and threw a back fist toward his face. That was close. Denki commented. You delivered a sharp left knee to Katsuki's stomach, causing him to double over and cough. Seizing the moment, you followed up with an uppercut, sending him stumbling backward. Bakugo's actually losing. Mina exclaimed. I won't lose. Katsuki shouted to himself as he regained his stance, glaring at you and firing another stun grenade. You braced yourself and took the impact head-on. Katsuki kept his palms out defensively, watching as the smoke billowed up. He knew you weren't moving inside it, so he seized the opportunity to taunt you. I'm going to be the one who wins this fight, not you, he said, wiping blood from his lips, his voice low and intense. You got it? Now that you know, you can say goodbye. Not yet, you replied softly. Katsuki turned around and unleashed a powerful explosion aimed at your face. You pushed through, stomping your foot on the ground as your left fist targeted his head. Gritting your teeth, you focused entirely on your punch. That I won't lose here, you declared, your eyes locked on him. You unleashed a powerful black flash to Katsuki's face, sending him flying with a single punch. The crowd gasped at the display, sparks zapping across the stage and causing parts of the arena to tremble before Katsuki was launched away. Katsuki held his palms back, his determination keeping him conscious for a few moments longer. But even that wasn't enough to keep him on the stage. He felt his quirk falter, the explosions stuttering as he crashed outside the arena, tumbling before hitting the wall. He coughed, his cheek bruised as he fell flat, arms limp at his sides. What the heck was that? Present Mike yelled. Whoa! Denki said. Okkotsu.1. That was so cool! Minoru exclaimed. Okkotsu-kun used power in that attack. Izuku mused, fingers on his chin. No, it was the timing of his attack that made his cursed energy flash black and helped him take out Kaken. But why didn't he try to blast Kaken like he did against Ashido-san or even Kirishima-kun? Izuku pondered. Could it be that there's a limit to how much cursed energy he really has? That attack. Aizawa thought, observing you. Was it the same kind of attack he used on the Nomu back at the USJ? It wasn't nearly as powerful as he can adjust the strength behind it. The fact he didn't use this before means he has to land it perfectly. So that attack requires perfect timing, Aizawa concluded. In exchange, he gets a powerful strike that enhances his normal power. Cursed energy. What a terrifying ability that is. The worst part is that we pro heroes know nothing about it. I want to be like you all. You looked toward Class 1A, seeing Shoto getting up from his seat, and you stepped aside for Cementos to rebuild the arena. Strong. And determined. But in order for me to be like you all, I must win. Todoroki. What is it, Okkotsu? Shoto asked. I want you to use your flames. You said, not surprising Shoto. We all know how strong you are, Todoroki. But you are holding back, and I understand you have your reasons for not using it. If you don't use your flames, you'll never get any stronger. You continued. You aren't just fighting me in that arena, you are fighting yourself. I can tell you want to be the best. You stopped walking in the hallway, sunlight streaming in as Shoto stepped out. He halted as well, his fist clenching as he looked down. The roar of the crowd felt overwhelming, but Shoto heard you clearly. But you can't be the strongest without first giving it your all. You said, I know what it's like being afraid of your own power, but if you don't face it, you will never move forward. You don't understand. Shoto turned to you, frustration evident on his face. Ice began to form on his shoulder, and you frowned at him. His expression conveyed everything, but you couldn't reveal why you related to him. So, you kept walking ahead. Heck yeah, this finale is going to be the best fight yet. Present Mike announced, hyping up the match as you both stepped onto the arena. From the hero course, Todoroki Shoto. Also from the hero course, Okkotsu, YN. Who will win? Man, I have no idea who'll win. Minoru said. Okkotsu will pull through. Denki exclaimed. Yeah, this'll be a fun watch. Hanta added. Hey Bakugo. Ijiro grinned, turning to see Katsuki returning to the stands with a noticeable patch on the side of his face. Looking good, man. You did great out there. Shut the hell up. Katsuki replied, sitting down. Who do you think will win, Bakugo? Momo asked. I'm not answering that question. Katsuki crossed his arms, staring ahead as he began to think. Demon that guy landing a punch of that caliber on me. I say Todoroki's got power, but Okkotsu's got the heart to push through. Ijiro cheered for you. Honestly, it'll look good for the hero course no matter who wins. You took a step forward, glancing at Shoto while posing. Shoto bent his right knee, exhaling a cool breath of ice. You clenched your left fist, hiding it from Shoto's view as you bent your right knee as well. Begin! Present Mike yelled before Midnight waved her flag down. I'll take you down. Shoto said, determination in his voice as ice spikes shot up from the ground towards you. You leaped just in time to avoid them. You rolled onto your back, and as you regained your footing, Shoto sent another wave of ice spikes. Raising your hand, you unleashed a wave of pure cursed energy that shattered the ice. Shoto crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at you. He's not like Midoriya at all. Shoto thought, studying your face. He lacks raw power, but he compensates by maximizing his output without hurting himself. But Midoriya could push me further from this distance. Shoto continued to think, gripping his fists. If this keeps going, we'll be at a stalemate. A battle of stamina won't work for me. He's trying to compare me to Midoriya. You began your own thought process, stepping forward with Shoto following. That's why he started this final the same way, but I will win. How much cursed energy does he have? How much can he output? Shoto pondered. All of those questions I have to keep in mind. If I can find a moment or a clue. I will win. You changed the tempo of the fight by charging at Shoto. He used his ice spikes to try and halt your movements, but you prepared your fist. You struck the ice with cursed energy, shattering it into pieces. Shoto jumped back, but you pursued. Quickly, forcing him to sidestep and unleash a wall of ice that you broke through with a punch. You gasped, realizing Shoto didn't retreat this time and had his left palm aimed at your face. You wanted me to use my flames? You let out a surprised yell as Shoto fired at point-blank range. The crowd gasped, concerned for your safety, but Midnight showed no signs of stopping the fight. Amidst the flames, you grabbed Shoto's left wrist. "Got you!" You yelled, landing a punch to Shoto's cheek. The crowd gasped at the sight of your burn marks, but you pushed through the pain coursing through your body. You struck Shoto hard enough to send him flying, but he quickly used his ice to create a smooth slide, landing safely on the ground while holding his cheek in pain. "I won't lose," Shoto declared. "You are amazing, Todoroki," you said, smiling despite the hissing burn marks on your skin and your gym uniform now charred. "Let's both give it our all." "Yeah," Shoto replied, grinning in anticipation as both of his powers surged on his shoulders. "Okkotsu, I'm grateful to you, so let's wrap this up with one attack." You nodded, adjusting your stance as Shoto leaned forward. His elements surged at full power, flames enveloping his right side while ice covered his left. Raising both hands, Shoto prepared to unleash his attack. You held an index finger up towards Shoto, a pure cursed energy orb containing the last of your reserves ready to fire. You compacted the orb, and the white light illuminated the arena before it surged into a powerful, vibrant color. "Let's go," you said. "Yeah," Shoto replied. "Wait, seriously?" Present Mike exclaimed, leaning forward in shock as both blasts formed at full power. "They can't end a fight like this, can they? The winner will be totally random now. The more refined technique will win," Aizawa said. Okkotsu and Todoroki both knew their fight would be a stalemate. Smart kids, they want to pump up the crowd with a final blast, and it is working. How powerful are these kids anyway? Amazing! You and Shoto widened your eyes, your hair flicking up as you both unleashed your attacks. Shoto had both palms out, and you snapped your finger towards him. The intense flames and ice collided with your blast, sending ice shards flying around the arena. The explosion was powerful enough to send people flying out of their seats. The ice didn't hurt anyone, but it shot out like projectiles across the grass. Midnight had hidden before the collision, shards flying past her while Cementos shielded them. A thick cloud of ice enveloped the arena, making it nearly impossible to see who had won until it cleared. The crowd waited in anticipation, and even the hero agencies were uncertain about the outcome. After a solid minute, the ice cloud began to dissipate. "Who won?" Ajiro asked. "I can't see," Momo replied. "I don't," Izuku started. "Hey, look." You knelt at the edge of the arena, your hands interlocked in front of you. Shoto struggled to open his eyes, gazing up at the victor. You sighed with a smile, relieved that the fight and the festival had finally concluded. "Todoroki is out of bounds," Midnight announced, her smile radiant as the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. "The winner of the U.A Sports Festival is Okkotsu, YN. You crushed it, kid. Lucky to have you. Good job, kid." "Thank you." You responded to the pro heroes, waving and acknowledging the crowd as they chanted your name. "Thank you all. We'll begin the awards ceremony shortly." Fireworks exploded as the three stands emerged from the field. The hero students applauded for the top two competitors, you and Shoto. Meanwhile, Katsuki was visibly frustrated, chained to the podium and clearly upset about losing to you. "W.O." you said nervously, glancing to your left at Katsuki's furious expression. "He's like a fiend," Fumikage remarked. "In addition to Bakugo Katsuki, we also have Ida Tenya in third place," Midnight explained. "However, he had to leave early for family reasons today. Thank you for your understanding." "Wait, Ida-kun isn't here?" you asked. "No," Shoto replied, arms crossed. "I hope he's doing all right," you said. "Now, we will present the medals." Midnight announced, gesturing forward. The presentation will be conducted by this man. It's All Might. All Might let out a hearty laugh as the crowd recognized him on the rooftop. He leaped into the air and landed with a strong thud. Midnight waved proudly as All Might held the medals tightly in his fist. This is a bit much, All Might said, removing Katsuki's mouthpiece. Congratulations for making it to the very top, young Bakugo. How do you feel? It feels like total. Okay, moving on. All Might chuckled, quickly replacing the mouthpiece before Katsuki could continue and turn to Shoto. Good job, young Todoroki. You did amazing, be proud of yourself. Here's your second place medal. Thank you. All Might, Shoto replied. And now for the winner. All Might struck a pose, fists on his hips as he hopped over to you. Young Okkotsu, you never cease to amaze me. Congratulations. All Might. You muttered, taking a breath and bowing respectfully. Thank you so much for your kind words. I just have one more thing to say. All Might exclaimed, pointing a finger up for everyone to hear. Anyone here could have been up here on these podiums. Competing, improving, and climbing even further. All Might continued, praising the students. The next generation of heroes is growing before our eyes. Everyone, please say it with me. Plus Ultra. Thank you for your hard work. Oh no. You muttered. It was supposed to be Plus Ultra. Yeah, what happened, man? Sorry. All Might apologized. A stunning display of power and skill, the winner of this year's U.A Sports Festival is none other than Okkotsu, YN. A new force to be reckoned with, he could very well be the next top hero. Okkotsu, YN. Stain's breath hitched, a mix of excitement and annoyance swelling within him. He could clearly see you on the television screen from across the street, waving at the crowd earlier in celebration of your achievement. Stain twirled his knife back into his pocket, now curious about who you really were. He scrutinized your features, noting the humble demeanor you displayed. Stain felt a sense of irritation, suspecting that it might all be a facade. That if I ever find you, I'll know what kind of hero you truly are. Stain muttered, walking away from the alleyway where a hero lay injured at the end of. Morning. Good morning. Class 1A greeted. We're having a special hero informatics class today, Aizawa said, rubbing his eye as he walked to the front of the classroom. Code names. You will all be coming up with hero names. Wait, really? You asked, blinking in surprise. We're doing something exciting. Class 1A exclaimed. This is related to pro hero draft picks, Aizawa explained. The drafts begin in earnest in the second and third years, after students gain experience and become immediate assets to the pros. I'm late. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. It's fine. Just sit for now, Aizawa said. Kiyoka. You said happily. Kiyoka gave you a reassuring look, sitting beside you as always, though you could sense her unease. You noticed she seemed off, but focused back on Aizawa's teaching. For them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your potential, Aizawa continued. These offers are often cancelled if that interest diminishes by graduation. So we prove ourselves to get picked? You asked. That's right, Aizawa confirmed, turning to click a button on his remote, revealing a list of numbers and names on the board. Here's the number of offers for this class. Okkotsu 6,847. Todoroki 4,123. Bakugo 2,401. Whoa! You exclaimed. Such a big difference. Denki sighed. It goes in order. Izuku noted. I wasn't expecting so many offers. You thought to yourself, covering your mouth as you gazed at the top of the board. But if I really impressed that many during the festival. You're amazing, Okkotsu. Mina cheered. Thank you. You said sheepishly. You did great, Todoroki, Momo added. They're probably all because of my dad, Shoto remarked, unimpressed with his own total as he eyed your offers, contemplating the disparity. I need to step it up to catch him. We got offers. Achiko exclaimed. Midoriya, You didn't get any, Minoru pointed out. Yeah. Izuku replied. Keeping these results in mind, whether or not anyone asked for you, you will all be participating in internships with pros, Aizawa announced. Internships? Izuku exclaimed. At USJ, you experienced real combat with real villains, but it will still be meaningful training to see pro heroes firsthand, Aizawa continued, glancing at you. Of course, your hero names may only be temporary, Aizawa explained, looking at his class again. But if you are not serious about your hero name right now, you'll have a lot to think about later. Midnight interrupted, bursting through the door. Many hero names used by students become recognized by society, so they become real hero names. Midnight Sensei. Class 1A exclaimed. Midnight Sensei is here to help you decide if your names are suitable, Aizawa said. I can't do that. When you give yourself a name, you'll create a concrete image of who you will be in the future. A name for the future, you muttered, taking a handful of white bards from Midnight and passing the rest back. But what kind of name do I want to make for myself? You spent the time Midnight gave you to think of a hero name. You tried linking it with your quirk at first, disregarding Rika of course. Students suggested names, but you weren't convinced by any of them. Okay, let's start presenting. Midnight announced. Hearing hero, earphone jack, Kiyoka smiled. That's good. Midnight gave a thumbs up. Tentacle hero, tentacle. Cool. Taping hero, cellophane. Nice and simple. Midnight smiled. Martial arts hero, tailman. Mashireo said. Reflects your body. Nice. Midnight winked. Sweets hero, sugarman. Rikido yelled. Sweet. Midnight said. Pinky. Mina squealed loudly. Everyone is giving it their all with their hero names. You muttered as Mina stepped down, looking at your unchanged whiteboard. But I have no clue what mine should be. Stun gun hero, charge bolt. Denki grinned. Stealth hero, invisible girl. Toru said. So many cool names. You muttered quietly, your head resting in your hands as you stared at your blank names, groaning nervously. I'll be called up soon, and I've got nothing right now. When we grow up, we'll get married to each other. It's a promise, okay? That was when you knew. Okay, let's keep going. Midnight pointed at you. You stood at the stand with a smile. YN, you said. Huh. Denki uttered, a little surprised. Only your first name? Mina asked curiously. I thought about it a lot, you said, and your next sentence made Kiyoka gasp softly. But I made a promise to someone a long time ago. I'll always be YN, and I want people to know it. I like your answer, Midnight said. Okay, next. Creative hero, Creati. Momo exclaimed. That's creative. Midnight winked. Shoto. Your name too? Is that okay? Midnight asked. Yeah, Shoto replied. Jet black hero, Tsukuyomi, Fumikage said. Fresh picked hero, grape juice. Minoru yelled. Petting hero, Anima. Got it. Midnight said, since Koji didn't speak. King explosion murder, Katsuki growled. You probably shouldn't use that, Midnight said. Why not? Katsuki yelled. You should be explosion boy. Ijiro suggested. Shut up, weird hair. Katsuki shot back. My turn. Achiko said, stepping up to present her name. This is what I thought of. Uravity. Stylish. Midnight said with a smile. Everyone looks to be in a good mood. You smiled watching the Class 1A students chatter about their hero names. Picking hero names turned out to be a lot of fun. Hey, YN, Kiyoka said. Yeah, you asked. Can I talk to you after class? Kiyoka whispered. Okay, you replied. All that's left is Bakugo, who needs to rethink his name again. Ida-kun. Midnight said, listing the remaining students. And Midoriya-kun, right? Tenya. Only your first name? Midnight asked. Tenya nodded hesitantly. Izuku then took the stand. Really, Midoriya? You asked, intrigued. You might be called that forever. Denki said. I didn't like this name until now, Izuku said, looking down. But someone I care about changed the meaning of it, and it made me happy. This is my hero name. Deku. Achiko smiled brightly while Katsuki looked annoyed. Lord Explosion Murder. Katsuki yelled. Still no, Midnight said. Hey, did you see this email? Cementos asked. Email? Tashinori looked confused, walking over to Cementos' desk and seeing an email that made him spit out his coffee. No way. Him. Think carefully before you choose which hero you will intern with, Aizawa said. Those who didn't get offers can choose from 40 other agencies accepting our interns. You'll be interning for a week. I've got a lot to think about. You said, a huge stack of papers on your desk which the other students awed at. So many heroes. I don't know who to pick. Choose before this weekend, Aizawa instructed. This weekend? You asked. With that, the bell rang, and everyone grabbed their bags to head home. You agreed to meet up with Kiyoka, finding her sitting on the school stairs, staring out the large window ahead of her. Listen, Kiyoka said, hearing your steps. Okay. I mean listen, Kiyoka insisted, making you wonder what this was about as she stood and looked up at you. I need to ask you something, and it's important you tell me what's going on. Okay, you replied. Promise it. Promise. Are you cursed? Kiyoka asked. You gasped, confirming Kyoka's suspicions. Turning away, Kiyoka clenched her fists in frustration. You had no words to say, you couldn't respond in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, Kiyoka spoke up. How did you asked? Why? Seriously, why did you come to U.A? She knows. About Rika, you thought. Kiyoka waited for an answer. I didn't want anyone to get hurt anymore, you said, your features twitching in a moment of vulnerability. I wanted to save people. I wanted to tell myself that it was okay to live. Listen, I get it, Kiyoka said, her expression softening as she looked at you. I understand you're just trying to protect all of us, but you are the person who needs saving. Listen, I'm sorry, you began. Don't apologize, idiot, Kiyoka chuckled, wiping a tear from her eye. I'll keep this a secret for now. But if the truth ever comes out, you better be ready to tell the rest of the class. I will, you smiled. Thank you. I see. You were the ones who attacked U.A, Stain said, leaning forward as he spoke to Tamura and Kurojiri. And you want to add me to your numbers? Yeah, Tamura replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Come on, you've got so much more experience as a villain, sir. For now, I just want to take down All Might. So that's what you want, Stain replied. I want to shatter everything I dislike, Tamura said, holding a picture of you from the sports festival in his fingers. DMing kids like this, too. Mostly everything. I was foolish to be interested, Stain said, visibly annoyed by Tamura's words. You are the type of person I despise the most. You expect me to indulge your childish outbursts? In a flash, Stain drew his 2 signature battle knives and tackled Tamura to the ground. He then lunged at Kurojiri, aiming for his arm, leaving a mark on his bicep. Kurojiri leapt aside to avoid further confrontation, but Stain quickly jumped back and pinned Tamura down by his shoulder. Before Kurojiri could react, Stain liked his knife, and Kurojiri let out a grunt. In order to achieve anything, you need conviction and resolve. That's why it ends up like this, Stain said, pressing his other knife deeper into Tamura's shoulder. Kurojiri, get this guy out. Tamura muttered. I can't move. Kurojiri groaned. This society is overrun with fake heroes, Stain said, frowning at Tamura. At this point, the word hero has lost its true meaning. Criminals like you should be removed from this world. Stain moved his other knife toward Tamura's face. In that moment, Tamura broke his facade and grabbed Stain's knife without hesitation. Stain was momentarily stunned as his knife began to decay under Tamura's grip. Don't touch it. I'll take you down, Tamura said, clenching his fist to crush Stain's knife. You talk a lot. Conviction? I don't have anything grand like that. All I want to do is dismantle a society that idolizes trash like All Might. Stain jumped back defensively. Tamura pushed himself back up. My last injury had just healed. Tamura groaned, his hand twitching as he scratched his neck again. We don't have a healer, so how will you take responsibility for this? I know who you are now, Stain said, sheathing his knife and grinning at Tamura. Our goals are total opposites, but we agree that this society should be torn down. Then you should take your own advice. You just said criminals like me should perish, Tamura replied, annoyed. People reveal their true selves when faced with danger, Stain explained, his expression returning to normal. You do have conviction within you. A desire to destroy. I'll wait before dealing with you. You're going to deal with me? Tamura asked, growing increasingly irritated by Stain's philosophy. Kurogyari, that I don't want someone like him on our side. Shigaraki, he would be a great asset to the league if he joins, Kurogyari said. It seems our negotiations are. My business here is done, Stain interrupted, bloodlust evident on his face as he spoke to Kurogyari. Take me back to Hoset. There are still matters I must attend to there. After a long weekend of deciding on your hero internship, you rushed into a room at your chosen hero agency, slightly out of breath. You noticed the number 3 hero, Hawks, casually lounging on a couch with his wings folded neatly behind him. Sorry I'm late. You panted. Don't worry about it, Hawks chuckled, his wings spreading a little. I won't clip your wings over something so trivial. Fumi's out on patrol right now. I want to see if you can keep up. Yes, sir. You saluted. Internship day 1 day. Ready for patrol? Hawks says. I'm ready, you nodded. This area can get pretty hectic, Hawks explained as the two of you started walking through the streets. Villains tend to attack here often. You've been in situations like that, right? Yes, you replied, recalling the USJ incident. I'll need some help gathering intel, Hawks said, a smile on his face as he waved at some fans down the street. Being a good spy means more than just stopping the bad guys in the act. So you work in infiltration? You asked. Yes, Hawks replied. I'm the hero who figures out what the bad guys are planning. My quirk is better suited for espionage than actual combat, though I can hold my own in a fight. I know all about your quirk as well, Hawks pointed at you. I don't expect you to take on villains today, but I do want to see you get some action this week. Be ready. Understood. Villain. Run. You heard the scream of a driver, and you looked to see a vehicle speeding toward a building. Hawks acted quickly, using a feather to shatter the glass window. The feather then safely pulled the screaming driver out of the vehicle. The car crashed into a building's window. I'll handle the civilians, Hawks said, gently setting the woman down. Looks like this villain has a telekinesis quirk. Be careful how you handle him. He isn't like your classmates. I got it, you said, drawing your sword and imbuing it with energy as you ran toward the intersection. I'll take him down, Hawks. Yeah, counting on you, Hawks said, his feather returning to his wings before he took off into the sky to assist any nearby civilians. You turned at the intersection, seeing 2 cars levitating next to a man who cackled like a typical villain. You watched as civilians ran for their lives while he tossed car after car. You noticed the energy surrounding the vehicles. Hey, you yelled. Oh, a brat? Good. Now I have his attention, you thought, the man's eyes locking onto you as 2 cars flew toward you. Imbue the energy into the katana. Control your output. You dashed down the street, slicing through 1 car with a sleek swing. You leapt onto the second car, jumping just before it crashed, finding yourself in midair as the villain looked your way. Laughing, he hurled a 3rd car at you. You raised your sword high, grunting as you slashed the car in half. Mid-flip, you charged energy into your finger, spinning fully. The villain looked stunned, seeing your power glow brightly. It's over, you declared, firing. Internship day 1. You did pretty well for your first day, Hawks said, standing beside you as you overlooked the pedestrians and cars below. Calling you Wyan is okay, right? Yeah, you smiled. You've definitely got precision, Hawks said, pointing at you as you looked up at him. But there's always more to it than that. You need to be quick mentally as well. What do you mean? You asked. Have you ever hesitated on the battlefield? Not only when I don't know what to do, you admitted, recalling your fight with the Nomu, Tamura, and Kurogyari at the USJ. It only happens when I'm unsure of the right move. That's what we'll be working on for now, Hawks said, snapping his fingers. No hesitation, just action. But not reckless action. You also need to know what your next 3 moves will be. What if things don't go to plan? You asked. That's when you have to adapt, Hawks replied, looking down at the people with you. Plans are just guidelines. The hard part is having instinct, but you've got it already. Why? So just trust it. Okay, I think I understand, you said. Good. Let's go back and meet up with Fumi. Sorry to intrude so suddenly, All Might. It's alright, Tsukachi. What did you find out? Among those who attacked the USJ, there was the villain Nomu that the Okkotsu kid drove back, right? Naomasa asked, earning a nod from Toshinori. We did some tests on Nomu's DNA. DNA tests? Yeah. We're not asking for your help in this investigation, so I'd be leaking information. Naomasa said. But I felt like I had to tell you. It's a clue to lead us to the mastermind. After investigating Nomu at a specialized institution, we realized that it wasn't just that Nomu cannot talk. He shows no reaction no matter what we do. He is unable to think for himself. We also found out that his real identity was that of a thug with a criminal record of assault and extortion, Naomasa said, handing Toshinori a clear mugshot of the criminal. This leads to the mastermind? Toshinori asked. Listen carefully. According to the report, there's DNA from at least 4 completely different people merged with this thug's body. His entire body appears to have been tampered with. Is he even human anymore? Toshinori wondered. I do not know if Nomu's body was damaged due to Okkotsu's efforts, but it was difficult to trace the distorted DNA at first. To oversimplify, he's been modified to house multiple quirks. The significant drop in his brain's processing power probably comes from the burden that causes, but what we are more concerned about is the DNA. And how he has multiple quirks. It is very likely that there is someone with a quirk to give others quirks. Don't tell me. Toshinori gasped. That is why I had to let you know, Naomasa said. Since Okkotsu was targeted by the League, we did some digging into his family. We tried to contact Okkotsu's younger sister, but she's been distant from him for years now. I see. Toshinori said. But we have a problem, Naomasa continued. I have come to the conclusion that if he's really involved, then he is after Okkotsu's power for unknown reasons. If you have something to say to me. Unfortunately, I've told you everything I know about the boy. We can only learn about Okkotsu's power through trial and error. If I find something to aid the investigation, I'll contact you. Thanks, All Might. Young Okkotsu, you are in danger. Toshinori clenched his fists once Naomasa left the room. But I will not let that man take you. Even if it costs me my life. I will protect you. Internship Day 3. Midoriya? Midoriya, you exclaimed. Okkotsu-kun? Izuku gasped. I wasn't expecting you to be here, you smiled. Why are you here? Izuku asked. Oh, Hawks-san told me to run some errands in Shibuya, you said, holding your train ticket. My hero internship has been going really well so far. What about you? Izuku. Who is this boy? Oh, right. Izuku stepped aside a little as you curiously saw Gran Torino strolling with his walking stick. Okkotsu-kun, this is Gran Torino. He's my mentor and a retired pro hero. Nice to meet you, Gran Torino said, extending his hand. Izuku speaks highly of his classmates. Now that I think of it, you are the boy who won the U.A Sports Festival. Wise I am, you nodded with a smile. Hosu City looks nicer than I expected. I will reform this city, Stain said, gazing out at the sunset before looking over the city. To do so, I require more victims. Is this what you meant the other day when you said you had business to take care of? Kurojiri asked as he stepped out of his portal next to Tamura, prompting Stain to stand up. You understand well, Stain replied. Tamura and Kurojiri exchanged glances. A hero is a title given only to those who have accomplished great deeds. Stain proclaimed, spreading his arms. There are too many who act like heroes but are merely after money. Until this world realizes its mistake, I will continue to appear, Stain concluded, gripping the handle of one of his weapons before leaping away to search for another hero to challenge. He talks all high and mighty, Tamura remarked to Kurogiri. But basically, he's just trying to start a movement. He's so noble I could actually cry. We shouldn't make fun of him, Kurogiri replied. The reality is that in all the cities where Stain has appeared, the crime rate has fallen. Still, critics attribute this success to the heroes. We just don't agree, Tamura said, crossing his arms. He just annoys me. Kurogiri, bring out the Nomus. Does he think he can get away with attacking me? If I want to eliminate you, I just will. I will crush your honor and your pride. Sir. This train won't arrive until night? Izuku asked. Yeah, you replied, sitting in another aisle. That's why it's good. Gran Torino said, raising a fist in the air. There will be more crimes and skirmishes at night than during the day, so it will be a lot more exciting. That doesn't sound fun. Izuku said. Hey look, that building just exploded. Where? You and Izuku heard the passengers start to murmur and chat as they all pushed to look out the window. You held your red sword case close, standing in the aisle while Izuku and Gran Torino looked back from their seats. Could it be a fire? Izuku asked. Possibly, Gran Torino said. I don't know, you muttered. Passengers, please hold on to your seats. As soon as the announcement ended, a pro hero and a Nomu crashed onto the side of the train. They tumbled onto the seats, but the hero was clearly injured. Izuku gasped, and Gran Torino frowned as you held your blade out. What's with this thing? The hero groaned, but the Nomu seized his head and slammed it down. The Nomu slowly surveyed the passengers inside while the train continued moving at high speeds, and the civilians screamed in fear. A Nomu! Izuku yelled. Kids, sit down. Gran Torino shouted as he left his seat. You acted quickly, moving directly in front of the Nomu. You felt your body surge with power as you delivered a powerful slash to its chest. The attack was strong enough to send the Nomu flying toward a building in Hosu. You jumped out of the moving train, leaping to pursue the Nomu. You gasped, witnessing the huge fire engulfing the city center. You heard the fire crackle and the civilians of Hosu scream in fear, and you almost felt powerless. You felt your body suspend mid-air, watching the fire intensify around the city center. In the midst of it all, civilians ran while pro-heroes struggled against the overpowering Nomu. You felt sweat bead on your forehead as you gripped the handle of your blade tighter. What is going on? So noisy, Stain muttered as he observed the flames from the alleyway he was in. That's so those fools made their move? I'll deal with them later. Right now. I will do what I must. I can't move. Stain held a local pro-hero, his blade poised to strike down Native. Stain gripped Native's face with intense force, rendering him unable to break free due to both Stain's strength and quirk. As soon as Stain swung his knife, he instinctively turned and slashed at another figure who aimed a kick at his face. Tenya stumbled back with a grunt, his helmet flying off as Stain frowned at the sight of a child in a suit. Who is he? Stain asked. A scarf as red as blood. And carrying blades all over your body. Tenya said angrily as he stood back up. That you must be the hero killer, Stain. You are, aren't you? I have been chasing you. Those eyes. Are you here for vengeance? Stain asked, pointing his blade at Tenya's face. Be careful of what you say next. Depending on the situation, even children can become my targets. I'm not a target for you? Then listen, criminal. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. The younger brother of a most excellent older brother. I'll stop you in his place. I am Ingenium, the name of the hero who will defeat you. All you will do is fall in his place. End of chapter. A villain. Where are the heroes? The white Nomu let out an ominous screech as it approached two civilians, but its advance was interrupted by a swift kick to its cheek. Gran Torino landed gracefully on the ground, eyeing the stunned Nomu as it staggered back. How many years has it been since I fought? I've gotten mixed up in something crazy. I won't let you do as you please. Gran Torino declared, just as the Nomu's fist swung toward him. He's fast, but I can handle this. Gran Torino said, leaping over the incoming fist, but the Nomu turned its attention to the civilians. So it attacks anything in sight. Stop, you little. Flames erupted around the Nomu, forcing Gran Torino to adjust his trajectory. He landed firmly on the ground, watching as the Nomu writhed in the flames. I was looking for the hero killer, but this guy's timing is unfortunate. Endeavor said, striding toward the burning Nomu. I do not know who you are, honored elder, but leave the rest to me. You are. Gran Torino replied, his voice raspy. If any of the Nomu are as strong as the one from the USJ, the whole city is in danger. Izuku thought, pushing through the panicked crowd as he made his way to the center. When Izuku arrived, he gasped at the chaotic scene before him. A winged Nomu was carrying a pro-hero in its talons while a black Nomu swatted two other local heroes aside with ease. Izuku clenched his fists, and a female hero stepped in front of him. Hey, you're in the way, kid. Sorry. Izuku exclaimed. Manual. Right. Manual nodded, directing water toward the flames while shouting, Tenya. Why did you have to run off at a time like this? Tenya ran off? Izuku thought. Pro-heroes groaned as the black Nomu easily overpowered them. That was when you appeared from the night sky, casting a shadow over the moonlight while holding your sword high. You spun your body, slicing the black Nomu's arm clean off. Wait a minute. Izuku thought, recalling Tenya as he ran off to avoid getting in your way. Hosu citied at the hero killer. Could it be that Tenya ran off and found him? I got it. You declared, landing with determination as the black Nomu stepped back to evade another strike. You noticed the black Nomu beginning to heal its lost limb, similar to your reverse curse technique. With precision, you crossed your blade over your shoulder, slicing at its tougher torso while sliding behind it. You turned your body with great agility, observing the black Nomu healing from your slashes. The Nomu attempted to strike you with a back fist, but you were quicker. You knelt behind it, your sword poised at your side. Dodging yet another back fist, the black Nomu tried to hit you again. You reappeared behind it, slashing upward at its neck. Throw. Heroes gasped in astonishment as you effortlessly took down the black Nomu. You turned your gaze to the winged Nomu. I see. You'll die in his place. Like I would. Tenya shouted, using his quirk to boost his kicking speed, but Stain leaped high into the air to avoid the kick. Ingenium. So you two are related, huh? Stain said, a dagger from his boot plunging into Tenya's shoulder. I only let him live to spread my name. You're weak, Stain remarked, seeing Tenya on the ground with his blade in hand before stabbing him in the other shoulder, making the teen cry out in pain. You and your brother are weak. Tensei is an excellent hero who saved many people. Tenya growled, struggling beneath Stain's foot. And led them until now that there was no reason for you to do that to him. Save that guy first. Stain pointed to Native, who still struggled to move. Reflect on yourself and save others. Using your power for selfish reasons to fulfill your hatred is not what a hero should do. That's why you'll die. Stain raised his blood-stained blade and liked the tip, effectively holding Tenya down. Goodbye, that you will be an offering to a more just world. Shut up, shut up. Tenya groaned, unable to move as Stain raised his blade to strike. No matter what you say, you are the criminal who hurt my brother. Stain sensed another presence. Looking to his left, he saw Izuku leaping from wall to wall. Izuku prepared his right fist as he jumped toward the hero killer, landing a solid blow to Stain's cheek, feeling his body move with the punch. Smash! Izuku shouted. Midoriya. Why? Tenya asked, weakened. I'm here to save you, Ida. That kid. Stain rubbed his cheek. How did you? Tenya asked. I heard it on the news. Izuku explained. That over 60% of the hero killer's victims were found in places without many people. That's why I searched away from the center of the city. Can you move? Izuku asked. I can't move my body since he cut me. So cutting activates his quirk? Izuku thought, but then he noticed Native on the wall and gasped. If it had just been Ida, I could have carried him away on my shoulder. Midoriya. Don't get involved. What are you saying? Izuku asked. Your friend came to save you. Stain said, and Izuku clenched his fists and turned back. That's a great line, isn't it? But I have a duty to kill him. If we clash, the weaker will fall. Knowing that, what will you do? Stain asked. Run away. This has nothing to do. If you say that, then heroes can't do anything. Izuku yelled, tightening his fists as he focused on Stain. Meddling when you don't need to. Is the essence of being a hero. Okkotsu and the others are risking their lives to save everyone, Izuku said, which piqued Stain's interest. I need to prove myself and show that I can be just like him. Good answer. Stain grinned. Get close to him in one movement. Izuku thought, using full cowling to close the distance as Stain swung his blade. Izuku swooped under Stain's legs to avoid the attack and a hidden swing. Where did he? Stain wondered, having already swung behind him to cut Izuku, only to find him gone again. I can fight. Izuku told himself. Stain liked his blade. What? Izuku gasped, unable to move as he looked at his shoulder to see a tiny cut. Such a small cut was able to hold me down? No, his requirement is blood. People who are all talk are a dime a dozen, but you are worth letting live, Stain said, walking past Izuku's crumpled form on the ground. You are different from these guys. Damn it, stop. Izuku yelled. Stain raised his blade, ready to strike Tenya. I said stop it. Izuku shouted again. Flames erupted, causing Stain to jump back defensively. Shoto stood at the other end of the hallway, his left palm clenched as smoke hissed through his fingers. Stain grumbled in annoyance, eyeing the new challenger. One after another. Stain growled. Midoriya. You need to provide more details in situations like this, Shoto said, closing his phone screen, which had given him an unclear view of Izuku's location. You made me late. Todoroki. Tenya exclaimed. Why? Your flames. Izuku gasped. But that's my line, Shoto replied. It took me a few seconds to understand what you meant since you only sent your location info. You're not one to send that for no reason. Shoto pushed his right foot against the ground, unleashing a wave of ice to simultaneously attack Stain and protect Native. Stain jumped, and the ice lifted Native and Izuku to partial safety. Don't worry. The pros will arrive in a few minutes, Shoto assured, running toward the four of them before unleashing fire from his left hand toward the hero killer. Stain forced himself to move, realizing Shoto had successfully saved the others. Shoto maintained his flames, standing firm against Stain. I won't let you harm them, Shoto declared. Todoroki, you can't let him take your blood. I think he controls his opponents by ingesting their blood. That's how he got all of us and made us stop moving. Izuku exclaimed. That's why he uses blades, Shoto said, preparing himself. I can keep my distance and… Shoto winced as a small dagger grazed his cheek, causing a trickle of blood. Stain leaped toward Shoto, aiming to strike at his chest. You have good friends in Genium. Stain taunted. Stain's sword clashed with Shoto's ice, the raw strength of Stain's attack causing a recoil that sent his sword flying into the air. Both fighters glanced up at the spinning weapon. Seizing the moment, Stain grabbed Shoto with both hands. Shoto leaned back, but Stain's tongue was dangerously close to his injury. In a burst of flames, Shoto forced Stain to jump back defensively once more. Why are you two? Tenya murmured. Why? Shoto continued to battle Stain, using ice to keep him at bay. Yet, Stain sliced through Shoto's ice effortlessly, closing the distance with each slash. Shoto then pushed Stain back with flames, but Stain sidestepped to avoid the attack. That I inherited my brother's name. You inherited your brother's name? Shoto replied, slamming his palm down to push Stain back again. You've got a lot going on in your family too, huh? Blocking your own view against a faster opponent. Stain said, slicing through the ice again. Shoto frowned and stepped forward. What a foolish plan. Shoto raised his left arm to unleash flames, but two small daggers struck him. He winced in pain as Stain grinned and leaped into the air with a long blade. You're pretty good too, Stain remarked. But that moment, Izuku found he could move freely again. He grabbed Stain's bandana and pulled him against the wall, running with determination. Izuku gritted his teeth as he dragged the hero killer, while Shoto watched in shock. "I can move for some reason now," Izuku shouted. "So he has a time limit," Shoto deduced. "No, that kid was hit last." Native groaned. "So this kid's blood type is O." Stain thought, raising his elbow to strike Izuku's neck and break free. Izuku stumbled but quickly regained his footing to dodge Shoto's ice attack. Stain also evaded, jumping back to avoid the ice. Izuku ran back toward Shoto, rubbing the back of his neck. "He takes in a person's blood to keep them from moving," Izuku explained. "Since I got free first, that IT could be less effective the more blood he consumes. The amount ingested affects how long it works or its effectiveness based on blood type." "I'm type B." Native groaned. "I'm type A." Tenya added. "Blood type?" "That is correct," Stain replied. "So now we know." Izuku muttered. "I wanted to hurry and get these two out of here." Shoto said. "But he can react so quickly that he can even avoid my ice and fire. I can't leave myself open. Let's avoid close combat for now." "Todoroki, you've shed a lot of blood," Izuku said, activating full cowling. "I'll distract him, so you support me from behind." "That's a big risk," Shoto replied. "But okay. We'll protect those two," Izuku declared, clenching his fists. "Two against one, huh? This won't be easy." Izuku jumped and began to zigzag fluidly across the alleyway. He aimed a punch at Stain's back, but even with his speed, he missed as Stain leaped aside, raising his blade high. Shoto's ice interrupted Stain's slash, and his flames forced the hero killer to jump back once more. Despite Shoto intensifying his flames, Stain managed to slice Izuku's leg, causing him to fall to his knees, shouting in pain. "Midoriya!" Shoto yelled. Stain's blade clashed with another. Stain was so stunned that he didn't notice the new arrival until their blades met. Stain turned to his left, hearing Shoto gasp from the other end of the alleyway at the sight of the newcomer. "Who the hell are you?" Stain demanded. "I'm Okkotsu." You grunted, holding your sword steady as Stain slammed his blade against it. You bent a knee and pushed back with your cursed energy-infused sword, effortlessly slicing through Stain's standard blade. Stain quickly drew a small dagger from his chest, aiming for your neck with a swift motion. However, you managed to slice the dagger in half, catching Stain off guard. He jumped back, grinning at the remnants of his broken dagger before tossing it aside. "Okkotsu-kun, his quirk is the ability to," Izuku shouted, but his words faltered as he fell to his knees, unable to move. "DMN. Where did he even get me?" You glanced at the immobile Izuku. "You may be fast with that blade, but you need to keep your eyes on my movements at all times," Stain said, having liked a tiny blade just moments before. "With another ally down, what will you do now?" "Todoroki-kun, I'm going to handle him," you declared, holding your sword up with the blade facing down. "I need you to get Ida, Midoriya, and the pro hero out of here, got it?" "Got it," Shoto replied. "So many people have praised you." "Okkotsu," Stain said, drawing his second and final long blade. "That we'll see what the public thinks of you once I take you down. I won't let you hurt anyone else again," you vowed, kneeling slightly with your sword pointed down and held by your right shoulder. In a flash, you moved faster than anyone could see, and Stain barely reacted to the force of your swing. Your cursed energy followed your horizontal slash, sending Stain flying upward, his long blade nearly shattering on impact. "His output isn't all that bad," Stain thought, glancing down at his blade and then back at you, ready to leap from the alleyway. "What's terrifying is the amount of energy he possesses." Stain landed on the rooftop, his blade ready to break with another blow. You jumped up from the alleyway, holding your blade to your side. This time, Stain charged at you, and you blocked his first slashing attack. You pushed him back, but he managed to draw a pocket knife and stab you in the thigh. You winced but quickly grabbed the knife and placed your palm on Stain's chest. He grunted as you pulsed raw cursed energy into him, sending him flying back. With skill, Stain slid his feet to maintain his footing. Not giving you a moment to think, he grabbed another pocket knife with his left hand, tossing it to his right and holding it backward over his left shoulder. He aimed for your chest, but you countered by placing your hand in front of you. The cursed energy was enough to destroy the dagger, the recoil making you stumble slightly. As you fell to one knee, Stain managed to stab the right side of your thigh, but you quickly reached for your blade. Despite the pain, you slashed upward, catching Stain clean across the chest. He coughed, stepping back to see the large gash across his torso. Blood began to seep through his fingers as he pressed against the wound. It isn't fatal, Stain thought, assessing his injury. But he got me good. He knows how to use his energy wisely and has the skill to land non-lethal blows. I won't let you hurt anyone else again. This kid is a hero. Stain grinned. You grunted in pain as you forcibly removed the knife from your thigh. Your reverse curse technique began to heal your injuries, your aura restoring your body. Stain fell to his knees, the blood on his fingers starting to dry. I can't move, Stain said, bewildered. Why? He collapsed flat on his face, unable to explain his paralysis. Struggling to look up, he saw you gazing down at him, calm yet with faint traces of blood near your lips. Stain gasped. How long are you paralyzed for? You asked. Copy? Stain grunted, recalling how you had sliced across his chest. So your requirement is to consume a piece of your opponent. And once you did that, you used my quirk at the same time. I guess not for very long, you muttered, noticing Stain's muscles twitching. You sheathed your blade and knelt to disarm him. Using cursed energy to reinforce your body, you landed with a thud while holding Stain in your arms. You quickly set him down and tied him up, then dragged him toward the front of the alleyway. Okkotsu, Shoto said, watching you drag the hero killer with your right hand on his collar. He thought to himself, that none of us stood a chance alone, but Okkotsu. Why are you here? Stain asked weakly. Gran Torino, Izuku exclaimed, spotting the retired hero on the other side of the street atop Native's back. Gran T. I thought I told you to stay on the bullet train. Gran Torino exclaimed, kicking Izuku's head as he leaped off with grace. Who's that? Shoto asked. The hero I am interning with, Gran Torino. But why? Izuku replied. I was told to come here all of a sudden. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm glad you're okay. Sorry, Gran Torino. Geez, Gran Torino scoffed, fists on his hips. This part of him is exactly like Tashinori. Hey, they are over here. Hey, those injuries look bad. I'll call an ambulance right away. That's okay, you said to the incoming pro-heroes as you placed your palm over Izuku, using your reverse curse technique to heal him. I can take care of it. Our real concern is the hero killer. Hey. Don't tell me. This is the hero killer. Call the police too. Hey, can you stand now? Native asked. Yeah, looks like I can now. Izuku said, and Native helped him back to his feet. That ability of yours is really useful, Okkotsu-kun. When we get back to you, can I study your quirk? Yeah, sure, you nodded with a smile. You three. You, Shoto, and Izuku turned to see Tenya. He nodded firmly before bowing to the three of you. His formality startled you, but you all showed respect by listening. You were injured because of me, Tenya said, his eyes welling with tears. This is my fault. I couldn't see anything through my anger. I'm sorry too, Izuku said. Even though you were feeling cornered, I didn't notice at all. Even though we are your friends. Me too, you exclaimed. Pull yourself together, Shoto said, his response a stark contrast to yours and Izuku's. You're the class rep, right? Everyone, get down. Gran Torino shouted. Another Nomu. You reacted faster than the others, drawing your blade and channeling cursed energy into it as you saw the winged Nomu swoop down towards Izuku. Midoriya. But the winged Nomu had accomplished its goal, capturing Izuku. Grabbing him by the collar, the Nomu ascended, holding the teen firmly in its grasp. You noticed the injury on the side of its head, indicating it had been hurt earlier. Did it escape after being injured? In that moment, Stain managed to free himself from his restraints and leap towards the female hero, knocking the blood from her cheek. As the Nomu fell to the ground, Stain seized the opportunity to charge at it. With determination, Stain struck the Nomu, causing it to crash down and release Izuku halfway through the fall. This society is overrun with fake heroes. Stain growled, pulling his weapon free. And those who misuse their power should be removed. All of this, Stain continued as he stood tall. That is to create a more just society. Did he just save the boy? Idiot, he took a hostage. He acted without hesitation. Prepare to fight. Why are you all standing around? Endeavor asked, making his presence known with a heavy stomp on the street. Things have gotten serious. But don't tell me that man is? Endeavor, Stain growled. Hero killer. Endeavor grinned, his fists igniting with intensity as he charged at Stain. Wait, Todoroki. Gran Torino shouted. You are a fake. Stain declared. That I must make things right, that someone must pay the price, that I will reclaim what it means to be a hero. Come, try to stop me, you fakes. The only one I will allow to defeat me is the true hero, All Might. Stain's presence was enough to make even the professionals tremble, including Endeavor. Despite that, you tightened your grip on your sword and rushed toward Stain. He glanced down at you, a satisfied look in his eyes. You drew your sword, but it was a feint. With your left fist poised over your right hand, you aimed directly for Stain's face. Instead of slashing, you intended to knock him out with a single blow. Good job. Stain acknowledged. Okkotsu. Though it wasn't a black flash, your punch connected with such force that it sent Stain spinning through the air. The other pro-heroes gasped as the hero killer landed flat on his back, unconscious. Stain's face bore the marks of your earlier strike, and you took a moment to catch your breath, sheathing your blade as you stood. Okkotsu. Endeavor murmured, his voice low. Let's get him to the infirmary, you said, wiping your face with your right hand as you looked down at the hero killer's battered face. I'm sorry, hero killer. I went too far. End of chapter. Let's go back. Are you satisfied with the results? Idiot. Tamura said, scratching his neck, which was visibly red, as he looked up while Kurogiri's portal opened behind them. That depends on tomorrow. Hosu General Hospital. Were you able to sleep, Midoriya? No, not really. Izuku admitted. Me neither. Shoto replied. Thinking about it now, Okkotsu-kun did something amazing, huh? Izuku said, recalling their arrival. Seeing an ending like that really makes you feel like it's a miracle we are even alive. He probably could have taken us out if he wanted to. Yeah. We were left alive on purpose. Shoto said, turning towards Tenya. You're amazing for having the courage to face him after all the hostility directed at you. No. Tenya said, his eyes on the floor as he remembered Okkotsu's final punch. That Okkotsu-kun was so much braver than I ever was. I still have no idea how he was unfazed by Stain. I overheard one of the teachers call him an anomaly in hero society, so that's to be expected. Shoto said. But that I still wonder how Okkotsu was able to do that. Not even my father could. Oh, are you guys awake? Gran Torino asked, opening the sliding door and entering the room with the pro-hero manual. Kid, I've got a lot of complaints for you. Gran Torino. Manual. But before that, you've got a visitor. Gran Torino said, and a man in a tidy suit entered the room. Hosu's chief of police Kenji Tsuragami. Tsuragami? Chief? Izuku thought. You can stay seated, Kenji said. Stay seated? Izuku thought again. You must be the other U.A students who helped bring down the hero killer, right? Kenji asked. Regarding the hero killer we arrested, he received serious injuries. However, Okkotsu restored him, and he's now under strict guard. I spoke to Okkotsu, but since you are U.A students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police placed high importance on leadership and standards, ensuring quirks were not used as weapons. And the profession of hero emerged to fill that gap. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily harm others' actions that can be denounced to be accepted is thanks to the heroes who followed the ethics of the profession. Even against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instruction is a clear violation of the rules. U3, Okkotsu, Gran Torino, Endeavor, and the other pro-heroes must receive punishment. Hey, wait a minute. Shoto said, standing up from his bed to protest. If Ida didn't arrive when he did, the pro-hero native would be dead. If Midoriya hadn't come, the two of them would have been killed. If Okkotsu hadn't arrived, nobody would have realized that the hero killer had appeared. Shoto continued, deciding to ignore a possible future where Okkotsu hadn't arrived. Are you saying we should have followed the rules and watched people get harmed? W8. Izuku said, are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it is okay to bend the rules? Isn't it a hero's job to save people? Shoto asked, his voice rising now. Goodness, what are you being taught by U.A and Endeavor? Kenji sighed. You dog. Shoto said, riled. Wait. Gran Torino said, standing in front of the approaching Shoto with his palms out to stop him. You must listen and hear him out. That was the official opinion of the police. Kenji said. And the punishment would only happen if all of this were made public. If this were public, you'd be applauded by the public but would still face consequences in the end. Thankfully, there weren't many witnesses. Kenji said. But this would also mean nobody would know about your good judgment or achievements. Which do you prefer? Either way, we will need to take responsibility for being negligent in our supervisory duties. Manuel sighed with a chuckle and a shrug. Tenya bowed. I'm truly sorry. If you understand, don't do it again. I won't. I'm sorry. Izuku bowed as well. Please take care of it. Shoto said, giving in. Because of the unfairness of the adults, you will not be able to revive the praise you probably would have received. Kenji said, bowing. But at least, as someone who also protects the peace, I can say thank you. Please start with that next time. Shoto said. Oh, Ida, just now, Uraraka said. Midoriya. Shoto said, trying to be as polite as possible when interrupting him. Ida just finished getting examined. My left hand might have long-term damage. Tenya said, making Izuku gasp. Both of my arms were pretty beat up, and even with Okkotsu's quirk, the damage is still severe. I'll have trouble moving my hand for a bit. I'm sorry, Ida-kun. Okkotsu-kun. Izuku said, turning to see him. I got chewed out by a bunch of heroes earlier. You chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of your head sheepishly. But I'm sorry, Ida-kun. My reverse curse technique isn't advanced enough to restore injuries like yours. That's okay. Tenya smiled. I feel bad. Shoto said, eyeing his hand. I feel like whenever I get involved, other people mess up their hands. Is this some sort of curse? The three of you started laughing. Todoroki-kun, I didn't know you could make jokes. Izuku said, trying to control his laughter. I'm not joking. I feel like a hand crusher. The hand crusher. Izuku and Tenya laughed even harder, and you started to laugh a lot as well, unable to control yourself. I can assure you that you aren't cursed, Todoroki-kun. You said, wiping a tear as you started to laugh more, and Shoto grumbled a bit. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Hello? Yagi asked. That ringtone is annoying. Aizawa thought. Sensei. Toshinori snapped up from his seat as Gran Torino was on the call. Izuku Midoriya. Goodness. Gran Torino said on the other end of the call. Thanks to him, I'm getting a pay cut and my teaching license is being revoked for 6 months. Considering the circumstances, it can't be helped. The part where he starts moving without thinking is just like you, Toshinori. I humbly apologize. Toshinori whispered quickly, walking to exit the staff room. To cause you such trouble. Oh dear. I don't care about my teaching license. I only got it to teach you so I could keep my promise to Shimura. I am grateful for that, I really am. Toshinori continued, his voice soft and low so nobody could hear him in the hallway. I am who I am today because of your teaching. You say that but never visit. It's just that being a teacher is so busy. I called today to talk about the hero killer. I only saw him in person for a few minutes, but even so that he had me shaking. To be able to frighten someone like you, Gran Torino. Toshinori muttered. But had already been restrained by Okkotsu, so what was it? The pressure I felt from him was likely his strong ideology. Or perhaps the intimidation stemming from his obsession. I'm not saying this to praise him, but it resembles the same quality as your symbol of peace. The same quality. To put it simply, it's charisma. As the investigation continues, his ideology and opinions will be all over the media, online news, TV, newspapers. The current age, for better or worse, is one of suppression. People influenced by his ideas will definitely emerge. Even so, I wanted to talk to you about a young man I met. I wanted to speak to him about it, but he didn't truly respond. Who are we referring to? Young Okkotsu? Yes. Despite Stain's violent tendencies, that young boy managed to accomplish what most, if not all, professional heroes could not do at that moment, facing the hero killer without hesitation. Toshinori. Who is this boy? This is a very long story, but... Toshinori hesitated before speaking. Okkotsu-kun cursed someone. A young girl named Rika Orimoto. We don't know how it happened, but... I understand. Top secret. I'm truly sorry. That's okay. Still, for that young boy to confront the likes of the hero killer, makes me wonder just how much suffering he's endured because of that curse. Check on him every once in a while, okay? It wouldn't hurt. Yes. Of course. On another note, the Hosu incident suggests that Stain and the League are connected somehow. With this, the League will transition from being seen as a group of delinquents to being recognized as a faction aligned with Stain's ideology. In other words, there's a foundation for them to grow. Even if the malice of each individual is small, if all that negativity gathers under one purpose, it will swell to 100 times that. If the leader considered this, then he must be quite clever. When I heard from Tsukachi that Nomu had multiple quirks, I had a bad feeling. The man who killed my sworn friend and inflicted that injury on you, all for one, must be starting to move again. For him to have survived after that injury is a reality I do not want to accept. Toshinori, Midoriya admired you so bravely that you should find time to properly tell him everything concerning you and one for all. As for Okkotsu, that he may be involved as well, for what, I have no idea. Recently, there have been fewer people willing to break the law. My friends are complaining about not being able to sell anything. Geez. It's because it's a serious crime to develop or sell support items and costumes without a license, and on top of that, there have been rumors that legitimate support companies have been selling on the black market. I miss the days back before All Might. When I was younger, the villains were wild and impulsive, and that created an enthusiasm that the whole country was buzzing with. It was a good time. But when All Might appeared, everything changed. It's all thanks to that symbol of peace. Maybe I should just retire and call it a day. Hey, take a look at this. Just between you and me, I know of a way to make some cash. I'm telling you because I know you guys have quality goods. Have you seen this video? What's this? A video of the hero killer. Someone must be consumed by rage. I must reclaim what it means to be a hero. Come, try and catch me, you imposters. The only one I'll allow to defeat me is the true hero, All Might. This video keeps getting uploaded and taken down online, like a game of cat and mouse. Both sides have realized that this guy's way of life is contagious. Not many have noticed, but the evil that was scattered before has been ignited, and they are all heading towards the League of Villains. A few feet away, Tamura raised his head. End of chapter. Thank you for saving us. We are so grateful for your help. It isn't anything really. You chuckled, hands in front of you as Hawks watched you from afar after another villain incident. That I'm glad you all are safe. Hey, isn't that Okkotsu? That's the kid who won the sports festival. Okay, time to go. Hawks said, patting your shoulder as more pedestrians started to crowd the scene, and you had no choice but to wave and speed walk towards him. You've built up quite a nice reputation, YN. Hawks said once you caught up with his pace. I'm proud of you. So, how did it feel to finally fly for the first time? I have to admit, it was pretty unusual at first. You said, I still have a lot to learn, but I feel like I learned a lot from you during this internship. Since it is my last day, thank you for everything. I assume you are headed back to U.A already. Hawks said, seeing Fumikage up ahead waiting for you. Wine, you and Fumikage are welcome to come back anytime. Keep what I said in mind, okay? Yes. You nodded firmly. I will. Ready, Okkotsu? Fumikage asked. Yeah. You nodded with a smile now. Seriously? Seriously, Bakugo? Stop laughing. Looks like we walked in at a bad time. Fumikage said as the two of you entered and saw Katsuki's new hairstyle. Can't take my eyes off of that anymore. You chuckled. My hair got so used to it, so it won't go back when I wash it. Katsuki exclaimed, but his body was trembling with embarrassment. Hey, stop laughing or I will get you back. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. Hanta laughed. What did you say? Katsuki yelled. Wow, you got to fight villains? Mina asked, a bright smile on her face in front of Kiyoka's desk. I'm so jealous. I just helped people evacuate and did logistical support. Kiyoka said, her finger twirling her right earphone jack. I didn't do any actual fighting though. It is still amazing though. Oh? Mina turned past Kiyoka's shoulder and saw you had arrived and started talking with Katsuki, who just yelled at you for asking about his hairstyle. What is it? Kiyoka asked. Your boyfriend just got back. Mina teased. He isn't my boyfriend. So, what else did you guys do? Mina asked. All I did was train and go on patrols. Tsuyu said, her finger by her chin as she pondered. There was one time when we caught smugglers from a neighboring country. Whoa, that's crazy. What about you, Achiko? Tsuyu asked. It was very worthwhile. Achiko said, her body naturally in a fighting stance as she threw jabs at the air, and the others watched nervously. Achiko's really gotten into it, huh? Tsuyu asked. So she really did go to that battle hero's place. Kiyoka muttered, just watching Achiko throw a fierce left hook at the air. That is such a huge change for just a week. Denki muttered, eyeing Achiko along with Minoru. That's not it, Kaminari. Minoru waved a finger before his true side took over. All women are mysterious, they just hide their true personalities. However, the four who changed the most were definitely you four, right? Denki asked, turning towards you and the others who fought the hero killer. Yeah, I was worried for you guys. Ajiro said. Yet we saw him. You said, twisting the real story. We were all lucky Endeavor was there, or I really don't know what we would have done. I'm glad we did not have to confront him. Imagining someone that intimidating coming to the U.A does freak me out. Mashareo said, his finger by his temple as he stood. Yeah. It was scary enough being in his presence. You said, shrugging as the other three ex-interns recalled your sudden yet impactful arrival. I just couldn't move. It was unexplainable. Glad you guys made it out though. Yeah. Thanks. You nodded. He handled the situation very well. Shoto thought to himself as he crossed his arms and saw you nervously rub the back of your head. Okkotsu, why? Is there anything you can't do? Okay, I am here. All Might said his iconic line as he stood before Class 1A and in front of the facility behind. Anyway, we will start now. Right, that this is basic hero training. Long time no see, boys and girls. How have you all been? For this time's hero basic training. Since you've all just gotten back from your internships, we will have some fun with a rescue training race. Do you remember what I said? That's right. I said a race. This is Field Gamma. All Might continued, presenting the huge area behind him. A dense area filled with factories laid out like an intricate labyrinth. You'll break up into 4-person groups and go through the training one group at a time. When I send out a distress signal from somewhere inside, you will all start at once from the outskirts of the city. It is a race to see who rescues me first. Of course, you'll have to keep damage to a minimum. All Might said, directly pointing at Katsuki, who just grumbled. All right, first group, get in place. Ida hasn't fully recovered yet, right? He wanted to rest for now. Denki said, raising a finger as the screen in front of them flashed Izuku, Mashareo, and So Okkotsu takes his place this time. Perhaps Midoriya-san is at a slight disadvantage. Momo said, her hands on her knees as she watched Izuku. That is true. I have no idea how good he is now. Kiyoka said, a knee up as she sat, her eyes set on you as she thought. To be honest, I want to see how much better you got. Whenever he does something, he always gets badly injured. Momo muttered, who do you think will win? I think Sero will be first. Ejiro said, Okkotsu's easily the fastest in a normal race, but there are a ton of obstacles. But Ojiro's there as well. Denki chuckled. I think it will be Ashido. Minoru yelled. Deku will be last. Katsuki exclaimed. Even if there are a lot of obstacles, I still believe it will be Okkotsu-san. Achiko said, her knees pointed out as she kept her hands on her feet. He's just way too good. I say Okkotsu. Tenya said. Ribbit. Tsuyu agreed. Okay, here we go. Start. Unlike the others, you did not begin with an intense start. Hanta used his taps to maneuver around the pipes, adjusting his measurements with precision. Mina slid on pipes with very fluid acid to grant her more mobility. Hanta took first place from the start, but everyone else wondered why you hadn't moved. That was when you snapped your eyes open, bent your knees, and jumped high in the air, scouting the entire area with a glance. Oh, did I see? You said. You landed on a huge water container and outputted enough cursed energy to jump off without damaging the empty water tank. You moved at incredible speeds, faster than the cameras could capture, easily taking first place. I need to think about where I go. You thought, jumping and changing direction with each thought. About how I land and where to go. And my speed. Keep going. You secured your lead and glanced to your right, noticing Izuku moving forward effortlessly, and you were taken aback by his progress, stopping for just a moment. You gasped softly as Izuku suddenly lost his footing on a metal pipe. You leaped toward him, managing to catch him before he could fall completely. Despite your quick action, you finished in second place behind Hanta. Young Sero came in first, but compared to the beginning of the year, you've all improved significantly in using your quirks. All Might praised his students. Keep this up and start preparing for your final exam. Yes, sir, everyone replied, nodding. Wait. Final exam? You murmured quietly, panic rising within you. Oh my gosh, final exams? I completely forgot about those. Group 1, you can leave the field. Next group, get ready to start. That was some tough training. Our first class in a while really made me sweat. Yuga said, using a shiny towel to wipe the sweat from his face. I need to work on my mobility. Ijiro mentioned. You must compensate for it by gathering information, Fumikage advised, adjusting his tie as the other boys organized their lockers. That puts me a step behind everyone, Denki said, turning toward Hanta while removing his shirt. I'm envious of guys like you and Sero. Hey Midoriya, come here. Minoru called out. Izuku turned around. Look at this hole. Minoru whispered excitedly, his cheeks flushed. It's probably thanks to those who came before us. Next door is the girls' locker room. Seriously? You exclaimed. Mineta-kun, stop this now. Tenya shouted, gesturing toward Minoru, who was already peeling a poster off the wall to get a better look. Peeping is against the rules. Mineta himself is already a problem. Minoru yelled, tearing off the poster, but you quickly sprang into action and held him back. Okkotsu, you traitor! Stop being a hero and let me go. I can't let you, you grunted. Stop being a hero, Okkotsu. Minoru protested, struggling to break free but finding it impossible. I just have to see. Good job, Okkotsu-kun, Tenya said. Yeah, you sighed, giving a thumbs up. Stop, YN. Rika laughed. I said stop. Stop, Rika-chan. You giggled later that day as she tossed a water balloon at you, and both of you burst into laughter. Take that. After hours of playing, you both sat in the sandbox. That was the day Rika presented you with a small box containing a ring. You opened it, holding the ring between your fingers. It's a promise. When we grow up, we'll get married. Rika said. Sure. Then we'll be together forever. Hey, what's wrong? Kiyoka-chan. You said after a long day of classes, glancing at your left ring finger as she sat next to you on the stairs. It was nothing. I just remembered something. Spill it, Kiyoka nudged your shoulder. I was thinking that Rika didn't curse me, you said, surprising her. I think that I cursed Rika-chan. While I'm here at U.A High School that I'm going to break Rika's curse. It's a promise, okay? I believe you can do it, Kiyoka smiled, leaning forward a bit as she hugged her knees to her chest. You can do anything, YN. You looked at her, your eyes widening slightly as the sun illuminated her face. For a moment, you recalled Rika's words from long ago. There she was, a reflection of her younger self sitting beside Kiyoka now, wearing that same smile. You can do it, why? Why are you crying? Kiyoka asked. Sorry, you sniffled, wiping your tears. That's okay, Kiyoka chuckled, ruffling your hair. End of chapter 1. Okay, that's it for class. Aizawa said, adjusting his paperwork to leave the classroom. There is only 1 week left until the final exams. I'm sure you know, but it won't just be a written exam. Train your minds and bodies alike. That will be all. I haven't studied at all. Denki and Mina exclaimed, though Mina laughed it off while Denki looked genuinely worried. Midterm, 21st 21 Denki Kaminari. Midterm, 20th 21 Mina Ashido. With the sports festival and the internship, I didn't study at all. Denki panicked, burying his head in his hands. It's true that we had one event after another, but... Fumikage said, a bead of sweat trickling down his feathers as he thought about his midterm. Midterm, 15th 21 Fumikage Tokoyami. For the midterms, we had just started school, so they didn't cover much, so I didn't have a hard time with them, but with the events and everything. The finals will be much different. Rikido said. Midterm, 12th 21. Koji nodded silently. It'll be tough since there are practical exams too. Minoru added, though his expression suggested he was quite proud of his midterm ranking. Midterm, 10th 21 Minoru Mineta. T10th on the midterms? Denki and Mina gasped in unison, and Mina pointed at Minoru dramatically. And here I thought you were one of us. Guys like you are only likable when they're not too smart. Denki complained, his fingers twitching as he fought to keep calm. Where's the demand for this? The world, I guess. Minoru said proudly. Ashido-san, Kaminari-kun. Izuku said, pumping his fists as he approached them. Let's do our best. We all want to go together to the training camp, right? Midterm, 3rd 21 Izuku Midoriya. Yes. Ida said, chopping the air with enthusiasm, his injuries appearing to have healed. As class rep, I have high hopes that you'll all be motivated to take action. Midterm, 2nd 21 Tenya Ida. You too, I may be able to assist with the class lectures. Momo said, making Mina and Denki exclaim her nickname with relief. Yao Momo. Midterm, 1st 21 Momo Yayorozu. Could I go as well? You asked. Midterm, 4th 21, why, Okkotsu. Yes. Of course. Momo nodded. Can I join as well? Kiyoka asked. Midterm, 7th 21 Kiyoka Jiro. Huh? Momo said, a little surprised. Sorry, me too. Hanta said, his hands clasped together in a pleading gesture as he stood in front of Momo. How are you with classical Japanese? Midterm, 18th 21 Hanta Sero. Huh? Momo said again. There's a bunch of stuff I don't get. Midterm, 8th 21 Mashireo Ojiro. Please? Everyone asked at once, startling you with their perfect unison. Everyone. Momo said, almost on the verge of tears. Yes, of course. Then, let us hold a study session at my residence this weekend. Seriously? Can't wait to see your house. Mina said, excited. In that case, I must tell Mother and have her prepare the hall. Momo said, clearly thrilled. What kind of tea do you all like? We usually drink Harrods or Wedgwood, so if you have a preference, please let me know. Hall? Tea? Class 1A thought. I'll have Harrods. Thank you. You said. Okay. Momo smiled. How do you know about tea? Class 1A exclaimed, now more shocked at your knowledge, making you yelp nervously. Of course, you can trust me to help you study. Momo said, pumping a fist close to her chest. I will definitely show you how I can help. It's like she casually pointed out the huge difference in our backgrounds. Class 1A thought in unison, except for you. But her enthusiasm is so charming that I don't mind. Harry's, you said? Denki asked, captivated. Harrods. Yes. Momo nodded. Look at the difference in virtue. Eijiro smirked. Midterm, 16th 21 Eijiro Kirishima. I can do it too. Want me to help you study? I'm ready. Katsuki said, glaring at his desk with determination. Midterm, 5th 21 Katsuki Bakugo. Yeah, counting on you. Eijiro exclaimed. Everyone's panicking now, even though cramming this late won't help. Yuga said, resting his palms on his cheeks. Midterm, 19th 21 Yuga Aoyama. Shouldn't you try cramming? Mizo asked. Midterm, 11th 21 Mizo Shoji. What are you talking about? Yuga replied, fully aware of his low score and rank in the class. The practical exam, huh? You muttered during lunch. It is kind of scary since I can't tell what will be on it. Izuku said, eyeing you while eating from his tray. I don't think it'll be anything too wild. Tenya said, the written exam questions will come from what we study in class. Izuku said, so I should be able to manage somehow. You can. Manage, huh? Achiko asked. Midterm, 14th 21 Achiko Uraraka. Seriously, what'll we do? You asked. It will be a comprehensive test of everything from the first semester. Achiko recited. Midterm, 17th 21 Toru Hagakure. That's all Aizawa-sensei told us. Tsuyu added. Midterm, 6th 20 Tsuyu Ajui. Everything we did so far. Combat training, rescue training, and then basic training. Achiko said, looking thoughtful. In addition to studying, we'll have to keep in good physical condition, Izuku began, but an elbow to the head interrupted him. Oh, sorry. Your head was so big I happened to hit it. Nito said, sarcastically. Class B, Minoma. Izuku said. How dare. I heard you guys met the hero killer. Nito said. Just like at the sports festival, you guys in Class A get all the attention. But that attention isn't because people have hopes for you. It's because you get all the trouble, right, Okkotsu? You wanted to respond, but Itsuka spoke up for you. Minoma, that isn't nice to say. Itsuka said. Don't you know what happened to Ida? Sorry, class A. This guy's heart's just. Well, you know. Kendo. Tenya said. You guys were talking earlier about how you don't know what's going to be on the practical exam for the finals, right? Itsuka asked. It'll be combat against robots like in the entrance exam. Really? Izuku asked. How do you know? Just surprised. An upperclassman friend of mine told me. Itsuka replied, her attention now on you. But me knowing this information and telling you guys. It is kind of cheating. No. Izuku said, starting to mumble as usual. But that's right, I'm sure gathering information ahead of time is also part of the test. I see, I should have asked an upperclassman. Kendo, what are you doing? Nito asked, his lips twitching. We had an information advantage. This was our chance to get ahead of that repulsive Class A. They are not detestable. Itsuka playfully tapped Nito on the back of the head, causing him to faint once more. She waved goodbye to you with a gentle smile before leaving the scene. She's like Class B's big sister, huh? Izuku remarked. She's pretty tough, you replied. Pencils down, everyone, Aizawa announced after the written exam. The last person in each row, please collect the answer sheets and bring them here. Thanks, Yamomo. Mina exclaimed. At least I didn't leave anything blank. Denki added. Practical exam area center plaza. Now, we will begin the practical exam, Aizawa stated, standing before a group of professional heroes. Of course, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp, then avoid making any foolish mistakes. There are a lot of teachers. Kiyoka noted. I expect that you all have gathered information ahead of time and have some idea of what you will be doing, right? Aizawa asked. We're going against big robots. Denki shouted. Absolutely. Mina cheered. For various reasons. Nizu said, his voice slightly muffled as he emerged from Aizawa's shoulder robes, beaming with pride. That the exam will be different this time. Principal Nizu. Class 1A exclaimed. Different? You asked, surprised. From now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat and hero work, teaching you closer to actual fighting. So it will have you form teams of 2 to face off against one teacher. Nizu explained. Against the teachers? Achiko gasped. Additionally, the pairs and their opponents have already been decided, Aizawa continued. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, including fighting style, grades, and relationships. Here they are. At first, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are one team and they will be facing me, Aizawa said with a grin. And Midoriya, Bakugo, and Okkotsu are a team and their opponent. All Might exclaimed, striking a heroic pose in front of everyone. That will take them on. All Might? The three of you said in unison. Work together to defeat me, you three. All Might encouraged, his fist still raised as Katsuki and Izuku exchanged glances, while you kept your eyes fixed on All Might. We were battling All Might, you thought. A few days ago. With the connection between Hero Killer, Stain and the League of Villains, there is a possibility that the villains will be reinvigorated, huh? Of course, it would be better to prevent that before it begins, but as a school, we need to be certain, Snipe said. If we consider how fights against villains escalate, then combat training against robots is not practical. I understand why you want to change the exam. Cementos began. But having the students fight us in teams of 2. Yes, I think that is a bit unfair, 13 added. Yes, I agreed. It will be unfair to whoever faces young Okkotsu as an opponent, Toshinori joked, letting out a hearty laugh. Yeah. Midnight said, stifling her laughter. If we win too easily, we won't be able to give them grades, Present Mike pointed out. Of course, we would take that into consideration and give the students a handicap, Snipe replied. Principal Nizu, what do you think? Eraser asked. I also agree with changing the practical exam, Nizu said, crossing his arms. What should we do to keep the students from being in more danger? The answer is simple. They will just have to get much stronger. That's true, Midnight acknowledged. I have no objections, 13 said. Then, to determine the teams first, Todoroki, Aizawa said, holding his papers. He's doing well but tends to rely on brute force. Yaoyorozu is an all-rounder but struggles with making quick decisions. Therefore, I will erase their quirks and take advantage of their weaknesses in close combat, Aizawa said. No objections, the teachers said in unison. Next, for Midoriya, Bakugo, and Okkotsu, I'm leaving them to you. All Might, Eraser said. For these 3, I didn't pair them based on abilities or grades, but rather on how much they would clash. Please guide them well. The time limit for the exam is 30 minutes. Nizu raised his paw. Your objective is either to put these HNDCFFS on the teacher or to have one of you escape from the stage. Is it really okay to run away? Mina asked. Yup, Nizu confirmed. I can't do that. You thought to yourself, clenching your fists gently. That it would be easy to just run away, but that isn't why I'm here. I'm here to break Rika's curse. Aizawa-kun, you really paid close attention to them, didn't you? All Might thought, observing Katsuki's glares at Izuku before noticing your internal struggles. I won't break Rika's curse by choosing the easy way out. You thought, inhaling sharply before focusing on All Might. That's so my best opportunity and my only option. Is to fight All Might. Chapter end. Team Azui and Tokoyami, practical exam. Ready, go. I forgot to tell you. Ectoplasm said as he and his clones formed in front and all around Tsuyu and Fumikage. We teachers are also trying to challenge you with everything we have. Prepared at your determination and resolve. Go, Dark Shadow! Fumikage yelled, and Dark Shadow emerged to grab Tsuyu just in time before any of Ectoplasm's clones or the original could reach her, tossing her into the air. Fumikage! Tsuyu alerted, whipping her tongue out to wrap it around Fumikage and launching him to a separate floor as she clung to the side of a beam. Good thing we figured this out beforehand, Tsuyu said as she leapt next to Fumikage, who kept his eyes fixed on Ectoplasm. Yeah, Fumikage replied. You're avoiding a fight after all, huh? Ectoplasm asked, watching the two testers run across the circular floor toward what they believed was the exit. However, more of Ectoplasm's clones appeared to block Tsuyu and Fumicage's path. Fumikage knelt slightly, allowing Dark Shadow to take on the clones, who swiped at them fiercely, swatting them away like flies. However, more clones emerged behind the incoming ones. As Dark Shadow continued to fend off the clones, Fumikage noticed a few had appeared on his blind side. He turned just in time to see a leg aimed at his head, but Tsuyu covered his blind spot, using her tongue to knock the clone away. Thanks, Fumikage said. Dark Shadow! The number of clones was overwhelming, even for Dark Shadow. Fumikage grunted as he saw many more clones approaching. Tsuyu managed to get to a separate floor and brought Fumikage up to her with her tongue. They just keep coming, Tsuyu muttered. Indeed, Fumikage agreed, but he turned ahead to see even more clones forming to block their way to the exit, making him grit his teeth at Ectoplasm's persistence. That was the 28th clone, Fumikage noted. Tokoyami, I can see the goal, Tsuyu said, looking down to see a singular ectoplasm waiting by the escape gate as Fumikage stood beside her. That in what is probably his real body. Good job getting past the others, Ectoplasm praised, tilting his head forward. But what will you do against this? Ectoplasm's neck distorted before he expelled a massive amount of ectoplasm, forming a giant clone of himself that towered in the middle of the giant bite detention. The giant clone chomped down on the floor, causing chaos. When the dust settled, Tsuyu and Fumikage found themselves trapped inside the back of the giant clone, unable to move. What a powerful quirk! Fumikage grunted, trying to break free as Dark Shadow emerged from beneath him. Dark Shadow, you at least need to get to the gate. Got it! Dark Shadow exclaimed. Dark Shadow rushed toward Ectoplasm, who easily dodged his first swipe. As Dark Shadow turned, Ectoplasm delivered a powerful kick that pushed him back. Dark Shadow regained his footing, but each of his attacks was swiftly countered. He can't get through against a pro head-on, huh? Fumikage observed as he watched the fight. But if he can reach that, then we have a chance. Have Dark Shadow take this, Tokoyami. This? What? Don't look too closely. The teacher will notice, Tsuyu said, almost gagging at the thought of her plan. Besides, it's not really that gross. Can you keep this up until time runs out? Ectoplasm asked, kicking and punching Dark Shadow away, making the creature wonder if it could really win. What I want is the shine of heroes who can overcome adversity. Dark Shadow! Dark Shadow obeyed and went toward what Tsuyu had spat out. Keeping the object hidden, Dark Shadow rushed at Ectoplasm again. However, instead of just swiping, Dark Shadow successfully cuffed Ectoplasm. What? Ectoplasm said, stunned. Team Azui and Tokoyami have passed. It's our turn. Let's go, Shoto said, but when he received no response from Momo, he spoke up again, louder. Yaoyorozu, are you nervous? No, Momo composed herself. Well, considering who we're up against, Shoto said, looking ahead as they prepared to take on Eraserhead. But I have an idea. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, practical exam. Ready, go. Yaoyorozu. It doesn't matter what you make. Just keep creating small objects. When you can't make them, that means Aizawa-sensei is close. The exam depends on who finds the other first. Once we can see him, I'll draw him to me, Shoto said, turning back as they paused briefly. Then, you should run to the escape gate. Stay with me until then. There was a silence. What's wrong? Hurry and make something. Right. Okay. Silence enveloped them again as both ran toward what they believed was the way to the exit. Momo and Shoto moved quietly, the latter focusing on where Aizawa might be at all times. After a while, he looked back to see Momo creating something unusual. Yerozu, I said to make something, but what are those? Shoto asked, noticing the dolls on the floor and the path they had been running on. Russian matryoshka dolls. I see. Well, let me know if you notice anything strange with your quirk. They began to run again. I expect nothing less from you, Todoroki. About what? You were able to come up with a plan against Aizawa-sensei so quickly, and you determined what would be best right away. It's nothing special. Nothing special? Shoto realized Momo had stopped running. As students who got into UA through recommendations, but in terms of the practical skills a hero needs, I haven't done anything that stands out. Momo said. During the cavalry battle, I just did what you said. In my own fight, I lost before I could do anything against Tokoyami, Momo said, saddened by her own doubts. When I see Okkotsu excel, it makes me doubt myself and makes me feel like I can't be like him. Or you. Or anyone. Yerozu, your dolls, he's coming. I'm sorry. Momo gasped. If you realize that, you should immediately start acting. Aizawa almost scolded Shoto as he wrapped his cloth around him so quickly that Shoto barely reacted. In this case, you should prioritize evasion since I got the jump on you. Yerozu, go! Shoto shouted, aiming a kick at Eraserhead, but Aizawa was quick to wrap Shoto's leg and tie him up tightly. Is that what your plan was? Aizawa asked, swooping in to wrap Shoto around a telephone pole. Then that's perfect. Either way, I plan to catch you first since you're the offense. You think you've caught me? I don't care what you do. I recommend being careful of where you fall, Aizawa said, pointing at the ground to reveal dozens of caltrops, which Shoto noticed immediately. It's different from the time with the hero killer, Aizawa said. I know the quirks and the numbers of the heroes. I'm prepared to intercept you. Your plan places the burden on yourself. It's nice to be considerate to the girl, but maybe you should have talked it over more. Talked it over? Shoto thought. Meanwhile, Momo could feel her breath catch in her chest. She kept running in the same direction she and Shoto had taken initially. Aizawa was already on her tail. She could sense it. However, Momo kept running, determined not to stop. How much farther until the escape gate? Momo asked herself, her legs aching. Is Todoroki all right? Is this okay? Should I create something to help me go faster, even if it takes time? Where am I running? No, why? Ever since the sports festival, she's obviously lost confidence. Aizawa noted, spotting Momo in his view, and snapped his cloth over her arm. That's so I'm going to strike where it hurts. Against a teacher, I have no chance. Momo said, feeling defeated as Aizawa tugged on his cloth, pulling her away from the escape gate. You are amazing. Momo gasped, suddenly recalling her words to Shoto during the U.A Sports Festival. She didn't understand why it was coming back to her now, especially at this moment. Let's both give it our all. What? Wait. Momo snapped back to reality and looked at her restrained left arm. My quirk hasn't been erased. I'm sorry, Todoroki. Momo quickly created a device to free herself from Aizawa's grasp, surprising him as she broke free and started running in the opposite direction. Todoroki! Momo called out. Yerozu! Shoto yelled, taken aback. I'm sorry that I couldn't. Hey, Aizawa-sensei is coming! Shoto exclaimed. Let's both give it our all. I know what I'll do. Momo thought, remembering your words as she tossed her dolls into the air towards Aizawa. Todoroki, close your eyes. What are these? Aizawa swiped at a doll, but hidden stun grenades were concealed within each one. Todoroki quickly shut his eyes, the flash momentarily stunning Aizawa. I do have a plan, Todoroki. Momo said, bringing him down from the telephone pole as Aizawa rubbed his eyes and turned towards them. A special operation to beat Aizawa-sensei. A special operation? Shoto asked. Yes. I was actually thinking about this from the beginning. Momo nodded. The aftereffects of USJ had a short decrease in the time I can use my quirk, and a slightly increased interval between uses, Aizawa thought, hopping onto a rooftop. If she's attacking because she noticed, she's pretty good. Yaoyorozu! Shoto exclaimed as Aizawa launched his attack. They both dodged, but Shoto's quirk was erased as soon as he tried to raise his arm. Todoroki, let's hide. Together. Shoto obeyed, following Momo. Aizawa-sensei's eyes have become unstable. Because of his injuries at USJ? I heard that Okkotsu-kun was able to heal his injuries back at the USJ, Momo explained. But I doubt his quirk was advanced enough to entirely restore erasure itself. We'll exploit that then? No, for now, we must get out of his field of vision, Momo said, determination flooding back into her as she ran. It is just a matter of time that we can win. Time. Get out of his field of vision? Shoto asked, glancing back to see Aizawa hot on their trail, running across telephone lines. Can we do it? We can't use our quirks, you know. Do as I tell you. Keep checking if you can use your ice. Momo instructed before looking back to see Aizawa launching his restraints. Thinking that we can't use our quirks is a bad assumption that there'll be a moment when he blinks. Shoto felt the ice on his right side and turned as soon as Aizawa blinked. He conjured the same ice attack he had used against Hanta in the sports festival, stunning Aizawa. They were waiting for this. Aizawa said, "What do you think about this, Todoroki?" "Yeah. No complaints here." "The escape gate is behind me," Aizawa said, glancing back quickly. "So it will be better to watch their approach carefully than to try and chase them." "Geez. Cloth, huh?" Aizawa said, spotting them running while hidden, so he pursued. "It's true that if I can't see them, I can't erase their quirks. But there are disadvantages to this plan as well." Aizawa restrained the top half of the disguise, but it turned out the upper bodies were just mannequins. Momo missed firing a hidden catapult but managed to launch it just in time at Aizawa. Shoto followed up with flames underneath Aizawa, stunning him. "Have you ever heard of nitinol alloy?" Momo asked, looking up towards Aizawa as her creation seemed to harden around him. When heated, it returns to its original shape in an instant. Aizawa found himself trapped by Momo's creation, unable to move. Shoto released his flames and approached Aizawa to cuff him, ending the test. Shoto crossed his arms as the exit gate announced their victory. "It went exactly according to your plan, but didn't it go a little too smoothly?" Shoto asked. "Honestly, yes. When I was about to launch the catapult, I made a mistake," Momo admitted, looking down. Aizawa-sensei noticed but still jumped away even though he could have stopped it. "I was just being careful of Todoroki next to you," Aizawa explained. "I could see you, but Todoroki had a cloth over him. I thought he'd freeze me, so I backed off and played into your hands." "It really was only a matter of time," Shoto said. Momo felt like crying, covering her mouth. "Do you feel sick?" Shoto asked. It's nothing," Momo insisted. "If you feel nauseous, there's a pressure point on the instep of your foot." I said it's nothing. Chapter end. The fifth match, the exam with Team Uraraka and Aoyama against 13, is in its final stages. "We were so close," Achiko yelled, gripping the railing tightly to avoid being pulled in by 13's quirk alongside Yuga. "Oh no, I won't let you escape," 13 declared. "This isn't good. We'll get caught," Achiko thought as she felt herself being pulled back. Think about how to get out of this. What would Deku do in a situation like this? "Hey, hold on. Right now, you were thinking about what Midoriya would do, weren't you?" Yuga asked. "Do you not like him?" Achiko's face turned bright red, and she accidentally let go of the railing, flying straight at 13. 13, taken by surprise, had to release her quirk. Achiko seized the opportunity, grabbing and pinning 13 down as Yuga rushed to support her. "What?" 13 thought. They won with Achiko securing 13. I can't believe she thought to use her opponent's power to get in close. Izuku exclaimed. "Ribbit." Tsuyu said, pondering. "To me, it looked like Achiko just happened to let go, though. Yes. I wonder what she was discussing with Aoyama right before she let go. Who knows? We can't hear what they're saying from here. Izuku replied. Uraraka passed, huh? Tenya said, entering the observation room with Momo beside him. I expected nothing less. Congrats to you and Yaoyorozu, too. Thanks, Midoriya. Tenya nodded. I wonder which team will take the practical exam next? Tsuyu asked. The sixth match is Team Ashido and Kaminari. Momo said, crossing her arms as she looked at the screen. They will be up against Principal Nizu. The principal, huh? Izuku frowned slightly, deep in thought as he observed the screens. I wonder how he'll fight. We should watch this test closely. Yeah. Momo agreed. Ribbit. Team Ashido and Kaminari, practical exam. Ready, go. Kaminari, what do you want to do? Basically, run. Denki grinned. Even if we get caught, the principal's small, so I should be able to handle him with my electricity. Ashido, don't use your quirk. It would be bad if you melted the principal. Yeah, right? Mina grinned back. Suddenly, both of them felt a tremor around them. It sounded metallic, and they paused to figure out what it was. Denki's worry grew, while Mina strained to listen for any clues. What's that sound? It's not the principal. Is it? Denki heard bolts coming loose above them. Run! Kaminari, what's happening? Pipes and debris began crashing down from above, forcing the two students to flee for their lives. Mina struggled to keep up as they raced to avoid the falling wreckage. I don't know, but I'm sure the principal's behind this. That's right. Nizu said, controlling a crane with a wrecking ball. What chain reaction will occur depending on what I break where? Those calculations are as easy as making a cup of tea. And you two aren't noticing. Nizu continued, causing chaos. That the paths to the escape gate are getting sealed off one by one. Intellectual villains will sit back and watch from the sidelines. Nizu then laughed maniacally. Humans conducted numerous experiments on Nizu in the past, so in situations like this, he can't help but reveal his true self. Recovery Girl explained as the other students watched in fear. Scary. Tsuyu muttered. Kaminari, can't you do anything with your electricity? Mina asked, her voice filled with concern as she scanned for incoming debris. I don't know where he is, so I can't waste my shots. Denki replied, looking around anxiously. Do you want a dead weight on your hands? Anyway, all we can do is run. Which way's the escape gate? Probably this way. Denki ran in one direction, with Mina following closely. But when they turned the corner toward the escape gate, they found a blockade of debris in their path, all orchestrated by Nizu. No way! Denki exclaimed. They had no time to think, as another metal pipe was about to crash down on them. Mina and Denki leaped forward, narrowly avoiding the falling pipe. Is he trying to bury us alive? Denki asked. There's still a way out. Nizu exclaimed to himself, moving the levers and switches rapidly. Come on, use your heads. Think carefully. Rack your brains. Kaminari, this way. Mina shouted, pointing to a hole in the wall she created with her toxic acid, and she entered with Denki right behind her. We'll take a detour, but if we go out through the other side to the escape gate. Denki was interrupted by more crashing debris. He's one step ahead of everything they can think of. Izuku began, frowning. And they can't attack if they don't know where the principal is. Tsuyu finished. His plan is so perfect. Momo murmured. Team Ashido and Kaminari retires due to running out of time. Minute. Denki said. Man. Mina sighed. What? Mina's team lost. Achiko asked as she entered the observation room, having just returned from her earlier match. Yes. Tsuyu replied, turning to Achiko. The principal's strategy in this match was just too flawless. Really? That's too bad. Uraraka, congratulations on passing. Thanks, Ida. Achiko smiled. Achiko, when you were fighting against 13, what were you discussing with Aoyama? Tsuyu asked thoughtfully. HM? We were talking about. Achiko began. Do you like him? Nothing. Achiko finished, blushing as she waved her hands in front of her to dismiss the topic. That's not how it is. What's the matter, Uraraka? Tenya asked, clearly confused. Your face is red. Are you sick? It's not. It's not. Achiko insisted. So something did happen. Tsuyu pondered. Team Koda and Jiro, practical exam. Ready, go. Let's avoid combat with present Mike if possible and head towards the escape gate. Kiyoka said, hiding behind a tree as she spoke to Koji, who was also concealed behind a tree. Sound good? Koji nodded. All right, let's go. Kiyoka said. Yeah. Kiyoka instantly covered her ears as present Mike unleashed his voice quirk in the forest, proving to be more powerful than anything she or Koji had ever experienced. So loud. Kiyoka winced, and the noise finally subsided after a few moments. Koda, you can control animals with your quirk, right? Can't you get the birds to attack him or? Even if I wanted them to do that, present Mike's voice will make the animals run away. Koji responded in sign language, sweat glistening on his forehead. Even if I plug my ears, I feel like my eardrums would burst, Kiyoka said, her gaze fixed ahead. He's not just better. He's like a new and enhanced version. I won't get close to him. Kiyoka thought of you. What would you do? Okkotsu, she wondered before jogging toward the escape gate, with Koji following closely. Even if we got close, he's probably in front of the gate. Hurry up and... Present Mike's voice boomed. Come out. My ears. Kiyoka winced again. You coming yet? I can't take this. Kiyoka exclaimed. I can't. Hurry up. If this keeps up, our eardrums will be shot, Kiyoka said, hiding behind a rock after the last sound attack. Worry crept in. What should we do? What would you do? Okkotsu? Kiyoka gasped suddenly. Koda, can you control bugs? She asked. Koji panicked at her question, and when Kiyoka held out her fist with a bug resting on her knuckles, he yelled in fear and bolted away from both the bug and Kiyoka. Not good with bugs, huh? Kiyoka thought. There you are. This isn't good. Kiyoka groaned, but her earlobe moved toward the devices attached to her legs, connecting just in time. That's so for now, cancel out. What a cheap sound, present Mike remarked, but Kiyoka's counterattack managed to neutralize his sound wave. She turned to the hiding Koji, feeling exhausted. Do you have a plan? Koji shook his head. Then, what should we? You coming yet? We need some way to break out of this. Kiyoka winced again, covering her ears. At this rate, we won't even be able to get close to him. What a joke. Koda! Kiyoka exclaimed as the relentless noise finally ceased. Just tell me if you can control bugs or not. It's possible. Koji gave a thumbs up. Then, Kiyoka said, using her earlobe to create vibrations against the rock from earlier, shattering it to reveal a dozen bugs hidden underneath, prompting Koji to yell in fright. I'm sorry, Kiyoka said. I know it's scary, but... Hey! He's too strong. I can't think of anything else. Kiyoka covered her ears again but released them once the noise faded. If you can do it, we might be able to win. You can do it, Kiyoka encouraged, recalling your words. You want to become a hero, don't you? So, then let's pass this. Jiro's ears are. Koji gasped, noticing blood trickling from Kiyoka's ears. Because I've just been running away, Jiros. That's right. I got into UA where we always move forward. That's right, my heart should always be plus ultra. Koji thought, kneeling down to confront his fears. He muttered orders to the bugs before him, despite the dread washing over him. Go on, little ones. It is time to take out the man causing all this terrible noise, Koji urged the bugs quickly. You can talk. What, are they planning on hiding until time's up? Present Mike mused, whistling a tune to alleviate his boredom when he suddenly heard a crack beneath him. What the? Present Mike began, looking down to see all kinds of bugs crawling up his leg. They're coming from underground, where it's hard for sound to travel. Present Mike yelled in alarm. That's tough. Even for a pro, Tenya remarked. Momo covered her mouth in disgust. Koda, that's harsh. Izuku muttered. Team Koda and Jiro have passed. As expected, Hagakure is a cut above when it comes to covert activities. Momo praised as they watched the conclusion of the next match. Shoji also did a good job helping by drawing Snipe's attention away from her. Izuku smiled. Ribbit. Yeah, Ochako nodded. Team Mineta and Sero, practical exam. Ready, go. Deku, you're up next, right? Ochako asked, turning to him. Aren't you going to the exam area? I heard Okkotsu-kun and Bakugo are already there waiting for you. Oh yeah, our fight is up next. But I'll watch everyone fight until the last minute, Izuku replied. It's useful to see how everyone's using their quirks, and I feel like I'm getting stronger as I watch. Everyone's really amazing. And they are all excellent students who never give up. Yeah. Ochako nodded. Well. Tenya began. There is one. Momo muttered. Who gave up? Mineta. Izuku exclaimed. Darn it. How am I supposed to pass this stupid test? Minoru cried out, running away. This is unfair. How can I take such an unfair test? But he was looking forward to the training camp so much. Izuku said, watching Minoru flee as the others' sweat dropped. Why is he so ready to run away? If it's gotten that far, it might be hard for him. Recovery Girl observed. For this practical exam, All Might, Present Mic, Cementos, and Midnight are especially tough. It's easy to imagine someone feeling overwhelmed. Grape juice. Midnight said playfully, watching Minoru as he continued to run away, while she gently caressed the unconscious Hanta. The gate's in the opposite direction. Sero, darn it. Minoru shouted, turning back with tears in his eyes as he saw Midnight with Hanta. I won't forgive you. Sero, you just... If Sero hadn't saved me, I'd be in that position right now. Minoru exclaimed, clearly envious of Hanta. It might be tough for a kid like that to survive in this place, Recovery Girl said, her fingers on her chin as she observed Minoru. What do you mean? Izuku asked. UA is constantly setting up challenges for the students to overcome. To keep pushing through those challenges without losing motivation, the students need a clear goal. It's not an easy path that one can climb with vague aspirations of becoming a hero. Even if they become heroes, those whose ultimate aim is to become a true hero. You prepared yourself for your fight against All Might. Opening your locker, you took out your hero costume and put it on. You wrapped one side of the jacket over the other, securing it with the swirled golden button. You closed your locker and turned to the clock, waiting for the moment to leave. When it was finally time, you strapped on your sword case and walked toward the training field. Have no future. End of chapter. I don't need another half-hearted result like at the sports festival. Katsuki growled, glaring at Izuku as he recalled Izuku's growth. At the upcoming finals, we'll get individual scores, so we'll see who's better, whether you like it or not. Katsuki began to stomp toward All Might, leaving both of you behind. You sighed softly, anticipating this kind of attitude from Katsuki since the teachers announced the fight. You followed him, and Izuku quickly matched Katsuki's pace. Team Midoriya, Bakugo, and Okkotsu, practical exam. Ready, go. I have to tell him. Izuku thought as he watched Katsuki stomp off down the street. That we need to talk properly. Keikaken, for this exam, the teacher is the villain and we're the heroes. We need to consider the villain's combat ability and decide whether to fight or run. In our case, the villain is All Might, so fighting is wait, Kaken. Stop following me. Katsuki yelled. If we keep going straight, All Might will be waiting for us. You spoke up, jogging a bit to walk alongside Katsuki. That we should take a detour. Why should we run away? Katsuki asked. It'd definitely be better if we took him on. We should avoid combat if we can, no matter what. Izuku exclaimed. We'll toy with him until he's almost worn out, and then I'll take him down. Katsuki yelled back. Who do you think All Might is? Izuku asked, his tone rising. Even with the handicap, you can't win against him. That sentence pushed Katsuki over the edge. He smacked Izuku across the face, making you gasp. Izuku clutched his face, sitting up as Katsuki glared at him. Katsuki stood sideways, wanting to make sure Izuku understood his message. Don't say another word. Katsuki hissed. Wait, Kaken. Izuku yelled as Katsuki began to stomp off again. I'm saying this so we can pass the test. Listen, Kaken. I told you, your power isn't needed to pass. Stop yelling. This is why we can never have a... Watch out! You exclaimed, jumping in front of Katsuki just as a powerful gust of wind swept through, knocking everything in its path. You drew your sword and focused cursed energy to your feet. It wasn't enough. You let out a yell as the three of you were thrown back by All Might's projectile base smash. The force sent you all flying, shattering windows and damaging the street. Who cares about damaging the city? What is? Izuku asked, fear evident in his voice. What? You began, keeping your composure. What is this? Katsuki asked, a grin spreading across his face. That sense of intimidation? Even the motion of All Might stomping his foot created enough force to make the three of you brace yourselves against the incoming gust of wind. Still, you stood your ground. If you think of this as an exam, you'll regret it. All Might said, his sharp blue eyes seeming to pierce your souls. I am a villain, heroes. Come at me with everything you've got. We can't take him head-on. Izuku said immediately, clearly frightened by All Might. Let's run. Don't tell me what to do. Katsuki yelled. Kaken. Izuku protested. All Might rushed at Katsuki first, leaving behind two small craters as he leaped with his arms ready to strike. You focused cursed energy into your blade, waiting patiently as Katsuki prepared his attack. Stun grenade. Katsuki yelled, launching his move at All Might, who crossed his arms over his face. Come at me, you said? Even if you didn't say anything, I was going to do that. You managed to save Katsuki before All Might could grab him. All Might intensified his pursuit, but you dodged just in time. He was surprised by your quick reflexes and noticed that Katsuki had already vanished. Got you! Katsuki exclaimed, but you couldn't save him this time as All Might caught him and slammed him to the ground. And? All Might said, grinning as he turned toward Izuku, seemingly appearing right behind him. You're not off the hook either, young Midoriya. Deku! You shouted. Why am I reminded of the hero killer? Izuku thought, his body tensing as he instinctively jumped back. Whoops. That's no good. All Might chuckled. Hey, move. Kaken. Both fighters collided midair. All Might wanted to capitalize on this mistake, but you quickly moved in front of him to prevent any further attacks. Izuku and Katsuki crashed to the ground, with Katsuki quickly getting up and angrily stomping toward you. Kaken. I told you, there's no way you can. Shut up. I'll win. Katsuki growled. Then it's even more important to. Shut up. For now, here's a present for the one who wants to run away. All Might yelled, moving past you and grabbing an entire metal fence, leaping into the air behind Izuku. All Might slammed the fence onto Izuku's back, pinning him to the ground. Katsuki tried to turn, but All Might was quick, delivering a powerful punch to his gut that sent him flying away. Now, All Might said, noticing you. You charged toward All Might with all your strength, swinging your sword directly at his face. All Might dodged with a surprised and swung his fist toward your ribs. However, you slipped past his right fist to slash at him again. All Might caught your blade with his left hand, stunning you. You tried to pull back to escape his grasp, but the blade snapped in half. All Might tossed the broken piece aside and tightened his fist to strike at your head. You dodged, but that didn't stop All Might from delivering a kick to your ribs. The force sent you flying toward a wall, but you used cursed energy reinforcement to shield yourself from the impact. I know why you're angry. All Might stated, walking toward Katsuki, who was struggling to get back up. It's because of young Midoriya's sudden improvement, right? But you know, there's no way a level 1 power and a level 50 power can improve at the same rate. There's so much wasted potential in you. All Might said, his fists resting on his hips as he looked down at Katsuki. Do you understand? You still have so much room to grow. But I'm not just talking about power. Shut up, All Might. Katsuki growled. If I have to get help from that scum, then I'd rather lose. I see. All Might said, raising his palm to attack Katsuki again, now aware of his true intentions. Very well, but you better not regret this decision, young Bakugo. Damn it. Katsuki said, feeling defeated. That's when Izuku, fueled by determination, struck Katsuki with a punch. You had just gotten up, gasping at Izuku's bold move, and even All Might was momentarily speechless. As One for All surged through him, Izuku clenched his fist in frustration. Don't you dare say you'd rather lose? Izuku shouted. With that, Izuku sent Katsuki flying across the street. Seizing the moment, he leaped and pulled Katsuki into an alleyway. All Might stood up, watching the two disappear from view. I didn't expect young Midoriya to act like that. All Might admitted, turning to you, who now wore a serious expression. Did I let my guard down? My turn, you declared, holding your sword down. You clashed your sword against All Might's fist, which was strong enough to push back your attack. Dropping your left shoulder, you let All Might's fist move past you as you aimed a slash at his face. All Might caught your blade with a grin, using his fingers to stop it. You quickly retaliated, slamming your fist into All Might's stomach before he could snap your blade. The number one hero grunted slightly. He tossed your sword aside and landed a punch to your gut, but you crossed your arms just in time. All Might raised his fist, sending you flying into the air. You executed a backflip mid-air, landing softly on the street. Spinning your sword with your right wrist, you caught All Might's attention as you retrieved your weapon. Young Okkotsu's impressive. All Might grinned, a glint in his eye as he lowered his head toward you, who held your sword with both fists raised, ready to face him. You put me down? Okkotsukoin's taking on All Might, so. I said put me down. Katsuki elbowed Izuku in the neck, knocking him to the ground. They could hear your slashes and All Might strikes from a distance as they took a moment to catch their breath. After a while, Izuku spoke up. Kaken, I really can't think of a way to beat All Might or escape cleanly. Izuku said. Before you give up, at least consider using me. Don't say you're okay with losing. Katsuki yelled angrily, slamming his palm onto the wall behind Izuku, making him yelp in surprise as Katsuki caused a loud explosion. Meanwhile, the sounds of your battle began to fade. Kaken? I won't say it again, nerd. Katsuki growled. That against that crazy speed, no matter how you run and hide, you won't avoid fighting. But. Shut up. He won't budge with half-hearted power. Katsuki said. I figured that out earlier with my stun grenade. So. You grunted as you were pushed back by a final punch, creating space between you and All Might. You glanced to your left, peering into the alleyway. I wonder where young Midoriya is. All Might mused. Since they hid, could it mean they're headed for the escape gate? That's not good. I have to defeat you now, young Okkotsu. You frowned, jumping back as All Might charged at you with intensity. However, Katsuki emerged from the alleyway just as All Might ran past. Sensing Katsuki's presence, All Might turned to see a hand in his face. Where do you think you're looking? Behind me, huh? All Might thought. Katsuki blasted All Might's face once, gaining momentum in the air, and blasted again to shield his vision. As smoke filled the air, Katsuki raised his head and shouted, Deku! Shoot! Izuku appeared behind All Might, holding one of Katsuki's gauntlets. He aimed right at All Might's face, who turned just in time to see Izuku pull the pin. Izuku apologized softly, but the explosion spoke volumes. The recoil injured Izuku's shoulder, but the power of the attack was worth the cost. The explosion stunned All Might and nearly leveled the street. With that final attack, all three of you dashed toward the escape gate. A compromise between running away and fighting, All Might said. Pretty clever for an impromptu plan. They also limited the damage to the city. I'm sure I taught them that in my first lesson. I see. They are quite clever, All Might thought. But those two struggle when it comes to each other. Pursuit. All, rejection, pride. They have feelings for each other that they don't even know how to express. It's not something that can be resolved quickly. All Might said, coughing into his fist, blood staining it. But I'm sure their cooperation here will be a significant step for them. Now, your teacher's going to give it his all. Almost at the escape gate, Izuku yelled, "Texas!" All Might roared, his voice booming as he leaped toward you with a powerful force, his right fist pulled back. "Sheet!" Katsuki yelled. You had no choice but to counter this attack. You tucked your left fist back and held your palm over it. As All Might appeared before you, his fist ready to clash, you opened your eyes with determination, prepared to use your full strength against the symbol of peace. Smash! Black flash, you shouted, slamming your fist against All Might's fist, creating a massive distortion in space-time. The force of the blow sent Katsuki and Izuku flying in different directions. You gritted your teeth, your pupils narrowing as you successfully held back All Might's fist. All Might grunted, realizing One for All was losing power. He hadn't expected you to stop his full power punch along with his quirk. "Oh no!" All Might exclaimed. You managed to counter All Might's strongest punch of the day, and black sparks danced across his arm, weakening the number one hero. All Might gritted his teeth, the pain almost numbing his right arm. "I'm not finished yet, young Okkotsu." All Might chuckled, throwing a left punch at your head, knocking you down to the hard ground with a powerful blow. "Now!" All Might raised his fist, ready to finish you off, but the exam was over, and he looked up to see that Katsuki and Izuku had reached the escape gate. "Kurogiri, take care of these intruders. Everything I dislike has gathered in one place, a brat and a rude guy. No. They came all this way to visit, so let's at least hear them out." "Tamura Shigaraki," Kurogiri said, turning to his master before glancing at the door. "Besides, that big-time broker brought them. They're likely to be valuable assets. I don't care what you do with them, but make sure I get my commission," Kurogiri, Jiren said, stepping forward. "Let me introduce them. First, this high school girl. Her identity has been kept under wraps by the media, but she's on the run as a suspect in a series of mysterious incidents. I'm Toga. Himiko Toga." Himiko exclaimed excitedly, her fists clenched close to her chest. "It's tough to live. I want the world to be an easier place. I want to be like Mr. Stain. I want to take him down." "I don't get her," Tamura said. "Is she out of her mind?" "She can hold a conversation for the most part," Jiren continued. "I'm sure she'll be useful. Next is this guy over here. He hasn't committed any flashy crimes, but he adheres to the hero killer's ideology." "I'm uneasy about this," Dabi said, hands tucked into his coat as he eyed Himiko. "Does this organization really have a just cause? Don't tell me you're going to let her in." "Hey, you," Tamura spoke up, leaning on the bar with his elbow. "You can't even do what that girl was able to do. Give your name first. You're an adult, right?" "I go by Dabi." "That's not what I want to know. I'll tell you when it's time. Anyway, I will carry out the will of the hero killer." "You don't have to say what you haven't been asked," Tamura said, almost angrily sighing as he looked down and got up. "Geez, everyone is so hung up on Stain. I don't like it." "Shigaraki, you mustn't," Kurogiri said. "I don't feel good." Tamura growled, then he moved his hand forward, ready to unleash his power. "You're all no good." Dabi prepared his own hand, ready to unleash flames. Himiko gleefully brandished her knife, poised to strike. However, all three were halted by Kurogiri's portals, which separated their limbs and redirected their aim. "Please calm down, Tamura Shigaraki," Kurogiri said. "If you want your wishes to come true, we need to increase the organization's numbers. We're in the spotlight right now, this is our chance." "Shut up," Tamura replied, and Kurogiri released the portals at his softer tone. He began to walk past the two League of Villains candidates toward the exit door. "Where are you going?" "Shut up." Tamura stormed out. "I don't want to complain about a client, but he's young." "Too young," Jiren said. "I thought he was going to take us out," Himiko grinned. "He makes me sick." Dabi scoffed. "Would it be all right to give you an answer at a later date?" Kurogiri asked. "I believe he knows what he should do. It's because he knows he left without saying anything. Why in Okkotsu? All Might. Hero killer. He's been humbled 3 times already. Dabi and Himiko turned, somewhat convinced. Everyone. Mina cried, tears streaming down her cheeks comically as she stood with the others who failed the final exams. That I'm looking forward to hearing your stories. About training camp. We don't know for sure yet. Izuku said, trying to lift the group's spirits with what he thought were encouraging words. There might be a last-minute twist. Stop, Midoriya. If you say it out loud, it'll probably jinx it, Hanta said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. If we failed the exams. Denki said sadly. That then we'd have to skip training camp and be stuck in summer school. And since we didn't pass the practical exam. If you guys don't get it, you're dumber than monkeys. I don't know either, Hanta said. Our team passed thanks to Mineta, but I was just sleeping the whole time. Anyway, since we don't know how they're scoring it. If you feel bad for us, then I dunno, just bring me back lots of stuff. Denki exclaimed. Once the bell rings, get in your seats, Aizawa said, opening the door to Class 1A, and everyone returned to their seats in total silence. Morning. Unfortunately, there are those who did not pass the final exams. Accordingly, for the training camp in the woods. Everyone is going. Huh? You uttered, blinking a few times. We can go too? Ijiro exclaimed. Really? Mina squealed. Yeah, Aizawa said. Some failed, but no one failed the written exam. In the practical, Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, Sato, and Sero failed. I knew it. Hanta face-bombed. For this exam, we on the villain side made sure to leave a way for the students to win while observing how you all would handle the task at hand. If we hadn't, most of you would have gotten stuck before you started. So when you said you were really out to crush us, Mashireo muttered. From his seat. That was to make you feel concerned. The training camp in the woods is meant to increase strength. So those who failed need it the most. They have to get stronger, Aizawa grinned. It was a rational falsehood. I was tricked again. Tenya almost growled, defeated, but he stood up anyway. As expected of U.A. However, since you lied to us twice, our faith in you will waver. You're being a wet blanket, Ida, Achiko said. That's true. I'll consider that, Aizawa said. But I wasn't lying about everything. Failure is failure. We have prepared a separate time for extra lessons for you all. It'll be tougher than the extra lessons you'd get if you stayed at school. The 5 students who failed hung their heads. Well, in any case, I'm glad we can all go together, Mashireo said, holding the training camp guide as he spoke to everyone. A week of training camp, huh? Tenya asked. We'll have to bring a lot with us, Izuku muttered. I don't have a bathing suit. Denki said. Night vision goggles, Minoru began. Oh, then since we're off tomorrow, and we just finished our exams. Toru interrupted, waving her invisible arms up high. Why doesn't Class A all go shopping together? Oh, good idea. Denki exclaimed. I don't need much, but sure. You said. Hey, Bakugo, you're coming too. Ijiro yelled. Like I'd do something so irritating, Katsuki grumbled, now ready to walk away from the class with his backpack. Will you come too, Todoroki? Izuku asked. I visit my mom on my days off, Shoto said. You guys are such party poopers. Minoru complained, raising his tiny head. And so, here we are. With the most stores in the prefecture, the newest and coolest, most advanced Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. Mina exclaimed. So many people, you murmured. They don't just try to cover the various body types due to quirks by numbers, but they actually have designs that fit a wide range of ages, from teens to seniors, so, Izuku muttered. You're scaring the children, Fumikage said. Are those UA students? Hey, I saw them on TV. Oh no, they'll notice me, you said. Hey, those are the first years. Hey, that's Okkotsu. Sign my shirt, man. Oh, there are still people who remember that. Achiko said, a bit nervous as she backed away next to Izuku, watching you hopelessly sign the shirt. I need to buy a big carry-on bag, Kiyoka said with a smile, then turned toward you with a soft grin. Come on, Okkotsu. We're shopping together, got it? Okay, you replied. Was she jealous? Achiko asked. Yeah, she was, Mina grinned. Where can I get lockpicking tools and small drills? Minoru wondered aloud, scanning the area for the tools that would help him with his mischievous plans. I don't have any outdoorsy shoes, so I want to go buy some, Denki said. Me too, Toru exclaimed. Everyone's got different things they want to get, so why don't we decide on a time to meet back up? Ijiro suggested. I agree. Let's meet back here at 3 o'clock then. Okay. Everyone's really fast, Izuku said after the entire class had left, leaving just him and Achiko. What about you, Uraraka? I want to get some heavier wrist weights. I need bug spray, Achiko began. Do you not like him? I need bug spray, she finished, running away. I'm a bug. Izuku pointed at himself. Dang it, he's wrong anyway, Achiko said, her cheeks flushing as she hurried away from her crush. I think. I'm by myself now, Izuku said. Oh, it's someone from U.A. Cool. Someone wrapped their arm around Izuku's shoulder, making him jump slightly. The individual in question was Tamura in disguise. You were the one who got all beat up at the sports festival, right? Tamura asked. Why yeah. Wow, UA's amazing. So many people watched and remembered us. Izuku thought to himself. And weren't you one of the guys who ran into the hero killer in the Hosu incident? So cool. You sure know a lot. Man, I seriously can't believe it. I can't believe I'd see you again in a place like this. It feels like fate or destiny. But well. Tamura's fingers brushed against Izuku's neck. From your perspective, I guess we haven't met since the attack on UA, huh? Tamura asked, his grip tightening slightly, making Izuku increasingly nervous. Why don't we have tea or something? Izuku Midoriya? Tamura, Shigaraki. Izuku thought. Act natural, like I'm an old friend, Tamura said sternly. Don't make a fuss. Calm down and catch your breath. I want to talk to you. Try to do something funny and the instant all 5 of my fingers touch you, you'll start to feel it. If you do that in a place with this many people, a hero will come and catch you in no time. Izuku said, trying to remain calm. Oh, I'm sure, Tamura grinned. I'm also aware that, Okkotsu is here. But look at these guys. Even though anyone could wield their quirk, how can they smile and gather like that? Laws and rules assume individuals have morals. They're convinced that there's no way anyone would do it. Before I'm caught, I could take down 30 people. What a deal you want to talk about? Why don't we sit down and have a chat? I hate everything but what annoys me the most right now is the hero killer, Tamura said. He's not with you? I didn't acknowledge it, but that's how it ended up on the news. That's the problem. Almost everyone is focused on the hero killer. The attack on UA and the Nomu I released on Hosu, everything was overshadowed by him. No one's looking at me. Why? What do you think the difference is between me and him, Midoriya? Tamura asked, his face drawing closer, his last finger almost touching Izuku's throat. I can't understand or agree with who you are. I don't agree with the hero killer, but I can understand him. For me and him, it all started with All Might. He wasn't destroying because he wanted to, he didn't abandon it in vain, like you did. He tried to live up to his ideals. It's like a weight off my chest. Tamura glared at Izuku, making him feel dread at the sight. I've connected the dots. Why he annoys me, and why you irritate me, I feel like I understand it now. Everything's because of All Might. Walking by the balcony of the upper floors, you glanced to your right and looked straight down. Kiyoka stopped, wondering why you had halted suddenly. You looked around for a moment, feeling something was off. Hey, isn't that? Hey, that's the winner of the sports festival. Hey, this guy was so cool. Why you think so? You stuttered, distracted. Oh no, someone said something nice. To you. Kiyoka grinned, noticing your embarrassed expression as you gave a couple of autographs. You should hide before the compliments start pouring in. I'm just not used to it, you muttered. When you finished, you felt it again. You turned and searched for that ominous presence. Are you okay? Kiyoka asked. Is that Midoriya? What was I worrying so much about? Tamura asked, his voice shaking, but his smile exuded confidence. These guys are able to smile thoughtlessly because All Might is smiling thoughtlessly. Oh, I'm so glad we could talk. It's great. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku was struggling under Tamura's grip, his fingers dangerously close to his throat. Izuku raised his right arm, trying to grab Tamura's hand. However, Tamura maintained his hold on Izuku's neck. Don't struggle. Do you want to die? Tamura asked, watching Izuku squirm. You think it's okay for the masses to suffer? It's so ironic, hero killer. I'm your opposite, but you let me live, and your ideals will all become a stepping stone for me. That was when Ochako appeared. Hey Deku. A friend? No. Ochako muttered. It's nothing. I'm fine. Izuku exclaimed. Oh, you had a friend with you? Tamura asked innocently, instantly releasing Izuku, who started to cough and whispered low, If you try following me, I'll get angry. Deku! Ochako rushed to Izuku at once, seeing his state as you watched the hooded figure walk past you. Wait, Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku called, his voice raspy. Shigaraki? Ochako gasped. What is all for one after? Who knows? Tamura replied, turning to face him but looking back to the ground ahead. More importantly, you should be careful. The next time we meet will likely be when I have decided to confront you. Ochako gasped and looked up, trying to follow Tamura's movements. However, he had managed to slip through the crowd, and Izuku's expression twisted into one of anger. He coughed one last time before you arrived at the scene with Kiyoka. Midoriya, are you okay? You asked. Why, I'm okay, Izuku replied, though his voice was firm and his gaze was fixed ahead, focused on the impending confrontation with Tamura. You don't look okay. Kiyoka noted. I had convictions and ideals from the beginning, hero killer, Tamura thought with a grin. Nothing has changed. But everything I do from now on will connect to that. To create a world without All Might and reveal just how fragile justice truly is. And from today, I'll call that my conviction. The only one I'll allow to defeat me is the true hero, All Might. Everything is because of All Might. End of season. Chapter end. Name. Why is Okkotsu? Species, human. Birthday. Age, 16, Season 1. 16, Season 2. 16, Season 3. Height. Weight. Status, alive. Occupation, U. A student. Affiliation, U. A High School. Love interest, Kiyoka. Abilities and powers. Overall skill level, wine, was initially viewed as an anomaly by the Japanese government, haunted by the cursed spirit known as Rika Orimoto. Wine is currently regarded as a powerful asset due to Rika's immense abilities and potential for destruction. Cursed energy manipulation, available, wine, can access a phenomenon known as cursed energy, allowing him to channel pure power through his body and into objects as needed. Thanks to Rika, who acts as a reservoir for his cursed energy, and Quirks, wine, possesses a vast amount of this energy. Rika, available. Rika was once a human named Rika Orimoto, cursed by wine after her death. She serves as an external source for wine's cursed energy, cursed tools, and quirks. Rika can partially or fully manifest to protect or assist YN, and is fiercely protective, ready to confront anyone she perceives as a threat to him. Reverse curse technique, available by utilizing positive cursed energy, YN, can heal minor and some major injuries with the reverse curse technique, though it currently cannot heal quirk factors. By multiplying negative cursed energy against itself, he generates positive energy. Copy quirk, available while fully connected to Rika, YN, can copy quirks. This ability allows him to utilize quirks as if he possesses them himself. While linked to Rika, YN, can quickly use multiple copied quirks. To copy a quirk, he must consume a body part and apply a reverse curse technique on the original user. Stronger quirks require more significant parts to be consumed or healed for full replication. This can be bypassed with a binding vow, though it limits the number of uses. The effects of a copied quirk remain active even if YN switches to another quirk. His cursed energy output is directly tied to the quirks, meaning a weaker output results in a less effective quirk. Copied quirks, erasure. Chapter End. Vlad, regarding the strength-enhancing aspect of the summer training camp. Eraser, before that, could you confirm the quirks of the Class A students for me? Vlad asked, and Aizawa nodded while holding his sheet. All right. Aizawa replied. Seat number 1, Yuga Oyama. Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button. Number 2, Mina Ashido. Quirk, acid. She can secrete acid from her body. Number 3, Tsuyu Ajui. Quirk, frog. She can do everything a frog can. Number 4, Tenya Ida. Quirk, engine. He can move very fast using the engines in his calves. Number 5, Achiko Uraraka. Quirk, zero gravity. She can make anything she touches weightless. Number 6, Mashireo Ojiro. Quirk tail. He can manipulate his tail freely and use it like his arms or legs. Number 7, Yn Okkotsu. Quirk, sorcerer. He can manipulate cursed energy to enhance his body and channel it into other objects. Number 8, Denki Kaminari. He can discharge the electricity stored in his body. Number 9, Ijiro Kirishima. Quirk, hardening. He can harden his entire body. Number 10, Koji Koda. Quirk, Univoice. He can control living things other than humans, like animals and insects. Number 11, Rikido Sato. Quirk, Sugar Rush. He can convert sugar stored in his body into power. Number 12, Mizo Shoji. Quirk, Dupli Arms. He can create additional limbs with various functions. Number 13, Kiyoka Jiro. Quirk, Earphone Jack. She can distinguish the quietest sounds and use the speakers on her legs to create explosive sounds. Number 14, Sero. Quirk Tip. He can shoot sticky tape from his elbows to capture opponents or move around. Number 15, Fumikage Tokoyami. Quirk, Dark Shadow. He can manipulate his shadow, Dark Shadow, at will. Number 16, Shoto Todoroki. Quirk, Half Cold.